Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Into the windup, first pitch to Young is hammered to right center field. Marisnik racing after it, he turns, he looks out of here. Josh Young sends the first pitch of the inning from Wentz into the Rangers bullpen. A solo home run for the Jungle Cat, and the Rangers lead 5-0.
A perfect night in Arlington to start off the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on your home for Rangers baseball. Tell all your friends because this team is going to the playoffs, and the bandwagon is going to start getting more serious and heavier in the second half of the season. So let everyone know this is the station to get your favorite baseball team. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy here on 105.3 The Fan. And this thing was over early as the Rangers scored 4 in the first inning. Dane Dunning was spectacular, continuing his dream season, and they whipped Detroit 10-2.
Yeah, and you know what? I think the offense is back. The 8th inning on Tuesday night, and then last night, basically just the entire game. I think it's safe to say. It's not safe to say yet. It's an 11 inning spurt.
Yeah,
but I think I think you could start to say, all right, you know what? We may be out of the slump. May have gone through the slump and hit our way through it, and now we're back.
Adolis Garcia's out of his.
Oh yeah,
he had 3 hits. 3 runs batted in. Josh Young. I mean, these guys, their pace, right? Josh Young is on pace for 30-plus home runs. Adolis Garcia is on pace for 40 home runs. Zeke Duran is hitting out of his mind right now. Taveras, at the bottom of your order, continues to be a 300 hitter. Corey Seager coming up big as well. Marcus Semien was on the board with a hit. But the main story, according to all the recaps, is Dane Dunning throwing shutout ball for a career-high 8 2/3 innings. He retired 17 straight at one point. He allowed 4 hits, walked none, and struck out a season-high 10. He was fantastic. He has won 5 of 6 decisions since joining the starting rotation after. And again, so much about sports is luck and happenstance, right? Yeah, you got professionally paid scouts and you have evaluators. But if Jacob deGrom is not hurt with the elbow injury, we don't have this amazing story of Dane Dunning.
That's true. That's true. And look, I mean, Jake deGrom being hurt with the elbow is...
So it's a good thing we're missing deGrom.
It's a good thing, man. It's a good thing. Like, that's the pause in that takes you from a playoff contender, and that's the difference between a World Series contender, a World Series champion, a playoff contender is the one guy at the top. Like, there's one guy, it changes everything about a team. But Dunning's been fantastic, and Eovaldi, for at least in his last 2 starts, at least the first 5 innings has been fantastic. And then he gets past 75 pitches, and all of a sudden his velocity is dropped. Gray's been fantastic, and Perez has had his moments.
Josh Young's 15th homer of the season. He went into play leading AL rookies in home runs, runs batted in, runs, and was tied for first place in hits. So he's on pace for 30, not 30 plus like I had said earlier.
Yeah, look, he's having a great year, all-star year, and he's going to win. He's going to win the all-star voting. Josh Young.
So all-star voting is getting set to get closed out, and today
what, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock it gets closed out?
Oh, I thought you meant what time KMC had to stop working. I was going to say 12:30 pregame, 1 o'clock first pitch for Rangers against the Tigers.
I think it's 12 Eastern, by the way.
12 Eastern, then it gets it. Okay, that makes sense. Why would it be 11 o'clock Eastern?
Right, they would never do that.
They need to get rid of time. Well, actually, I thought about that. Somebody said this morning, because of the perfect game they need to get last night on the West Coast, they need to get rid of time zones. I'm thinking to myself, wouldn't it be like 9 o'clock in the morning in California, be dark still? Like, that's not cool. I wouldn't want that.
You mentioned what happened last night. Here is history on Yankees radio.
And Herman, the righty, deals to the plate. Swung on, ground ball to third. Donaldson's up with it. He throws to first. Domingo Herman has pitched a perfect game. For the 4th time in the history of the New York Yankees, perfection attained.
Wait a second. Yankees radio?
They didn't send John Sterling to the West Coast.
He only does like road games in Boston and Baltimore, I think, at this point.
Oh.
Because he's so old, he doesn't travel anymore. I think it's Like he'll do Met games, like if the Yankees play the Mets, if they play the Phillies, basically anywhere where he doesn't have to get on a plane and travel. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Peyton knew exactly where I was going, wondering where. Now, how do you think that would have sounded from Sterling?
To whoever who they hit it to.
Well, you got to throw in what he would do for Herman. Domingo,
oh yeah,
right?
He would do some kind of he would probably speak in a different language.
Yeah.
He would probably throw German in there, even though it's not German. It's
like German.
Spelled German. God.
So here's what's amazing. Domingo Herman allowed 10 runs against the Seattle Mariners 1 week ago. He allowed 10. On June 22nd, he becomes the first player in history to throw a perfect game after allowing double digits in his previous start.
He allowed 17 runs over his previous 2 starts combined.
Oh.
So even if you throw this in his last 3 starts, he's still allowing almost 6 runs a start. And that includes this one.
Does he have perfect game type stuff?
He has really good stuff. But he's also has stuff where he'll give up 10 runs apparently on you.
Yeah.
But like, he got busted for cheating earlier this year. Remember, he had the sticky stuff on his hand. And like, it was like a couple of days after Scherzer had his. It was Scherzer. Yeah, it was Scherzer that had his. Then they get Herman. It was the same umpire. And it's that same umpire who's gotten like 3 or 4 guys before. So I'm thinking to myself, like, what's the bigger asterisk? That he was a cheater, or that it was against the A's?
Yeah. RJ and Bob, why were you guys up? You guys were up to like 11:30.
Dude, these texts are getting out of hand, man. We need a cutoff time. It's 10:30. I give you 10:30 and you stop.
I agree. It's Bobby. It's like Bobby takes an Adderall at 9:30.
Yeah.
At night. And he just pop. I wake up this morning and I just go to the timestamp on it. And you guys are going back and forth at 11:45.
Yeah.
The Ranger game was over in the 7th.
It was.
You could have shut it down. What were you doing?
Sarah's she's moving in. So after the Ranger game got over, we loaded up our cars and drove a load to my house. That was 30 minutes. So by the time we got there, I get a notification on my phone. It was like the 8th inning. It was like perfect game alert. I was like, oh, let's turn it on.
Yeah.
So I turned the game on, and I wanted to see it.
You don't look as beaten down and defeated moving.
Trust me, I am. Oh, yeah.
What percentage are you done?
With moving?
Yeah. You better give me you better start with an 8.
So we have pretty much everything moved except for the big stuff.
Okay.
So the dressers, the bed, the couch, pretty much everything else has been taken care of. We've got a few things in the kitchen that we need for like essentials if we want to eat there. And then there's like some clothes that she has. But I think we have 2 more wardrobe boxes to go. Those big wardrobe boxes you can hang hangers on.
Yeah.
And then that should cover everything. I pretty much think that's it.
Okay.
And then just like a couple more boxes of like knickknacks. But I think we're pretty much done. So it's just the big stuff which is going to take place over the weekend.
And you're going to get someone like a moving company for it.
Someone like me and her dad and her. So her dad's bringing over he's got like a trailer like the trailers you would see like a landscaper, carry their equipment on.
Yeah.
This looks so amazing. He's got 2 of them. He's going to tether them both together. I've never seen a double trailer like a back, bang, bang right behind each other. I've never seen that before. I didn't think it was legal. It probably isn't, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to that Saturday morning, 7 a.m., bright and early.
Okay. And then
it's done.
Did you get the relative out of your house?
Yeah, Nick, he moved. He's got an apartment that he found. That doesn't kick in till like August, so he's staying with my mom, which is like right near his work.
But he's in. He's out.
Oh, he's out. Yep, he's out. He's out. He's up and around now, driving around, listening. Toloing right now.
Nice.
What's up, Nick?
Working?
He's on call this week, which means he
putting in a pacemaker. What was it?
No. He works for A1 Air. He's on call, so he starts at like 3:00 in the afternoon, and he goes until the calls stop. And in the summertime, that's like 8 a.m. He's just out and about.
If you're breathing this air, it's like smoking. We've gone from 6 cigarettes to an entire pack. An update on the Ryan Mallett drowning in Florida, a warning for everybody if you're thinking about vacation like we have just been on, and what the Dallas Stars decided to do in the NHL draft. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll get a late start. Rangers.
All right, Spittle told me. Was that you? Or was that the song?
That was a song. I was just bobbing my head.
All right, I thought you dropped in a little singing right there. Spittle told me we got some new intro music, so here it is on Sean and RJ. Happy Thursday morning on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt will be in momentarily. Last night, NHL Draft, and the Dallas Stars did not have their first-round pick.
Oh, man.
They had already traded their first-round pick. They also gave up their third to get Scott Wedgwood 2 years ago, so the draft selecting for your Stars a little bit thin, still with picks 61, 125, 157, 189, and 221. And compare their second-round finds to the Dallas Cowboys. They've drafted guys like Hintz, Jason Robertson with second-round selection. So the GM of the year, Jim Nill, going to have to make it work without his usual stock of draft picks.
Stars, baby.
Congratulations to Jim Nill.
Yep, big time congrats to Jim Nill. And the Stars had a great year, absolutely fantastic season. So it was well-deserved. Yeah, so they did not have their first pick, but the Chicago Blackhawks did. And they took from Regina in the WHL, Connor Bedard.
You've been talking about him for a little bit.
Oh, he's supposed to be fantastic. Now, is he Connor McDavid? A lot of people are saying that that may not be his ceiling, that his ceiling may be like a Patrick Kane, which is still fantastic. Patrick Kane's amazing, and he's had a great career. So if he's not Connor McDavid or Sidney Crosby or Wayne Gretzky, who cares? But he apparently is, because there's people are saying that he may not stay at center. He may move over to a wing. Whatever, man. The kid's supposed to be just fantastic. He put on an absolute show in the Junior Olympics, or what they call them now. So this kid's supposed to be the truth.
For some reason, I have it in my mind that the top pick that's hyped up in the NHL draft always delivers as like a mega superstar. So since 2013, Colorado took Nathan McKinnon.
Yep, star.
Connor McDavid.
Star.
Austin Matthews.
Star.
And then...
Yeah, boy, hit. How about that?
Those are hits. Now, there's a guy in between, but take a look at the last 5 or 6 years, and you tell me whether that trend has continued with some of those names and how recognizable they
Jack
would be.
Hughes is very, very good. And then Lafreniere, Power, and Slavkovsky. I mean, look, that was 2020, so I mean, he may not... I don't even know where he was in the juniors, so he may not even be up yet.
Yeah.
Just because of age. But I mean, look, they've nailed him, man.
Is this kid being hyped like those other guys?
He's being. It's pretty close. I mean, he's being hyped just about the same as more hyped than Jack Hughes.
Yeah.
I think he's more hyped than Jack Hughes, even though Hughes turned out to be a really good player. Probably not as hyped as McDavid, but he might be as hyped because, everything is more hyped now than it was 10 years ago.
And he'll be able to see while playing on the ice because their arena is indoors, but everybody else in Chicago apparently not.
No, they can't see. So my kid was in New York City and D.C. a couple of weeks ago when they had the Canadian wildfire smoke. And they had said, I was reading back then, that was the equivalent of smoking 6 cigarettes a day is the smoke there. Well, now in Chicago, I guess they're moving west, these wildfires, and they have the smoke and the smog from Canada, from these wildfires. And they're saying that this is so bad, and they played a game in what was being called the worst air quality in the world at the time. It's a full pack of cigarettes. It's the equivalent of a full pack of smokes that they are inhaling in Chicago. So That's awful. I can't imagine. Lucas said it was so bad, like you could smell. It smelled like a giant campfire. It just smelled like a giant campfire. That sounds awful.
Yeah. I wonder if that gets you canceled from work. Can't go outside.
Can't go outside.
Got to find someone to sue in this situation, right?
I mean, I've got asthma, so I would just be at home.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's right. Can't sue the trees or whatever's on fire.
No, you can't.
You can sue your boss for making you go into work.
Can you blame Canada? Blame Canada.
Blame Canada. As South Park. Good reference. All right. We have some more unfortunate fallout from the Ryan Mallett drowning, the former Patriot quarterback passing away in Florida. And state officials are saying, guys, girls, please pay attention to the warnings.
Yeah. There is aerial footage of the beach that he was on. And you can see this zigzag pattern.
Yeah.
It's rip current. It is.
And this was in Destin.
Yeah.
Where a lot of people from here go to
vacation.
Yeah.
Every year there's a massive baseball tournament down there in the Gulf Shores, Destin, Panama City area that a lot of the kids go to. It's a huge, huge area for tourism, the Redneck Riviera, Floribama Shore, all that stuff. So in the last 2 weeks, there's been 9 drownings. It's the deadliest beach in the world right now.
Wow.
Because of this.
And lifeguards are getting cursed at and screamed at apparently by people when they're like, you shouldn't go out there. You can't go out there.
Yeah.
Don't do it. And they're getting cussed out.
County sheriff is like, be careful, man. And I'm frustrated because we're putting our lifeguards in danger.
Yep.
They have a duty to protect, but
I think 2 dads passed away during Father's Day.
Trying to save their kids or just
I don't
in general.
know whether they just gone in the water.
It's really, really sad. They're trying to fine people $500 for entering the water, but they don't have the resources, the time to cite everybody.
You know, I used to make fun of the vacation destination for me as a kid is Ocean City, Maryland.
Yeah.
Boardwalk, all of that. And my buddy who lives there now is like, nah, never going in, never swimming. And I make fun of him. You're soft, you're weak. There's nothing in there. But, man, after being here for 12, 13 years and just reading more and more about attacks and things that happen, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm making fun of him anymore.
So did you get in Playa? Did you get in the ocean?
Barely.
Yeah.
Barely.
I
don't know how I couldn't get in because you took one step on the beach. You were in the water with the crazy ripoff of a beach that they advertised. There was no beach. But once I saw the shark guards that were put out there, the netting, I was like, I'm not stepping in this too much. I'm a pool guy over a beach guy. I don't love the beach anyway. I like looking at the water. I like listening to the water, but I was not getting in the water. We tried to go to, I think it was Cozumel. That was a ferry ride away, which is supposed to have much better looking water. You know, this wasn't like crystal clear blue or anything.
Yeah.
Cozumel is supposed to have that, but we apparently got there too late as the city. Be careful.
Whoa.
The city shuts down at around 5 p.m.
Now, was there a lot of marine algae in the water down there?
Yes.
You can't say seaweed anymore.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Derogatory. It's a slur.
Oh, I thought what I said a couple seconds ago was the worst word in this segment. What's wrong with seaweed?
And
by the way, that's why I was like, maybe the netting is up, not to keep the sharks out, but to catch all the crap that has washed up on all these other beaches. That's what I think it was. For.
Marine algae, please, because this was on the BBC a couple of weeks back. One of the guys who's like a marine biologist said that calling it seaweed, the word weed, puts it at a disadvantage right away. So I'm not joking. This is a real thing.
So I can't go into
a little of the ganja.
I can't go into a restaurant and say seaweed salad.
No, marine algae salad, please.
Marine algae salad.
That sounds disgusting. I'm not ordering it though. Like it sounds worse that way.
It rolls right off the tongue.
Have you had seaweed salad? Well, you live in Korean barbecue restaurants anyway.
I've had seaweed, but not seaweed salad.
I think you've had
marine algae.
That's right. Well, I'm not calling it that.
So we're offending the grass.
This is one guy who's on this kick to end the word seaweed.
Yeah.
Because it's such a disadvantage.
What's going on with Madonna?
That's a good question. And this is kind of sad. So they found Madonna. Bob Payton, you know who Madonna is, right?
Yes.
That would be the ultimate.
No, hang on. Name one of her songs. Turn on your mic, Bobby.
Dude, just
one.
Hold on, let me think about this. There's that one song that goes bum bum beat bum bum.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Rihanna.
She's arguably like the greatest female artist ever. One of them.
Get into the groove, like a virgin, like a prayer. There's plenty of them.
So
you should know Like a Virgin.
Oh, you mean because of Shrek, right? Because they sang it at the end of Shrek. That's why.
Oh my God. So she's been battling a bacterial infection. Her longtime manager, Guy Osiri, shared a post on Wednesday that said, on Saturday, June 24th, Madonna developed a serious bacterial infection, which led to a several-day stay at the ICU. She was intubated, which from COVID I know means put on a ventilator. And basically, knocked out, put under. And so she is in the ICU. Apparently she's getting better, and she's been removed from the ICU, but she is still in some kind of a heightened care unit.
Any of you guys ever had a thing for Madonna,
Yes.
looks wise?
Oh, I did at one point.
Really?
Oh, years ago, but it hasn't been in 30 years.
I never did.
No, except you ever seen the movie Body of Evidence with Willem Dafoe?
Yeah.
You'll have a thing for Madonna if you watch Body of Evidence.
Oh.
But only in that context. The whole candle
naked.
wax.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, naked and pouring
The
candle wax on
yeah.
people. And
Yeah.
And no one is going to say Madonna is overrated from a
Musically?
music standpoint.
Oh, I think she's.
No.
I think she's great.
Okay.
No, she's great.
Bum bum beat
Bum,
da
bum,
da 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 da
Bum,
da
bum, beat
877 877-881-1053 is the chartwreck.com text line. I know you could get mad at me for jinxing it, but Woj has spoken about Kyrie returning to the Mavericks. There might be one little threat left in the armpit, and NFL players are getting ready to be suspended for an entire season. 6 a.m. headlines with Sean, RJ, and Roberto after this.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Glad you're waking up with us here on this radio station. That would be the home of the Rangers and Cowboys with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. And NBA free agency is going to start tomorrow. And Adrian Wojnarowski, the insider from ESPN, has the update on Kyrie Irving.
The market for Kyrie Irving, legitimate places that he would leave Dallas for that makes sense, that are available to him, it's extremely limited, perhaps almost nil. I think the full expectation is that he returns in Dallas. The question will be, what kind of a deal does he go back on? How many years on a contract? I don't think the money will be as much of an issue as how many fully guaranteed years are there for Kyrie Irving. I think that's where the negotiation is going to be between he and the Mavericks. But if he wants to maximize his money on this deal, the place to do that is in Dallas.
So the rest of the league, and I'm a little bit surprised, the rest of the league did not fall for Kyrie's Dallas stint. Everyone has basically backed off. Now, the teams that can spend aren't really in a winning situation to add Kyrie anyway, but the rest of the league has spoken. They've spoken loudly. Go ahead, Mavs. You can pay him, and you can keep him.
That's the scariest part of this whole thing. It's not. The scariest part of this whole thing is not Kyrie Irving's history anymore to me. It's that the rest of the league doesn't want anything to do.
Well, it's because of the history.
Now, it's because of the history. There's no doubt about that. But it's like, yeah, they've all the rest of the league has told us we good.
Yeah.
Like, we need to see more than 6 weeks or whatever it was, right? We need to see more than that. And that's the problem. That's the problem that the Mavs are going to run into. They're almost
because there's a
forced to.
0% chance. I'll give it one. There's a 1% chance that Kyrie Irving ends his career as a Dallas Maverick.
Yeah, I would say that 1% also is like he has a career-ending injury next year while playing for the Mavericks.
Knock on wood.
That would be the kind of thing that I think would lead to him being here permanently. But I think that this is going to end poorly. Like we've talked about he was basically on parole last year, and that's the thing. Nobody's going to trust it. It's like you're going to be on your best behavior. You were looking for your deal that you've been, fighting with Brooklyn over for forever. And you just said, all right, let me be on my best behavior for a couple months. Even that, as soon as you got to Dallas, you deleted those apologies that got you in trouble in Brooklyn. You took that stuff down. So how rehabilitated are you to take the Shawshank Redemption line? But I think that teams are just like, we're not going to believe this. We've got way too much history with you to show who you are.
So the team that we think he wanted to go to, the Lakers, not likely to have cap space. The teams that do have cap space, like I said, they're kind of in the middle of a rebuild, or they have their point guard of the future. Those include the teams that can spend: Indiana, San Antonio, Orlando, and the Houston Rockets. Now, yesterday, Brian Windhorst was suggesting heavily that James Harden was returning to Philly. So if you want Kyrie here, I would have a little bit of worry in the back of my mind about the armpit coming in here and outbidding you. Because the only thing that can screw the Mavericks here is now the offer that you make.
Yes.
How insulted is Kyrie Irving going to be with you trying to give him the right price versus the Mavericks screwing themselves a little bit, bidding against themselves and overpaying him? That's now what the next stage of this is going to be.
That's exactly it. They could come in there, they just offer the max, then you got them. But if you want to play the game and say, we're going to bet that no one else really is serious about bringing Kyrie Irving in here, and we're going to offer him 70% of that or whatever. And then Houston comes in, and they already get his buddy James Harden, and they throw a bag at him, and the next thing you know, he goes there. Okay, maybe that happens.
So he can sign. I think I have the pitch. I think I have the sales pitch to kind of gauge his temperament on how ticked off he would be. He can sign for 5 years, 276. Okay? That's 55 a year. But here's where I come in if I'm Nico and Cuban. Kyrie, we actually need you to take 47 a year, because if you take 47 a year, we can use our mid-level exception, which is 12.4. That's the reason, with this whole JaVale McGee thing, I asked Bassick yesterday before Crosstalk, I'm like, wow, what's up with this JaVale McGee hold up with the DeAndre Ayton deal? And he said, well, the Mavericks didn't want to lose their exception. And one of the Tolos tweeted this to me late in the show. I read like 4 or 5 different articles on this trade possibility, and no one was bringing up the mid-level exception reason, which is the reason, a major thing to talk about. And I'm asking Mike, I said, why would you rather have a $12 million player versus a $30 million player in Ayton? Now, is Ayton playing and acting like a $30 million player? No, but the Mavs didn't want to lose that exception. And I'm like, wouldn't we all rather give up the exception and get DeAndre Ayton here? I most certainly would, but that's my pitch to Kyrie. Take 47 mil, and we can still use the $12.5 million exception to bring in more help for you and Luka, and see how he responds to that. He may say, I don't give a rip about another player to bring in here. You're going to give me 55 a year, which is my full earning potential.
He'd be making more than Mahomes.
I mean, there's a lot of people making more than Mahomes. Mahomes signed a bad contract.
He did, because he's a bad union guy.
You know what's interesting, though, is...
Good job, Pat. Way to protect your legacy.
$47 million a year is right on the nose, the extension he refused from the Nets.
Interesting.
Nets offered him 4 years, $188 million, and that's 47 on the nose.
Ooh! What do you think he'd say to it? I know it's impossible, but...
things have changed. His value has changed from when he turned that down. He turned that down in the fall of 21, I think it was. And so, there's a lot has happened in Kyrie Irving's world since then that affected his value.
I know, he had 6 weeks of perfect behavior.
Even since then, he's damaged his value a little bit, obviously. The suspension last year, everything else, that harmed him. And if he doesn't have the same sort of endorsement money that he once did because of everything, all the fallout from that, he may be more willing to say, all right, fine, I'll take $47 million because nobody else is giving me that.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. Has he really? Because does it really matter? James Harden's going to get $50 million a year or close to it. Right? And he's not nearly the player that he used to be.
Right.
I don't think they care in this league.
About
if you've declined, they're just signing guys left and right to mega contracts. James Harden is is he even a top 20 player in the NBA at this point in his career?
No.
And he's going to get top 15 money.
When he rejected that $47 million, Kyrie Irving, he was making $11 million a year reportedly from Nike. And so he lost the Nike deal. That's 11 off the table. Your priorities might change a little bit financially in terms of what you're willing to do.
So Bassick did this yesterday. I thought it was pretty good. He took an article from Hoops Hype, the most overpaid players in the NBA, and you got their real value and their actual value.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, so John Wall, his actual salary for last season was $47 million. His real value based upon production was $4.7 million.
Is that overpaid?
$42.5 million overpaid for John Wall. Kemba Walker made $37 million last year. He was a $2 million player, according to Hoops Hype. That's $35 million overpaid. Russell Westbrook was overpaid by $32 million. His actual value was a $15 million player. Ben Simmons made $35.5 last year. He was a $6.5 million guy.
Surprised it was that high.
Ooh, I was going to say, he sounds like he was $35.5 million overpaid.
Bradley Beal, $43 million. His actual value was $17. He was overpaid by $25. Now, he was hurt because also on this list is Chris Middleton. He was banged up and injured. Kevin Love, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Gordon Hayward on the list of the top 10. Tobias Harris, Rudy Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns, Paul George. All the guys on this list in order of most overpaid.
Do they have anywhere on that list DeAndre Ayton?
I got Kyle Lowry, Evan Fournier, Nicholas Batum, Jonathan Isaac, Kawhi Leonard, and That's it.
Sounds like DeAndre Ayton was worth more than $12.4 million last year.
He's a double-double.
So why was that a sticking point that you needed that $12.4 million player?
Yeah.
I don't understand what the Mavericks are doing so far. The sick part of me kind of hopes like the Rockets just come in and money like blow away Kyrie Irving.
What do you mean you don't understand what they're doing?
I don't understand what the Mavericks are doing in terms of the...
You wanted them to draft.
No. I don't understand what they're doing, though, in terms of the, like, well, we can't get rid of... We have to include JaVale McGee because we got to be able to keep this mid-level exception. Oh, we got to work out this deal here because of the mid-level exception. I understand the mid-level exception is great, but you've already added 3 rotational players. You added Max Prosper. You added Derek Lively. You've added Rashawn Holmes. Great. You've added... That's good. You've got Jaden Hardy and Josh Green who are growing into their roles. You've got depth here, and you can address other things. To me, it's just get more talent. Get somebody like Ayton here.
Am I misreading it that they're preferring the $12 million exception over DeAndre Ayton? Am I misreading this somehow?
They don't.
I think they are. That's how I've kind of taken it.
So trade it.
They want. I guess it's not that they're preferring it over Ayton. It's that in their vision, they want Ayton and mid-level exception player, or they want mid-level exception player and another addition, whoever they go and trade for. I imagine they're going to make another trade this offseason. They want mid-level exception player and player a little under Ayton than just Ayton. That's what they would prefer.
I mean, if you look at the Suns or other teams, like I don't know that's the wrong way to go about it. You know, like the Suns had 3 guys at the top and then nothing, right? They were very thin. Same with the Lakers, right?
So you have to be realistic. You ever gotten a steal of a deal and you hesitated and you were just too patient and then bam, it went away because you were trying to be too greedy? That's what you just described to me. If that's their mindset, which it probably is. So I'm going to get DeAndre Ayton from you for a crap sandwich that I'm giving out so I can use my mid-level exception as well. Both are not going to happen. Both are not going to happen. You're gonna have to give up the mid-level exception.
How much better do we feel about this Mavericks team when they tip off later this fall? If their starting lineup out there in game 1 was Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic, DeAndre Ayton, Josh Green, and Jaden Hardy.
A ton.
It's a much better
Don't we all feel pretty good about that team?
Yes.
Yeah.
Compared to how it ended? It just seems a little silly to go, well, no, because I want to have... I mean, you want Bruce Brown. Even Dylan Brooks is out here saying he's going to get paid more than the mid-level exception. Bruce Brown's probably going to take more than the mid-level exception. You're talking about adding somebody below Dylan Brooks in terms of market value and sacrificing DeAndre Ayton in the process. That seems silly.
Meanwhile, NFL players are bracing for their year-long gambling suspensions.
Yes, they are. Several. The sources say that the NFL is expected to suspend Isaiah Rodgers and others this week, and they're expected to receive season-long suspensions for violating the NFL's policy on gambling, according to Adam Schefter yesterday. Rodgers is the big one. He violated the policy, and he possibly placed bets on Colts games, which is the team that he played for. He acknowledged the situation on social media, all that stuff. But there are other people that are involved with this one. 4 Lion players, 1 Commander players have already been suspended by the league. And now you've got, obviously, Calvin Ridley last year, a couple years ago. So now they're saying that Rodgers and a couple of the players are expected season-long suspensions this week. Season-long. Now, if you bet on the Colts games and you played for them, I totally get it. Holy cow, do I get that.
Hopefully that's why
that should be a ban.
Hopefully that's why the Cowboys have been working out at like Salina high schools and stuff. They don't want to take any chances that somebody's going to pop on their phone and place a bet from the practice field.
I have a problem with that because, like, if Dak Prescott wants to place a bet on a Ranger game and he's in the facility, he can't do it. But if he walks across the street to Cane Rosso to get a pizza slice, he is cool. But it's 100 yards away.
But, I mean, isn't that the same argument in theory as it's silly that, you can drink alcohol in this spot, but if you walk 100 yards away, all of a sudden it's illegal to be consuming alcohol? Like, I mean, I think there are hard lines on things like this.
But it's who came up with the idea? And make sure they don't do it at the facility.
Yeah.
Make sure that it's for what?
Yeah, especially when the NFL is going to have stadiums that have kiosks in the stadium to place bets on the game while the game's going on.
I don't know.
It's hypocritical.
It honestly just feels like the NFL version of a blue law, where it's like, well, we're just not going to sell alcohol on Sundays. That's not the way we do things. Like, it just feels like it's a propriety. It's about impropriety. We're just not going to do that.
Are the Rangers getting the next Garrett Cole and Ron Washington for president. A dominant night in Arlington on this radio station is where it can be heard all the time, along with Sean and RJ, continuing right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this.
Down the left field line, hooking towards the pole. It is a fair ball, and that's out of here. Just sneaking over the wall down the left field line. A solo home run that gets out with a speed of 115 miles an hour. Holy smokes.
Holy smokes!
Did you add the holy smokes, or did he say it?
He said that.
Okay,
I don't think he gave a score update either.
Wow.
Oh, wow, look at this.
No one knows the score.
Wow.
Play-by-play 101.
Baby.
Broadcasting school Peyton.
Play-by-play 101. Jared Sandler with the call. So I guess the holy smokes is that what he's going?
Holy smokes!
Is that what he's going to? Is
Holy smokes.
calling card? Is that his go-to line? So first Bobby, now Pepe taking shots at the Sandman as they dominate Detroit last night here on the Fan. 10-2, 14 hits, and Dane Dunning was spectacular. He retired at one point 17 straight. So Zeke Duran, I guess Jared is calling him Zeke on Twitter since many get confused over Ezekiel. But Zeke Duran, Zeke could be confusing too. He has 2 or more hits in 4 straight games, 6 of his last 7, and 8 of his last 10. He is on fire right now. Here are the different Sandler stats. Adolis Garcia, once again, the major league RBI leader with 66. Hit his 20th home run of the season. That's tied for 6th best. Today's game is his 81st. So he's on pace for 40 bombs and 132 runs batted in.
That's a year.
He's got 3 straight games with a home run, matching his career high and the longest home run streak by a Ranger this year. First Ranger with 3 straight 20-homer seasons since
3 straight 20, first Ranger since 3. Mitch Moreland.
Gallo.
Gallo is 1. There's another
He
one.
made contact 20 times in a year?
Hey.
That was amazing. Rugi.
No, not Rugi. Good guess. High price signing.
Chu
and Gallo both did it from 2017 to 2019. So those are the notes on Adolis. Josh Young with another multi-hit game. 16th home run of the season. Leads all AL rookies in home runs and runs batted in.
Pretty good, man.
And offense looks to be back.
Yeah, I think it's back. You know, I think it that 8th inning on Tuesday night, it busted out. And sometimes it's weird, man. You'll be watching, even go down to the youth level. People could be in a massive slump, and all of a sudden, like, one thing clicks, one thing changes, and it's a completely different, vantage point that you're coming from. And now it's like, whoa, okay, we're back. And it looks like that's what happened. That 8th inning, for whatever reason, and it may even have been just tying the game, taking the lead, or a little before that, where it kickstarted the whole thing the other night. That 6th inning the other night where they.
Yeah, I mean, even as they went 6 for 14 with runners in scoring position. They put up 10 runs, and even still, they left 11 guys on base. They were mashing yesterday. And that Duran home run, that looked like it was going to be a base hit to the middle of left field or so. That was crazy. Flattest home run I think I've ever seen.
Yeah,
but he has such pop. He hits the ball so freaking hard for a guy who he doesn't look like he has the build of a guy who'd hit some of these 440-foot home runs he keeps hitting.
I tweeted, how did that ball get out? And then, of course, the smart asses had to write me back. Well, when you get a ball that's higher than the wall, it would go out and you go around the bases. But then
when there's launch angle, and it means when the exit velocity.
Holy smokes!
Holy smokes!
But then some of the other Tolos, like Chris Torres, said exit velo of 102 and a launch angle of 27. Let me say that again. The launch angle was 27 and the exit velocity was 102. So it was an absolute rope that got out of there.
I mean, 102 is a good shot. You know, you get over the 110, it's like that's what they call a P missile. I don't want to say the whole thing, but that's a missile. And that's what that one right there, a line drive. Line drives that get over the fence, ropes.
RJ is starting to pay attention to the baseball draft. You had the NHL draft last night, and you are trying to will the next Garrett Cole to DFW.
I am going to speak it into existence.
Yes.
Paul Skeens.
Name it and claim it, baby.
Name it and claim it. Now, I saw this article yesterday why he will not or should be not considered for the number 1 overall pick by Pittsburgh. Like, he will be a risky selection. And one of them is this acronym that is going around baseball world. It's called TINSTAP. It stands for there is no such thing as a pitching prospect because of the injury risk.
There is no spoon.
What?
It's a Matrix reference.
Oh, yeah, very nice.
Oh, yeah, very nice.
Thanks, Peyton.
There have been 18 pitchers chosen first in the draft. Of the 15 to sign, they produced an average wins above replacement of 15, which, meanwhile, position players post an average of 23.5. So they never really become what they are. The rest of the class is so good that they may not go number 1, but also there's concerns about his fastball, and they compare him to Nathan Eovaldi. All right, now his fastball is upper 90s. His strikeout rate is almost 50% against SEC hitters, which is tremendous. But people within the industry, because they use ball tracking data now, feel that his ball doesn't move enough. His fastball shape, so basically without getting too detailed, the way the vertical and horizontal drop and movement catches together, where they mix together, they feel that it falls into a dead zone where he's going to get absolutely raked.
Sounds like you give it a weather forecast.
I know.
The barometric pressure crosses on over with the humidity level.
But this is what they have now that they didn't have 20 years ago.
That's one of the things people have apparently talked about Leiter's struggled with, is that his fastball doesn't have a lot of movement. It's just pretty straightforward, and guys are teeing it up.
So the fear is that his four-seam fastball, which he throws now, will fall in this dead zone and it'll get hit. And they kind of say this. Remember Nathan Eovaldi, he was a big-armed righty with minimal separation in the drop and the break. Well, prior to this year, over the last 3 years, opponents hit 300 or better against this fastball, Eovaldi's. Skeen's velocity is so good that it may mitigate that, but they may want to move him to a sinker, which is a two-seamer, kind of like the Dodgers did with Dustin May. And that may drop him. And if it does drop him, if it drops him from 1, and now you get Washington, and he sounds like a perfect guy for Washington because, they already have taken, pitchers, college pitchers number 1 before. They did it with Strasburg. They've done it before. They're talking that if he gets by Washington, he'll probably fall here. And if he falls here, holy cow, I'd be all in. I just don't know that they're going to do it.
I was going to say, if he falls here, he might fall to 5. I don't know that they would. I don't know that they go ski. If one of those outfielders is there, because if one of those high school outfielders is there, Walker Jenkins or Max Clark, I think that's the direction they'd want to go.
Now, historically, under JD, the Rangers loved prep players. And prep players, they call it. That's what they call high school. For whatever reason. And I don't know if it's, a lot of the scouting department may be the same.
Eduardo Escobar was preparing for his citizenship test with the, he's on the New York Mets. And Buck Showalter was giving a little update. And they're like, hey, how'd the test go for Eduardo, who was preparing for trying to become a citizen of this country?
Everybody needs to laugh, so they were kidding him, thinking he was going to mispronounce something, ask him who the first president of the United States was, and Esky had that devilish look on his face. He said, Ron Washington. That's beautiful, isn't it?
I love it.
Ron Washington, First president of the
That's
United
the way
States.
baseball goes.
Hey, did you hear the Phillies announcers killing him the other day?
He's old. He's not that old.
No, what?
For the celebration, the home run?
Yes.
Yeah, that's so Philly, man.
Oh,
What
God.
happened?
It was over. I think it was on Friday night. Somebody hit the home run. I think it was I can't remember who hit the home run, but Wash like dabbed him up. They still say dab.
Sure.
Like give him like a high five. They stopped at third base, and the guy went after Wash. It was just a very small comment, just kind of thrown in there, but it was just like, you loser. And it wasn't John Kruk. I was hoping it was John Kruk.
No, they were. They
Wait,
were.
wait, you want to put the hate on John Crow?
No. I could give John Kirk a pass.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be able to give John a pass. I like John.
I just sent it to you, Peyton. I want to hear it. I want to hear what they said. Yeah, that's a no-no. That's an untouchable.
You can't touch Wash.
You cannot. You cannot go after Ron Washington.
I mean, even like the Mets, who are so down right now, and they're getting destroyed by the Braves in the division. Even Buck Showalter is making jokes about Ron Washington, like, because he's so beloved in this sport.
It's the guy who took his job. He took his job here in Texas, and he still loves the guy.
He does.
All right. I just saw Wash just give a high five. That's all I saw in this video. Here's what it sounded like in Filthy.
And the pitch to Ozuna. Swung on and blasted. Deep to left field, forget about it. 2-run homer, Marcell Ozuna. And the Braves with a 5 spot on the board here in the top of the 10th inning. Ozuna with his 14th home run of the season.
Now here's the celebration going on.
Holy cow.
They're going to stop in the middle of the third baseline and do a
Ozuna
hand.
just now steps
That's
on a home
joke.
plate.
Ron Washington, that's just not professional. Stop in the middle of the third baseline so they can do a little hand dance.
Hand dance now.
He gave him a low five.
He gave him a low five.
He gave him a low five. No one stopped down.
Yeah.
No one sat there and did a pirouette. You miserable, miserable Fs. First off, why don't you talk instead of having all this dead air? I thought the clip was over with. I was about to tell Peyton to turn up the volume because these freaking losers sound half asleep, these geezers. Here's Ron Washington just giving a low five. It was no showing up and nothing crazy.
No, nothing. It was. I thought it was totally fine. So like, I'm trying to look up who does the Phillies games.
And didn't Reese Hoskins in the playoffs slam his bat when he hit the home run against the Braves? I mean, and the Philly announcers were going crazy then.
What about all the Bryce home runs?
Yeah, all the stare downs. It's
What about the fact that those Philly announcers probably love Chase Utley, who does a lot worse things throughout his career and plays dirty and is a lot worse than whatever low. These guys definitely are against the pitch clock.
I don't know 100%. Who it was. I don't know who it was.
Oh, no, they hate
Anderson.
Chase Utley now. Or didn't they hate Chase to start the year?
Well, no, do you think of Trey Turner, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, Trey Turner. Yeah.
Mr. Captain America, who dominated for the WBC. I think he still has more home runs in the World Baseball Classic than he does this year.
Yeah.
I'm being exaggerating there, but yeah, they're just miserable.
All right, there it is. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of Rangers baseball. Today, they'll play Detroit again with a 12:30 pregame and a first pitch at 1 o'clock. Did Brian Broaddus's nuts survive the G-Bag Nation? You decide with the audio, the painful audio, next. But first... Can't believe it's almost time for Cowboys training camp again. It felt like yesterday when you were getting thrown out of the restaurant. I was cussing at Jay Glazer, and Bobby was bailing on the Jerry Jones party. Didn't it feel like yesterday?
It does. I've tried to think.
I'm glad you brought this up. I will not be going this year, by the way.
Why?
Because I just don't want to go.
Nice eye flutter.
What does that mean?
It means like I can tell when you're like trolling.
You don't think
no, he's committed to the. He's definitely not going. He's definitely committed.
So what's the reason again?
I just don't like the descriptions I've heard of it. I don't like the social climate of it.
The free alcohol or the sushi? Which one do you have?
All sushi's disgusting.
You don't like what part of it?
Just the in general like social temperature of it all.
And what about it?
I've just heard from people that I trust who have the same perspective of me,
like
that
like
they
John
don't
Machota?
that they don't
Dawson.
like it. That they find it to be an awkward setting, and so I feel like I would probably find it to be an awkward setting.
So you trust those people more than us?
I trust that you are very much more life of the party guy. Both of you guys are.
You live in every bar throughout the metro.
Yeah.
You go out more than us every single weekend. You go out on random weeknights. So don't sit here and try to sell us. I feel uncomfortable out in a bar environment.
No. Not uncomfortable in the bar environments. It's the same. It's the same sort of effect or same sort of question that would keep me from going. If we had a company Christmas party and we were all going out to a restaurant, I would not go to that.
Why?
Because I just wouldn't. It's a weird setting to me.
Yeah.
It's blending professional with also drinking and cutting loose, and I don't like it. It's weird.
All right, that's very. I used to work at IBM. Of you, that's like a very old school thing. You know, can't have a mustache, can't have a beard, got to wear a suit and tie.
Can't have Ron Washington high fiving
very
Ozuna.
old school, but whatever. I mean, it is what it is.
So
if you don't want to go, it's your loss.
Yesterday on, I'll get you for this one.
What does that mean?
I'm going to get you for it. I'm going to try to think of something to torture you and punish you for.
Throw
it.
bean bags at me.
Your reasoning is so dumb. Good segue. Yesterday, Brian brought us paying off. What bet did he lose? Was it just a random little thing?
They lost a game. They lost a trivia game. He and Eric. So Eric had to eat a banana with a peel on it, and Brian had to do this.
Okay, so a cornhole board, a fan cornhole board, was placed over the middle region, the groin area of Brian Broaddus, and everyone on the show got their turn to go ahead and throw the corn bags right at it. Now, how good are you at cornhole?
I've never played.
You never played?
Wow.
Are you good, Peyton?
Oh yeah, ping pong. Anything you put something small in a hole, I'm good.
That's what I hear. Well done, Peyton. I like the
high five.
Eric Chiafalo up first, trying to punish Broaddus with a bet payoff.
Oh, I took it off the chest.
Still hit him.
I
That's
think
what
you
I'm
got
talking
two more.
about. I think you got at least one more.
No.
If it doesn't hit the board, it's a
Three
redo.
bags. Three
You
bags.
gotta hit the board.
Three
and
bags.
on this last one, I want you to peel back the twig to expose the berries for maximum.
No more. That's
Strap
it.
that thing up, belly button.
Three bags. That's it.
Just a little crop top action.
Next group here.
Well, next group's coming up at 3:20.
Hey, get away.
Next
Get away.
Okay. Oh, I like that.
Jerk.
Yeah,
Wait, no, what are we doing?
He is in a compromised position.
No, wait a minute. What are we doing here? No. It's
Slam ball.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, it's three bags.
Slam ball.
It looks like to me we're up to okay.
So you falling a Wolchuk?
Do you want to? No.
Lob City?
No.
We are going to pull off some level of alley-oop today when Broaddus least expects.
No, well, hey,
get ready. The slam ball's on, baby.
We're not doing slam ball today.
That was a nice
slam
throw,
balls.
Chief. Thank
you.
Slam balls.
Did he throw it?
He threw it.
Oh.
Somebody did. I think it was Chiafalo. That was the first one.
So Eric never hit him?
No, he tried to dunk it. He just tried to dunk it, and Broaddus kind of told him, "Hey, you got to get back. You got to get back," because Eric was trying to change up the rules a little bit.
Okay, so we're 0 for 1 with the audio, just like this shot attempt. What I was thinking during this was how many of them were going to try to take out the argument that they had during this exercise. Like a little bit of built-up tension between Broaddus, Eric, and Zach, and I was just thinking, who was going to... Not that you can throw it harder, you know what I mean? But who was really going to get more satisfaction out of hurting Broaddus?
I do need to add, Wolchuk texted me last night. He went back and listened to the 640 segment.
From us?
Yeah, and it sounded like he had a little bit of guilt about it.
Good.
Like
Really?
He was like, yeah, I sounded kind of like a jerk there.
Okay.
And so he said, I'm sorry if I sounded like an F, is what he said.
Why did he go back and listen? Did you tell him we were dogging him?
No, I think Eric had mentioned, because Eric was up and listening. So I think Eric mentioned that we had talked about it.
Oh, Eric was like, you should go back and listen.
You should go see who they sided with.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I like it. Okay, well, that's good. Zach, a little bit of accountability, going back and listening. Let's see if anyone actually did anything in cut number 2.
He got him.
Jeez.
I felt like you waited, you set him up. That was a line drive, baby. That was on a run. One more.
Yeah, one more. That's a sack back. Whoa.
That man has changed.
Wait a minute. What are we doing
Sack
here?
back. If you make the last one, it's sacks back.
Oh, okay. Hang on. I'm in position.
Don't
Wait.
move,
Stop.
don't
Wait. Stop. I got it. Wait. Take that back.
Yeah, we'll take that back.
Take it back.
That's fine.
I got to reset the box. I moved the box here.
Your box or
it's a bag, not a box.
Well, I moved the whole thing. I moved the whole thing.
It is.
Wait. Time out for a second. Time out.
You need to adjust your pronouns. He's hurting.
Dawson.
That's a great line from Dawson.
I didn't think he was going to go there. This poor old man. Brian Longballs over here. Those things got to be hanging down to his knees at his age. and here he is, just like shooting fish in a barrel. Like those things are probably so big.
He loves ratings.
He does.
He'll do anything for it. Someone DM me. They're like, "Are y'all really subjecting this man to this for ratings? Are you really that hungry? Are you really that desperate?" And I'm like, he'll do it. I wonder if in Broadus's mind, he's like, I'm not going to have any more kids anyway. So if they get disabled, what's the matter?
Why not? He had one at 55.
Was he 55?
No, how old? He's
my dad's age, so he's like 60 right now. So
Yeah.
he was early 40s.
And what are you talking? You're going to be the oldest one in here, so I wouldn't be running my mouth too much. You're gonna lap Kevin Hagelin for having a kid with the oldest age.
The oldest
so
age.
I wouldn't talk too much. You're going to be 45 with a child.
Might be
newborn.
That might be
Choppy Pacino over here.
Yeah, you never know.
Not after this move.
I gotta say, I'm very impressed. I would not have on my odds who would have made that joke that Dawson did at the end. I would not have had Mr. Portland on the list.
Of course not. No, I would not have guessed that one.
And then I guess they tried to. This is a little bit overboard. They tried to alley-oop on Broadus's balls with Zach Wolchuk trying to catch the pass and Broadus Mutombo stopping it.
Oh, God.
Ooh, off the belly. That's nice.
Oh, that hit me in the hand.
Okay.
I had both hands. What are we doing?
Going for the bank shot.
We got to get at least one in.
What are we doing?
We're playing
more.
right.
Why am I green to one?
Oh,
no.
Alley-oop!
No. We're not doing that crap. No.
We got
that's BS technique. You know that, and I'm about to quit this.
Perfect execution.
I know. I blocked that thing. I saw what was going on there. I knew exactly what was going on there.
Gosh, dang! Oh wait, no, this is the moment we all get to appreciate.
Pop right up.
Like a beast. He got
By the way,
don't ask me to be your cornhole.
You better get
partner.
ready during the show because you're about to get hit in the sack.
So I've done this before, and if it catches you flush, it definitely has an effect.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you can't slide it in and then it drops on there, but you get a full drop.
Yeah, high arcing.
Because Choppy and I are the best in the building at cornhole.
Right, I don't go line drive. I go up and then just sits there. That's my strategy.
Yeah, but it's gotta be nothing but net.
Yeah,
if it's nothing but net, it will hurt.
It will definitely hurt. You got to get a nice high arc and then straight down a little bit of terminal velocity thrown in there.
And then apparently, to finish things off, Gavin Dawson decided to really, really go for the throat by tossing a stapler at Broadus in the cornhole.
And bag 3 is in the air here, G-Bag Nation. That looks good.
Got it. Shot. It was off the glass.
Let me try this one.
Oh, it's a stapler.
Gavin with a staple throw.
What else do we have? Some Lysol. Let's get that done.
What are we doing here?
Almost. Well, Brian, thank you so much for being a good sport throughout the day.
I don't know about this whole thing. I was kind of really, really nervous about it, and I would have to say though that the two that did connect, I'm still feeling
you paid the price for it. Well, that's good.
I'm still feeling it, and it's not.
I don't think I'll ever play cornhole again.
It's not great.
Sometimes just a graze.
Eric Chiafalo was up toloing and listening,
very nice.
and he said Broadus was in legit pain. He said he was grimacing all show even after they stopped. So he was in pain. It hurt. I know beforehand, take you behind the scenes, we finished Love of the Star yesterday, and he said he was most concerned about Dawson. He felt like Gavin would be a good cornhole player, but he said that his least concern was he said he knew he'd get out unscathed with Wolchuk. Because he's like, there's just no athletic ability in Wolchuk.
Oh, you think Wolchuk has never been good at a sport?
I bet
Did he
Wolchuk.
play anything in high school?
No, I don't think so. I know he played football in like middle school, I think.
Okay.
But I don't think he played in high school.
Well, so there's the G-Bag bet payoff. Zion Williamson just got his best motivation ever to get back in shape because this Mariah Mills posted a positive pregnancy test result. And she just put it up apparently on her Instagram. And now I didn't believe that she got the face tattoo of Zion. So she got the face tattoo. She posted a positive pregnancy test and she made a song about him.
I can't believe I fell in love with a player. I want you all to myself, it ain't fair. I gave it all to you, I want the best for you, but it seems like you don't care. I can't believe I fell in love with a player. He let us strippers throwing money in the air. I cut him off for you, I want the best for you, but it seems like you don't care.
Seems like you don't care, so that's enough.
I love that.
You both are.
It's like old Young Money Lloyd.
It does.
That's
sound
fantastic. That's catchy.
I like it. Very relaxed. I can sit in the pool with that one.
What are the chances that she just got, someone to give her a positive test, or she just borrowed it to post it out there to scare the crap out of Zion? And she also said the homemade tapes are going to be released.
Yeah.
Woo!
Oh man.
Has anyone ever dated this crazy?
Really?
Has anyone ever dated someone to take it this far? Like the craziest thing that an ex. Now,
not this far. I haven't gone there. I haven't had somebody take it this far. They've done other things. A couple broken windshields and TVs and phones and computers and tablets and pictures of kids. I mean, I've had.
I'm not gonna going to bring them up, but there's 2 or 3 things in that relationship that could be.
Oh yeah.
In this category.
Those are more violent though.
In this realm.
This lady is just nuts.
I had a girl that I blocked everywhere.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, my Alexa is like blinking in my room, and I'm like, "Well, what's the message? What's the deal?" I don't want to set off everyone's device, and she somehow figured out how to leave a voicemail on that.
Oh, damn!
And I sat there and I was like, "Oh my God,
that's amazing!"
See, that's the type of stuff that turn RJ on. I was
I
was terrified.
I don't think so.
I was terrified. I'm like, how did she figure this out? There's no other way for to go ahead and get a message to me, and she left a voicemail on my Alexa.
Some people are crazy. This is nuts. Zion, I got news for you, man, because he already has a one on the way with somebody else, right?
Yes.
Man,
they can share baby clothes.
Hell hath no fury, man.
The quickest way.
What'd you say about the baby clothes?
I said they can share baby clothes.
Yeah, well, the quickest way to not have it, he may need to. I know you got a lot of money. The quickest way to not have any is have multiple kids with multiple different partners. 2 kids with one, it's like 25%.
Yeah.
2 kids with 2, it's in like the mid 30s. Like you don't just like, yeah, they each get their share.
I'm pretty sure that someone I messed with keyed my car.
Oh, you got the Carrie Underwood treatment.
Yeah.
This car?
Yeah, this car. I'm pretty sure the little mark on the side of it was that.
Oh.
I've had text messages of my high school girlfriend. She like stormed into the apartment. I'm like, get out, leave. It's an argument. It's a fight. Drive back to Baltimore. Like 2 hours later, she storms back into the room, sits down and goes, No, she didn't even sit down. She goes, I'm just letting you know I'm leaving for the night, but we are not breaking up.
Okay.
That is not happening. Boom. Exit. Now, at the time, maybe I found that a little attractive and hot. But yeah, as he got older,
hey, you want somebody that fights for you?
I was always. So there it is. Some of my Zion stories.
Yeah, if that was Ryan Gosling and Rachel McAdams, people would have made a movie about it and thought it was super romantic that she said that.
All right, let's get to headlines to get you ready for your Thursday. Rangers dominate. We have a perfect game and an NBA insider friend of the station on what Kyrie Irving is thinking before free agency tomorrow. Headlines and another Tolo giveaway next.
Well, let's get you over to Kay.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-2. Garcia hits one high in the air to right center. Marisnik going back at the track of the wall. Out of here! He leaped up on that short wall, but that one was too far out of his reach. He got it stuffed the balance for Adolis, his 5th home run in his last 9 games. That is home run number 20 on the season for Garcia. And the Rangers lead 8-0.
And 3 straight games with a home run, matching his career high in the longest, longest home run streak by a Ranger this year. Texas dominates. They end this one early against the Detroit Tigers, 10-2, 14 hits, and Dane Dunning was fantastic. So Detroit starter throws 32 pitches in the first inning, gives up 4 runs. Dane then comes out, throws 11 pitches, and this poor guy is back out there for the Tigers taking his beating in Arlington.
Yeah, it was sacrificial lamb kind of situation. But I do think the offense has made their way back, and thank God, because it was ugly watching this team leave runners on left and right. You know, even 2 nights ago, they still left 10 guys on, even though they busted out in the 8th inning. They still left 10 men on. It was, but the offense, you know, the last 11 or 12 innings or so really has kind of picked it up again.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see them getting on track here. We talked about after that first game, you need to win these next 3. It's really imperative that you get out of this. You're better than Detroit. You need to come out of this with a serious victory, especially with Houston coming up. And you get the Angels losing last night. Yes. That continues to give you some space. But, I mean, if you're setting this up to where you enter this series with Houston, and theoretically, if you're able to get a 4-game sweep, I mean, you're talking about putting 10 games between you and the Astros before the All-Star break.
6 games up on the Armpit and the Angels. The Rangers have the biggest division lead in the American League. All right. And they have the second biggest division lead in Major League Baseball. Only Atlanta has a bigger lead over the Marlins, 6.5 games up. Look, we got some tight races. This looks good for Major League Baseball. In the American Leagues, the Rays are up 5. The Guardians are up a half game. The Reds are up a half game, and the Diamondbacks are up 2.5 games. And how about some of these division leaders, by the way, with Arizona, Cincinnati, and Cleveland?
Yeah, and look, I mean, you also have a situation where the Marlins have the 3rd best record in the National League. Nobody would have predicted that.
Yeah.
They've won 7 of 10. They're one of the hottest teams in the league. The Braves are just running away with the National League. But you're going to have a situation where...
And the Diamondbacks have the 2nd most wins in the National League.
Yeah.
They have 1 less win than we do. The Diamondbacks.
The Diamondbacks. And Philadelphia has won 17 of their last 22. They're red hot. They have come from basically 10 behind, 10 out, 10 under 500 to 5 over. They've done a tremendous job there. The Reds have come out of nowhere. So you're going to have teams in the postseason right now in the American League today. And we're halfway through. Okay, a lot of the teams have played 81 already. Today it's Tampa and the Rangers would have the bye. They would have a first-round bye. Mm-hmm. And then it would be the leader of this is where it's crap. Okay, Cleveland is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They are the 9th best record in the American League, and they would be the 3 seed. They should not be in the playoffs. You got to end divisions. I hate divisions in sports. I hate it. But Cleveland would host Toronto in the first round, and then the Orioles would take on the Yankees, and Houston will be out.
Meanwhile, history was made last night, or does it really count?
And Herman, the righty, deals to the plate. Swung on, ground ball to third. Donaldson's up with it. He throws to first. Domingo Herman has pitched a perfect game. For the 4th time in the history of the New York Yankees, perfection attained.
He was winless in his 6 previous outings against Oakland. He gave up 10 runs in his last start against Seattle. He's the first pitcher in history to give up double digits in the previous start and then throw a perfect game. 72 of 99 pitches for strikes. And when did he say he knew he had it?
He said in the post through an interpreter that he knew since the start of the game, the whole game. I knew right away. I knew like the whole game I was focusing on the perfect game, which I think that's kind of funny. At least it's refreshing.
Why were you up at 11:45 texting RJ back and forth about this?
Because there was a perfect game going
Tolo,
on, bro.
man.
You stayed up for that?
Yeah, I was. No, honestly, it was. I don't know. I just couldn't go to sleep, so I was just sitting there in my bed looking at my phone. But I gotta say, this is. And on that topic, really quickly, the Oakland fans going nuts there. That's what I was texting RJ about. Maybe I'm just
Corey Majors.
I don't know. But if there was a perfect game going on against the Rangers, I want it to get broken up. I don't care.
You're the Athletics. It
Yeah.
matters what situation your team is in. If you're in dead last, it's different.
It's different.
You got to admit that.
Plus, those weren't A's fans. Those were Yankee fans that live in California.
I don't.
You know what I mean? Like that's weird.
That's part of it.
Because when the Yankees did when was it Kluber had one here? I mean, how many Yankee fans were in the building? Like quite a bit.
And especially when you're there. You could say you witnessed it versus watching it on TV.
Absolutely.
But when you're the Athletics, I think it's personally totally different if you're the first place Rangers. All right, let's equate it to basketball. All right, like,
man, I don't know.
I was trying to think of 100-point.
Yeah, is there any other thing in the history of in the sports world like that is regular but so rare and so cool that like the perfect game, the 100-point game, right? But like that's. I don't know, a perfect game. I just say you've got. I think even the announcers for the other team have to treat that with very high regard.
I would even argue if you're a Ranger fan in Arlington and you're in the 8th inning, you might start, rooting for it or like, oh my gosh. If it's not, a game to decide the division or a playoff game, clearly that's different.
Like, Judge hit 62 here last year.
You want to see it.
People in attendance, it was sold out. They went there, even they were not Yankee fans. They wanted to see it.
Would you agree that if you went or even watching TV, you wanted to see Judge hit 62?
See, I think 62 is different than a perfect game. A perfect game speaks to the final of the game, and you're talking about something
still win a game.
So rare. You're talking about something so rare with the perfect game. I mean, literally, there's been this is number 24, and again, nitpicky, but I always hate when it's somebody like Dallas Braden throwing a perfect game. It's like, this is so rare, and we got a Dallas Braden or a Domingo Herman or a Philip Umber.
I get you.
That's a little bit disappointing.
And the first perfect game thrown since?
King Felix?
Yes. Well
2012.
done. And by the way, Dane Dunning told Jonah Heim last night, this is going to be a good one. I'm feeling in rhythm. And he was absolutely right in Dunning retiring 17 straight Tigers. Rangers will play Detroit again today, 12:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. Friend of the station, Ramona Shelbourne, NBA insider on ESPN, with the Kyrie Irving update.
From what I'm told with sources close to this situation, he intends to take meetings when free agency opens. Now, they have widely held expectations that he returns to Dallas, but what that contract looks like and what happens with these meetings that he intends to take when free agency opens is going to be very interesting. Now, what's important to Kyrie Irving? From what I'm told, he wants to find a place where he can spend the rest of his career, a place that feels like home.
Go to Windhorse real quick live on TV.
Indiana, Detroit, Houston. These are not realistic landing spaces for Kyrie Irving. He can take meetings with teams that don't have space, and there can be negotiations on a sign and trade, but that would imply Dallas wants to say goodbye. They don't. The only team in this offseason where I thought Kyrie would have a chance to go that would be outside Dallas really would be LA. And Rob Pelinka has taken out a billboard in Los Angeles that says, we are not going to be a cap space team. We are re-signing our players. There is no open market for Kyrie Irving. It doesn't mean he's not a desired player. There's just not avenues for him to go. I don't see where he's going besides Dallas. I think it's really, again, it comes down to, like with Harden, they need Harden. Harden needs them. Kyrie needs Dallas. Dallas needs Kyrie. It's just a matter of the terms of the deal.
So they're bidding against themselves?
Oh, turn it up. Sorry. Go ahead.
Honestly, I'm not seeing a whole lot of markets for a lot of players in this free agency. I'm not maybe 5 or 6 guys, other than like minimum players, who are honestly going to have real multiple bids.
Good job. That was perfect timing.
He's
I love whenever Windhorse is talking, I'm like, turn it up.
He's the best. Hey, he's the best. He's the best. He's the best. He's my one seed over there. He thinks things differently. He thinks differently, man. Woj is just, I got my computer. I get everything before everybody else because I got my login and I gave it to Shams, so he's cool too. But Windy over here is actually doing the good stuff.
What did you think of what he said?
I think he's absolutely right. I mean, like, it's not like the Kyrie doesn't want to be here. All right, that's what I took for that. He doesn't really want to be here. Like, if you were to put and have him write down his list of, hey, where would I love to play?
Yep.
I don't think this is on his list, but it's, hey, they're going to pay me the most money. I need that. I'll sign here. I'll see how it goes, and I'll demand a trade in 4 months.
At what point do we start believing what we hear about how Kyrie feels about Dallas, though? Because everything we have heard is that Kyrie does like it here, and that Kyrie, not that it would necessarily be his top-tier destination, but you got to think he does like Jason Kidd. He does like Nico Harrison. He's with people that he feels like are in his corner, and the city is not going to drive the narrative about him as hard as other places. I think Dallas would be one of the top places he'd want to be.
From a livable standpoint, like, we've always wondered why free agents don't come here. We've always wondered that.
Yep.
But, you know, like the Mavs media, let's be fair. People are homers about the Mavs. Like, you can't say bad things about the Mavs and the Rangers. You can say bad things about the Cowboys, and fans don't get on you about that. But the media, if they start crushing the Mavs, they're very homerish. They just are. So they're going to protect Kyrie.
I told you from day one that was a benefit. That was a major factor of not picking on him and not pressing him. So it sounds like he is coming back. Headlines continuing here on Sean and RJ. NHL draft last night. Hockey hamster. Who do the Stars pick?
They didn't pick anyone because they don't pick until 61 tonight.
Good job.
Yeah.
The hamster noise.
You got to make the face, Bobby.
What is
if
the
he's
hamster?
If he's gonna play that drop, we're gonna play the audio I played for y'all during the break.
Oh,
yeah.
What is the hamster? What is the hamster face?
It's like lips are tiny and you're like kissing. You're like,
there it is. You got. Look at Pepe on the fan cam, but someone did get picked number one.
Yeah, Connor Bedard. Wow, what a stunner that was. I didn't see that one coming, that he was going to go number one. They are talking about him and not maybe not the same exact like ceiling as Connor McDavid, but you know, maybe just a tick below. Maybe Patrick Kane. I'm hearing some that, you know, McDavid's just like an all-time great, and Bedard will just be like a Hall of Famer, a little bit different. But yeah, like he's got Austin Matthews written all over him. He's got you know, maybe not quite McDavid, maybe McKinnon. He's gonna be a fantastic player, and he dominated the World Juniors. He's been on people's radar since he was about 14, 15 years old.
Headlines on a Thursday. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. We're going to hook you up with another Tolo giveaway. We're going to save you money for your anniversary. And the best way to get rid of your girlfriend's annoying friends, it's going to be unethical life hacks. And someone says everything is at stake for the Dallas Cowboys this season. Do you believe that's true? Next on 105. They got you back in this system with these songs? You put them
This
in?
is not me. This is not me.
Not you.
This is not me. I'm trying to get like a bank of like 20 together.
Yeah.
Because the last time I did it, I just started rifling through my Spotify, and it just, finding the right one takes. I want to get it like all together so I can just knock it out.
Yeah, you don't got a Spotify summer playlist at the pool?
You know what?
How ratchet would that be?
I do. I have. As a matter of fact, I've got one.
That's what you should be doing.
Yeah, I mean, like I got Young Thug was on here.
Yeah, read us the playlist.
All right, so I've got let's see, I've got both featuring Gucci Mane and Drake.
Jodeci?
No, I got a little Pop Smoke in here. I got 4 a.m., 2 Chainz, and Travis Scott.
Okay. Take that, Jesse. Holly always texting me about our lack of street cred.
I got All Me, Drake, 2 Chainz. I've got there's a mashup here. It's Posty and Mark Morrison. It's cooped up with Return of the Mac.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, El Chapo Jr. That's my son's walk-up song.
Okay.
Little 2 Chainz.
All right.
Yeah, I got some, Met Gala, Gucci Mane, and Offset. That's good stuff. I got some good stuff on here.
All right, so there's the
little Dirk.
The choppy street cred. You know what? Speaking of music, let's hook up the Tolos earlier than usual today. Hit it.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Shine Down along with special guest Papa Roach when they perform at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center on October 6th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
What exactly is at stake for this Dallas Cowboys season? Our Super Bowl friend. What's his nickname from the Super Bowl, Sal Palantonio?
Even Money.
Even Money. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
He was in. No. Did you come up with that?
Yes, he did.
I think I may have come up with it.
I think Choppy did.
What was it over?
That I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember?
That I don't remember.
It was like even money to put out a bad story, or it was somehow like he was just as likely to put out a bad story as a good one or something.
So Sal Palantonio, Mr. Philadelphia, was on ESPN for some NFL commentary yesterday, and this is what he said about America's team.
Well, I think everything is at stake for the Cowboys. There's no question about it. I think that's where Mike McCarthy is taking the reins and the offensive play calling, and what he's specifically trying to do is make sure that Dak Prescott is protected properly, that he knows the protection schemes, and that's one of the things that Mike McCarthy was very good at with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Dak Prescott, when he gets to the line of scrimmage, has to make sure he has the right protection and he has the right play call so he can get in and out of the play, and it's snap to release. Snap to release, just like Brady. It has to be 2 seconds, 2.1, 2.3 seconds. Don't hold on to the football. Don't take the hits. Don't be looking outside the hash marks, as you saw with that interception against the San Francisco 49ers. In critical situations, you got to make sure that you're protecting the football down the stretch in critical situations and in the red zone. And I think that's one of the things that McCarthy has always done when he has been in charge of the offense. And that's why you go get Brandon Cooks, right?
Brandon Cooks is
Brandon Cooks is key. Option routes in the middle of the field. Line him up in the slot. Make sure you know where he's going. They're going to be working on it during training camp. Hand signals, eye signals. Hey, if I see this, I want you to go to the hash mark. If I see that, I want you to go to the boundary. Make sure they're on the same page so that he can get the ball hands out of his quick.
All right. The first part there, everything is at stake. It's just like do we not act like this team is 5-11 every year? Like they've got 24 wins in the last 2 seasons.
I would counter back with how hot is McCarthy's seat? I think a lot of people think it's very warm.
I think people think they thought Jason Garrett's seat was hot every year. I just don't think that's the case. Jerry does not operate like that.
What were we talking about with Jason Garrett, though? We're talking about somebody who's essentially a family member. Like, I mean, that had so many interwoven layers to it that I think made it a more complicated question. There were aspects to it of Jerry wanting that to be his Landry, the guy that he brought from playing days into an assistant coach, into his head coach for the next 20 years. I don't think he has that same sort of factor with Mike McCarthy. If Mike McCarthy, if the Cowboys have some massively disappointing season, or they lose to the 49ers for a third straight year in the playoffs or something like that, he won't be here anymore.
See, now look, they're going to make the playoffs. We know that, barring a catastrophic injury.
Well, right now, Vegas would tell us they have to make it as a wild card.
Well, yes.
That's not a great margin for error.
It's not, but I mean, they're going to win 12 games, 11 games. Like,
Okay.
they're like, that's what they do. I don't think we realize how much this team's overachieved in the last 10 years. In the last 10 years, only 6 teams have more wins than they do. Every single one of them has been quarterbacked by a guy going to the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
New Orleans, Breeze. Pittsburgh, Ben. Green Bay, Rodgers. New England, Brady. Kansas City, Mahomes. And then the other one is Seattle, who had Russ, who was trending that way. But even if he doesn't, they had an all-time great defense. Like, this team is not quarterbacked by that. No offense, Bobby. They're not quarterbacked by a guy. Like, Dak Prescott's not going to the Hall of Fame. You agree with that?
I mean, not at his current trajectory, but I mean, I don't think that's set in stone.
If he wins 3 titles, yes, he could go, right? If he has a Stafford.
Bobby just agreed with you.
Yeah.
He just did it in a Bobby
No,
way.
No, I did not agree. What I said was that he's not there yet, but he absolutely, this is not like a shut door, like there's nothing reasonable he can do. I don't think it's even 3 titles. If he wins 1 title and continues to make 5 more Pro Bowls in his career, he's in.
Okay. I could get down with.
If you had to bet your house that you don't have on it, you know, I'm not going to waste time.
Yeah.
I already know what he feels deep down. He's got to spin it.
So, like, they've amassed, this is an overachievement, what this team has been able to do. Winning 10, 11 games a year.
Especially with that coach.
Yeah, there you go.
He was a weekly Friday guest. Yeah. And if he gets canceled.
It's a joke. Troll so hard.
Like, Dak's, so everything's not at stake. Dak's not losing his job. You know, McCarthy, if they miss the playoffs, he'll lose his job. Right? But, or if they have like an ugly game for the offense in the playoffs, he might lose his job.
So that's a lot at stake if your head coach gets fired. That's a lot at stake.
But again, like the odds that he gets fired are, to me, very, very slim because they're not missing the playoffs. Again, unless there's some major injury. And I just don't think that Jerry's going to operate like that, where
he's probably going to have to win 2 playoff games now. We've gone from winning a game, now he's going to have to win 2. Again, it all depends how you lose too.
Yeah,
we all get that.
And your matchups too.
But now the bar. I mean, but this the other thing. The NFC is trash.
It is.
It's an absolute joke. So do you get Philly in the second round? If you don't get Philly in the second round, the way things look today, things are going to change. We're going to have surprises. Or San Francisco, Philly or San Francisco. But as Bobby says, if you lose to San Francisco a 3rd straight year, McCarthy will be gone, in my opinion. But he's probably going to have to make it to the NFC Championship game in this conference, and based upon what has happened the past 2 seasons, that is a lot at stake. Does it mean that Dak's status is at stake? Probably not. But Mike McCarthy, I mean, it's a make or break year. I do believe that.
I mean, look, has he not been? We've had these discussions the last 2 years, the way the season ends. Especially the end of 21, I feel like. Not as much last year. But the end of 21, there was definitely chatter about what's going to happen here. Because you remember, Jerry then went into Senior Bowl and was like, boy, Dan Quinn would love to be the head coach of the Cowboys. McCarthy did that unprecedented random pop-up call-in to Rich Eisen to basically address all of it. There was the fact that Jerry wouldn't speak on anybody's job status for about 4 days after that. So there's definitely been these tense moments of reflection and evaluation, and that was before McCarthy was even responsible for the offense. If he's responsible for the offense now and they fail, how much more is he going to be under the microscope for that?
I mean, look, he will be under the microscope for the offense, yes. If they go into the playoffs and they score, anywhere below 21 points in a playoff game,
yeah,
I think then that brings into question.
Yeah.
If they score 27 and lose, I don't think McCarthy's going to get run.
If they lose, 43-40, then people are going to be like, oh, we want that defensive coordinator to take over?
Right.
We're going to fire the guy who scored 40?
We'll just find somebody else's scapegoat. That's what we'll do. It's just, so it depends on how they lose.
Yeah.
It depends who they lose to. If they lose a home playoff game, I think that's much worse. If you lose a road game in Philly or in San Francisco, I don't think that stings nearly as much.
Ooh, I don't think it matters home or road. I think if you lose to San Francisco 3 years in a row, that's going to be too bitter a pill for them to take. They'll be like, why can you not beat this other team in the conference?
I would lean towards that, but just because it's the same team for 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
I would lean towards that. All right, let's knock out. I'm trying to see who should read it because Bobby can't stand this guy. Bill Barnwell's list. Who should read the latest from Barnwell and then have Bobby react to it?
He doesn't like. I don't like him, but it's not like reading Orlovsky quotes or something like that.
Okay, let's set up
the wide receiver, tight end, running back rankings, where they went and just basically the triplets, the non-quarterback triplets. Now it's interesting that he would put running back in here. That kind of bothers me. I would leave them out.
Oh, remember he said the biggest loss this offseason for the Cowboys was Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, which is asinine.
So, where do the Cowboys fall on this list? I'll skip the bottom tier, but you start at let's say 15.
And
Nice.
this is group of receivers, or are we taking individual receiver, tight end, running back?
So this is going to be your number one, your wide receiver group, your tight end group, all that stuff.
All right.
So it comes in, and we'll start mid-pack. Number 16, Detroit. Number 15, Baltimore. I don't think they've ever been 15th in wide receiver
in weapons.
They've got a great running back there. I don't know why that would be so low.
Number 14, New Orleans. Surprising. Number 13, Pittsburgh. The Cowboys higher. Number 12, Cleveland. Cleveland was ranked 4th in this category in 2021, 23rd last year. Now they're 12th.
Amari bum.
Yeah. Raiders coming in at number 11.
The
Raiders. Now number 10. This is surprising. I don't think anybody would pick this up. Atlanta.
No, that makes sense. They've spent
Barry Sanders, Kyle Pitts.
They've spent really high draft capital on 2
Drake
dynamic
London.
playmakers. 3 because London as well. Yeah, their last 3 picks have been Pitts, London, and Robinson. That's 3 top 10 picks.
So, Bijan Robinson hasn't done anything. And what are Drake London's stats? Kyle Pitts, obviously everyone believes is superhuman, but
Drake London was pretty good last year. 72 receptions, 866 yards, 4 touchdowns as a rookie in that system.
what number were they?
10.
Okay, all right, 10. Okay, fine.
Number 9, Jacksonville. Boy, I love the Ridley pickup, but we're treating him like he's Jerry Rice. Boy, 1 year away.
Who put him in their top 3? Which receiver was it in the offseason? Was it Devontae?
Oh, Devontae had him really high. Probably Orlovsky too. Which, by the way, while you were out, what you missed was Orlovsky saying that CeeDee Lamb is on the verge of becoming a top 15 receiver.
Top 15?
On the verge of becoming one.
On the verge. Very close. Right there.
Moron.
He's knocking on heaven's door. Number 8, I think this is way too low, but maybe it's just because of the tight end. Miami.
I think it's way too low as well.
Tight end and running back.
They lose Gesicki to New England, and they replaced him with Eric Saubert, who set a career high for catches last year with 15.
Okay.
All right, so it's probably the tight end and maybe the running back situation. Number 7. They were 11th last year, number 2 in 2021 when they had Amari still.
So number 7.
Yeah, so here's the write-up. They probably feel good about their top 2 wideouts. Amari's departure created an opportunity for Land to break out, and he responded with 13, 59, 9 TDs. Barely top 15.
Yeah, barely.
Unfortunately, they didn't do a great job of replacing Cooper and Cedric Wilson, as Gallup wasn't 100%, and Jalen Tolbert barely saw the field. Enter Brandon Cooks. Impressive despite replacement-level quarterback play across his last 2 seasons with Houston. He was unsurprisingly at his best when he had Deshaun Watson in 2020, with the former Saint Patriot Ram wideout produced with Davis Mills and others. Some was garbage time. Caught a league high 44 passes over the past 3 seasons when his team had no more than a 5% chance of winning. That is garbage time right there, man. Wow. But was productive in the few games they did win. Healthy for most of his tenure, as the time he missed at 22 was mostly a product of his frustration over not being traded. And then they go into the running back. Unlike the Dolphins, they have an imposing third player in running back Tony Pollard, who excelled. I expect them to add another back between now and the start of the season with Elliott as the most likely candidate.
What?
But I can't factor that in since the team hasn't made that addition to the roster yet.
What is his obsession with Zeke? What the hell is this? By the way, I think it's funny. The team right before them is the Dolphins, who he talks about and says, hey, Braxton Berrios probably going to be the slot guy. I had a guy like Cedric Wilson. He didn't show much last season. And then in the Cowboys rankings, he's like, look, they're slipping because they didn't replace Cedric Wilson. It's like, okay, you're wildly inconsistent, dude.
By the way, I was trying to really make Bobby snap here and see if I could get CeeDee Lamb to 15 amongst receivers. The lowest I can get him is to 11.
And that's trying to troll.
What is?
You. That's you trying to trigger me.
I was trying to trigger you.
Yeah, so the very lowest you could possibly justify.
No. If I wanted to include like Terry McLaurin, if I wanted to include those types of guys, there's probably 10 that I would say I'll give them to you.
I mean, you could do,
I'll give
Jefferson, you could do Tyreek, you could do Devontae, A.J. Brown, Stephon Diggs.
Yes.
You could do Waddle. You could do Devontae.
I didn't even include Waddle.
If you want to do, you could do Devontae Smith. You could do Mike Evans. I wouldn't.
No, you could not do Devontae Smith.
You could.
Here are the ones I wrote down. Diggs, Tyreek, AJ, Jamar, Jefferson, Evans, Devontae, Kupp, Debo. I didn't include Devontae. I didn't include McLaurin. I'm not putting those guys above it.
Did you say DK?
I did not say DK. I could say DK.
You could say DK.
Why don't y'all both run out of the back of an end zone?
Little
Orlovsky quotes here.
What is flagrant about the list I wrote down? What's offensive? What's not accurate?
I mean, I think
there's not one receiver on there that is a crazy stretch.
No, I think that Debo right now would be a stretch, given the inconsistencies that he's had at times. 2021 was an incredible season, and he was fantastic, but I don't think that you can say consistency-wise. We also got to factor in what CeeDee has done, how he's put this together with the rotation of quarterbacks that he's had. He played 5 games earlier last year with Cooper Rush.
You just totally ignore and skip over who Debo's played with. Your own argument for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, no, it's the whole point about Brock Purdy is it's a system. It's a system that they can drive. And I think Debo's really, really great. But let's look at it. What is it outside of 2021? What is his highest receiving yards season?
Are you just gonna?
It's 802.
Are you dismissing him as a running back, as a football player? Are you just totally dismissing him as a weapon?
We can call him a running back just like Lamar Jackson if you like.
And who else is offensive on this list besides Debo?
I don't think DK is ahead of CeeDee Lamb.
No, but it's not
offensive.
I think it's offensive.
I could say,
I'm offended.
Stop talking.
You could say,
you're irritating the crap out of me.
If you want to say Amon-Ra St. Brown, that's not offensive.
What else? Give me the other teams of the weapons.
T. Higgins, not offensive. Oh, the other teams. Here we go.
Did Kristen's surgery go bad or something? Is that why you're throwing a hissy fit now?
I'm not throwing a hissy fit.
Okay, but you don't make dumb statements like Debo Samuel, DK Metcalf is not crazy to say that they're even with CeeDee Lamb. You know that. And then you just want to make your convenient argument of who CeeDee's catching balls from instead of Debo, and then you want to forget Debo as a running back as well. I mean, just all I ask is that you include the entire discussion and argument. Don't pick and choose. Try to be reasonable. Try to be balanced with it. And none of that was.
I will, but we're talking about 365 yards rushing 1 year. That's great. But I mean, that's the equivalent of like if a running back then had 500 yards receiving. That's awesome to throw in there. I just don't think it elevates you past the fact that CeeDee has 3 of the top 4 receiving yards between him and Samuel.
If I asked 10 league general managers tomorrow, same price, would you rather have CeeDee Lamb or Debo Samuel? What do you think that breakdown would be?
I think consistently what you've seen from these like executive pollings this offseason after the year CeeDee had, most people are putting CeeDee above Debo on most of these lists right now.
80-20, 70-30?
Probably 60 to 70%.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
That's a landslide in elections.
It's 60%. It's 6 out of... Move on.
All right. Up next, number 6, Minnesota.
Who's Minnesota's 2 now?
Jordan Addison, the kid from
USC,
Pitt, and USC.
Jordan Addison. They don't have a Dalvin replacement.
No,
Madison.
they don't. Madison, and then T.J. Hawkinson.
Okay,
is their tight end.
All right.
5, the Chargers.
I'm so tired of hearing about Keenan Allen. He's like he's a poor man, a really poor man's Kawhi Leonard. Yeah, Paul George.
I'm dumbfounded.
He's Paul George. How about that? Really nice player. He's never on the field. He's always banged up. Fantasy frustration. Keenan Allen, Mike Williams. Who is their tight end? I know we got Eckler that they brought back.
Yep.
Did they get Kellen Moore a tight end?
I'm trying to think. They have 4. They've got Josh Palmer and Jalen Guyton. They've got a very deep receiving core.
All right.
Number 4, Seattle.
Okay.
I mean, their wide receiving core may be the best in the league.
Who are they?
DK, Tyler Lockett, and then Jackson Smith and Jigba.
How old is Tyler Lockett? He's still up there.
He's 30. If you look at a picture of it, he's Greg Oden, where he looks like he's 50 years old since he was 24.
Yeah. I mean, they've got a really good receiving core. They got Kenneth Walker, the Michigan State kid, at running back. So they got a pretty decent. Oh, they have Noah Fant too at tight end.
Mm-hmm.
That's legit. That's a good grouping. Philadelphia at number 3. Obviously Devontae and AJ Brown at Dallas Goedert and DeAndre Swift. 2, Cincinnati. Very tough to beat them.
Yeah.
Jamar and T. Higgins and Boyd, Mixon. And number 1, San Fran. Their offense pre-Christian McCaffrey.
That's why Bobby was arguing so much, because Barmo put him 1.
Their offense.
I didn't know he put him 1.
So once McCaffrey got there, their offense was first in DVOA, first in EPA per play, second in QBR, second in yards per attempt. After McCaffrey got there, they were 21st, 19th, 26th, and 10th prior to.
How many games did Kittle play last season? 15. Oh, congrats.
Yeah.
Good job, George.
Made it past
Good.
10.
60 catches, 15 games. Good
Brandon
job.
Ayuk had 1,000 yards, 8 TDs as the number 2.
Yeah.
Obviously, they have Debo, they got McCaffrey, they got Kittle. That's pretty. Elijah Mitchell.
So who is their starter week 1? Quarterback.
I don't
Sam
know.
Darnold.
They keep talking about, it could be Darnold, but there was an update last week said Purdy's looking good in some of these practice reps, so I'm going to guess it's Purdy just by the way they've been talking.
Kyle Yeomans is not playing quarterback. Let's get really, really nasty, ugly, and deceptive. It's time for Life Hacks.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
Thank you, Chris Arnold. Peyton Russell's co-host from last weekend. This upcoming weekend too, right? You're going to be hosting?
No, it'll be me and Alec Medford.
Oh, perfect. The producers.
How'd it go?
It went good. I liked it. It was only a 3-hour show on Sunday, so it flew by. I love 3-hour shows.
Yeah.
Bet you do.
Like the other 2 shows.
Yeah, you're on your KNC stuff. All right, so we've got some
By
unethical.
the way, forget the other 2 shows tonight. Kevin Gray lining up the guest list. He's got Tim McMahon tonight to preview NBA free agency tomorrow. They got McMahon tonight at 7:20 and Tim Cato in studio for an hour. So Kevin Gray doing that work. McMahon and Cato, 7:20, 8 p.m. tonight on the Get Right with NBA free agency tomorrow.
So, yeah, you'll want to tune in that. And if you miss it, you'll hear probably cuts from the interview tomorrow morning on the show. All right, so we've got some unethical life hacks for you. Remember, these are clearly unethical. And if you can poke holes in them, feel free to let us know on the truckwreck.com fan text why they're wrong. 877-881-1053. Why they wouldn't work, even in their unethical nature. First one here. Buy a package of both paper and plastic assorted color event wristbands. Keep them in your car and never have to pay for a concert, club, or VIP access again.
Yeah, so I was thinking about this with the with the resort we stayed at. I'm like, why not just get this white wristband?
Is that all it was? Very simple white wristband?
Yeah, but then when I ordered a cabana one day, they're like, okay, what's your room, right? You just give them the room. You go in for the breakfast, you sit down, what's the room? You go to the bar, what's the room? Throw out a room number. But then inside, I didn't even realize it was like a 6-digit code. So when you order something definitely more expensive, it feels like they do some extra checking on that.
Yeah.
But I've always wondered that with the clubs or a bar, when you're like, man, if I just had this wristband, I wouldn't have had to pay anything.
Yeah, so at the place we stayed at, it was just like one color. There was like 3 properties like right there, and then each property their own color wristband, all the same company. But they never asked a single word. Previously, our wristband was our room key. You just hold the wristband up. It had like a chip in it. But yeah, it would be. That's a great one. Just, I mean, boy, thank God
Where do
they
you-
don't
where-
put X's on your hand anymore.
Where
My
can you
gosh.
go buy those though?
I'm guessing they're like
Party City?
wholesale dealers or something like that.
Party
I
City?
mean, same place they probably do. Yeah, they just go to stores around here and buy them in bulk.
There has to be someone who's tried that, just buying a bunch of different wristbands like that to try to use it for clubs. Let us know, 877-881-1053.
Well, and here is one that, from what I saw, a lot of people did try out and had success with. You guys are both homeowners. If you ever need some cheap paint for your house, because it can get expensive, all the gallons of paint that you got to buy, you find out who the biggest painting company in town is and then order through their account and pay cash, and you end up saving around 50% off MSRP. So you contact a paint seller or whatever, I'll say, hey, it's it's under this account, I'll be paying cash. And if they have an account in there, a lot of times they just go, okay, and they give you the corporate partner discount. And so you end up saving a lot of money. One person said gallons of paint were around $32 each, and when they did this, they were paying $20 a gallon.
How much paint do you have in your garage?
Not much.
Okay.
Not much. I painted an accent. Well, we'll probably paint though the bedroom now. I've basically left the house untouched. Like, just she could, it's her canvas. Decorate how you will. I've never decorated a thing. I had
Does
one
she
little
have
accent.
good decor sense?
She does. Generally, a lot of plants, a lot of indoor plants.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like living in an arboretum.
Okay.
All right, so this one is going to take some participation, so get your browsers ready, guys. If you ever find yourself in a situation in which you need to create a fake online profile, burner account, if you will, and you obviously don't want to use somebody else's photos or anything else, you can use this site to get an AI-generated face of a non-existing person. So go to thispersondoesnotexist.com, and that is an AI-generated image. Each time, every time you refresh it, it creates another person. That's not a real photo of somebody, and it looks completely real.
Someone made a website so that people can use fake profiles.
Yeah.
So that someone can catfish other people.
It's just completely randomly. Like, for instance, this person right here. This is AI generated. That's not a real person. And it's wild. It looks totally real. And each time you refresh it, it gives you a new AI generated face.
Lame. What would be the purpose of this?
Lame.
Because then you will, you can create a burner where somebody doesn't go, these are my pictures, this is a fake account, and somebody starts connecting dots.
I know, but my point is, why would you want to create a burner? It's all for...
Are you kidding me? All the great purposes of burners?
Kevin Durant does it all the time.
Who?
Kevin Durant.
Oh,
yeah, exactly.
Kevin Gray.
Gosh, you know how many...
He might have one. Pays for Twitter Blue.
Oh gosh, Peyton. The NBA would be... the NBA could really benefit from this all the times they've gotten caught with burners.
Colangelo, the referee, the Celtics referee.
Yep. Could have protected themselves.
Keeping catfish alive.
All right,
Yeah, buddy.
Now, this one can get dicey. I think this has a 50-50 shot of working. If it works, it's great. If it doesn't, you could really dig yourself a hole. But if your girlfriend has a friend who's really annoying, just go to your girlfriend, casually mention how pretty that friend is. Chances are that'll be the last time you'll ever see or hear that annoying friend.
So start a fight with your significant
Yeah,
other.
that sounds really
That's
dumb.
why I just said it depends. I think if I did this to Chris, if she had some friend that I got introduced to and I was like, this person is incredibly annoying, I was like, boy, she's really pretty though. Like, blah, blah, then I'm confident Krista would never have me in the presence of that woman ever again.
Where do things stand with Mackenzie, by the way, after she ruined your engagement? Is she still around?
Oh yeah, she's still around. I mean, Sarah's been best friends with her. So they're like 7 years old.
Yeah.
She's not going anywhere. But it's I definitely watch what I say. She's an acquaintance now. Like I give her nothing.
Okay, good.
She knows nothing about it. She doesn't even know. She has no idea the new plan.
Oh, there's a new plan?
And I have the new plan.
The new engagement
Oh,
plan?
I know it, baby.
Ooh, well done. Okay. Does Kristen have any hot friends?
Who's
She
the
have any
most
friends?
annoying one?
Whoa, that would seem below the belt.
Wow.
Well, no, he didn't let her out of the house.
Yeah, her
He
friends.
forced her to be cleaning
Her
all
friends are the mop and the broom. Okay.
Wow.
Daddy does work, and you just do housework.
I like to call her my little Cinderella.
She's
all right.
not. The only reason he's talking right now is because she's under the knife.
She's having sinus surgery. It's my coping mechanism. I'm trying to laugh. Okay, to get more traffic at your yard sale, put out items that you don't
my
want to
wife
sell.
loves having yard sale.
Well, this is perfect for her then. put out items you don't want to sell that people see from the street and want to stop and look at. So kids items, TV, coffee table, and then you put tags on the items that say sold. And so people come to your yard sale, see it sold, and then they'll still probably browse around for
That's
other things.
brilliant. We have the garage open, and Ollie's like little Jeep is in there. Thank you, Brian, for that gift. And everybody just wants to come up and buy the Jeep. And then, like, my neighbor always has, like, a phone number written down. I don't know what the hell my neighbor does with this sketchy business of there's, like, 9 different cars there per week, and they all alternate. And he's writing down numbers on the windows to try to sell. And they all come up to us, and they're like, the truck for sale? I'm like, so you're bargaining with me over a Walkman. We're debating $2 over this Walkman, but you want to buy the $35,000 truck. Let me get that right. But no, that's what attracted to, because they think they're going to get some steal of a deal. So that's actually really smart.
They want to buy the Jeep, but they don't want to put it together. They don't want to buy a new one, have to put the damn thing together.
Yeah.
I was looking for these last night. When I found this one, Kristen was like, oh, I'm doing this one. Write a note blaming someone you hate for your death. Keep it in your wallet at all times.
Oh, man. Write a note blaming someone you hate.
I don't know, like that.
So I'll be like, Dan Orlovsky always said he'd make it look like an accident, that, the cops would never find out. And, just do it like that.
Why would it be in your wallet, though? Why would you keep a message of someone plotting to kill you in your wallet?
Just in general, like, I need to keep evidence on me and somewhere where they're not going to find it. I don't know. Just it's somewhere where it could be found, but also seem like a realistic hiding place that you would have been keeping.
You know what? That it does sound like a great one, but I would have too much guilt.
You don't hate anyone that
You would
much.
be dead. You would have no guilt.
I could look down on them and see them in jail, and I'd be like, you know what? That was...
I don't think you hate anyone that much.
Yeah, there's very few people that I dislike. Like, I hate. I don't really hate anybody.
Do you hate anybody?
The lights guy you hate that screwed you over with the
probably
Christmas
doesn't.
lights.
I don't even hate him. You know why?
No,
I respect the hustle.
No,
I respect that she's trying to rip people off everywhere he goes. I respect that. Like, I could never have the balls to do that.
You might hate this person in the next segment. Unethical Life Hacks every Thursday here on DFW Sports Station. This girl on TV went off. She's trying to ruin every single future golf round that you have. Wait till you hear her try to destroy your household next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatest.
house secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. Let's see if you can guess the Texas Ranger Awards that we will have coming up at 8:20 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. But someone on the NFL Network, Choppy, tried to destroy all of your future golf rounds. DFW is a great golf city. Choppy is wearing his Masters hat. Every time I cut through, because I don't have a membership, can't afford it, but when I cut through little country club, doesn't matter what temperature it is, everyone is out there golfing. Golf ratings for even non-major tournaments put up very, very good numbers here. So this will resonate with a lot of the Tolos.
Yeah, and basically every married man who plays golf will run into this. If you golf and you are in a committed relationship, you have run into this problem, and that is the significant other complaining about the time you spend golfing. It happens. Look, it's a long round, man. All right? It's a long round.
And that's not taking into account the practice rounds or just going to the range.
Well, yeah, so like, unless you live on a golf course where you hop in your little golf cart and drive to the clubhouse, it's 20 minutes of the course, 30 minutes at the range, 4.5 hour round, and then after you're done, it's let's go get a drink or a bite to eat in the club. It's 6 to 8 hours. Like, it's depending on where you're going and what day of the week. So you will run into this problem. And Sarah Walsh on the NFL Network.
Bobby, do you know her? Is she your close colleague?
I do not know her. I've never worked with her. Okay. I'm familiar with her, but we've never worked together.
On this dais, she was there with Mike Garofalo. Or is it Garofalo?
Garofalo.
So I can't keep up because it's Janine Garofalo.
And Jimmy Garoppolo.
And Jimmy Garoppolo.
But it's Garofalo.
And it's Mike Garofalo. So one of them's pronouncing their name wrong. He's on there. And then the old Giants lineman.
Sean O'Hara.
Sean O'Hara is on there as well. There's one other guy there. And obviously, Sarah has had enough of the golf rounds.
It's the grumbling about seeking permission from the significant other and being given a hard time because you just want to play a simple round of golf with your buddies. But I just want to put this in perspective, the other side of that equation, the one in which you come to us with utterly unrealistic promises that can never be fulfilled, starting with this real unplayable lie. You are not going golfing, and it's just going to take 3.5 hours. You know how I know that? Because not once in your history of golfing has a round ever taken 3.5 hours. Not once. And it's not because the group in front of you plays slow, and it's not because they had a dude in jean shorts with the 20 handicap. First of all, it is because your round of golf starts an hour earlier than your tee time so that you can get on the range, so that you can find your swing, because somewhere in the recess of your brain, you think that you have a shot to get on tour.
Wow.
It's because after your 4.5 hour round, if you're lucky, it's not your fault, but your boy Chad, who got you on the course, forces you to go grab food with him at the club grill after. And I get it. You're starving. You know why you're starving? You've been there all day.
All right. So, she's already started.
It looks like her husband is former pitcher Matt Bushman. Played in 2016 for the Diamondbacks, bullpen coach for the Jays for 3 years.
Yeah, he caught Aaron Judge's 61st home run last year. Not the record breaker. He caught the tying one in the bullpen.
He did?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty neat. All right, so she went in on the time. But what always happens? Every guy out there. What happens when you go play golf? You inevitably will get a phone call from the missus.
Also, don't complain about having to take a call from your wife when you're on the course. You know why? Because I'm not interrupting.
That's
I know
for Mike.
Someone's laughing on this desk, and this is where I got it from.
Not allowed on the course.
I wasn't going to call Mike G out for this, but now I am. You know what, Mike? Your wife is not interrupting your 60-minute massage and your only hour of peace in the day. You're gone all day. Stuff comes up. I can't find the TV remote. I don't know what you
What's
do
the
with kids
Hulu
on their
login?
shoes. Exactly.
Got that one.
We
yesterday.
need answers, Mike G.
Where's the car?
When you do come
Where's
home.
the car? Got that one too.
When you come home 7 hours later and I say, hey, how did it go? I never hear, man, I'm getting better. I only hear you're working on some things and you're close. And the only thing that's close to happening is me hiding those clubs where they're never going to be found again.
Okay, Damn. so she's
no time for jokes, Batgirl.
She's continuing.
Now, what is the phone call rule on the course? Is it annoying or is it understandable? I would think it's more than fine. There's a lot of driving around and walking in golf.
It's more than fine.
Don't you have phone call time?
Yes, I mean, if my phone usually stays in the cart, I don't keep it on my body. But if I check my phone a lot, so if I notice it, I'll call back. And she's like Sarah would not call me to bug me. She would actually need something. Now I get there are some people that just call to nag. They know that you're having fun, so they want to deprive you of that fun.
Yes.
By giving you a little bit of anxiety. I fortunately don't have to deal with that. Sarah doesn't do that to me. This Sarah though apparently does. Now,
because she's usually in your golf cart in the middle of the woods.
She's usually in the golf cart anyway.
Yeah.
And doing certain nefarious things with me. Who knows what's going on?
Goodness.
But Sarah Walsh on the NFL Network also went in, and this is a great topic. Also went in on the amount of golf gear you got to have.
How much golf gear do you guys need? Because I'm not talking about the shirts and the pants or the golf shoes. I'm talking about the random Amazon packages that show up that I know I didn't order. They're the ones that measure your launch stats.
Yeah.
Because just because you are buying gadgets to train speed doesn't mean you're about to be Roy McIlroy.
Gotta
And
have 'em.
stop telling me that the addition that the house really needs is a golf simulator.
Yes.
Because if I thought that simulator was going to pay for itself by putting you on the PGA Tour, I would buy you the simulator myself. Get a less time-consuming hobby, like watching The Real Housewives. You know why? Episodes are only an hour. I can fast forward through the commercials. You can't speed past the group in front of you or those shots on the rough. You know what takes less time than a round of golf? Practically any other sport. You can watch a basketball game, a soccer game, a hockey game, most Sundays a football game. You can run a marathon in less time than it takes for you and your boys to play around. It takes the International Space Station. Let me just bring this all back. It takes the International Space Station 90 minutes to orbit around the Earth. It takes you 90 minutes to shoot 6 over through the first 6 holes.
This woman is she's a hero too. All female.
Yeah, she's a hero. All female. My Sarah last night said, "Man, she sounds like a treat to be married to." Look, first of all, if it's taking me 90 minutes to play 6 holes, I'm playing 9 that day. I'm quitting. I don't play, and I would never play on the weekend. Daddy doesn't play on the weekend. Okay, I don't play on the weekend.
Daddy?
I don't play golf on the weekend. I
Why
play
did
golf
you
during the
refer to
week.
yourself as daddy?
Because that's what I call myself. I don't play golf on the weekend. That's amateur hour. All right, that's amateur hour. I'm not playing a public course on the weekend. Maybe a private course, but I don't belong to a private golf course. On the weekends, though, that's a 6-hour round. I am out. But Sarah Walsh got to recognize one thing. There are 5 hobbies that men have. That's it. Every man in the world falls into one of these 5 categories. Golf, mowing, grilling, bourbon, and some war history. That's it. Every man in America falls into one of those 5 categories. Golf happens to be the most time-consuming and probably the most expensive. Probably the most expensive.
Yeah.
I get it. But what are you going to do?
My wife has even figured out a way to pick at my grilling. It's really annoying.
Really?
Yeah. She's like, so if people are coming over, it's like, oh, you're in the kitchen the whole time or you're outside dealing with the food. And Ollie's running around. Someone's got to watch him or she's got to keep the conversation alive with the guests in the living room. And I'm like, I'm cooking food. Like, I'm going to pick up a hobby that really annoys you that has me leave the house for 3 or 4 hours. Like, yeah, I go outside to check the internal temperature with my thermometer. Like, sorry.
So how long does it to do a brisket? What, 15 hours-ish?
It can 12 hours.
12 hours. But you don't have to be home the whole time, right?
No,
You
but
can
like
go
I
out?
put it on at 8 or 9 p.m. I put it on at 8 or 9 p.m. The brisket's like the least of the bickering that I get over it. It's like if I'm in the kitchen, like chopping stuff up or making sauce or cooking inside, or even going outside to check like ribs or other stuff. It's like, are you going to be done with that? And I'm like, I'm like 10 steps away. I'm 10 steps away, but she wants me to deal with watching the boy, or I'm just not like there conversing with everybody else. And I'm like for his birthday party, she doesn't even want me to cook or like grill. She wants to like order food out. She wants to order food. She's like, I don't want you to deal with cooking. I don't want you to deal with grilling because you're just over there by the grill. And I'm like, seriously? Like, I'm going to get a really annoying habit that gets me away from the house.
You need to be available. You need to be available to socialize.
Yes, availability.
And to hold court.
I left out a major hobby. I'm sorry. I completely left it out. Fishing or hunting.
Oh, yeah.
That's another one. That's very time consuming.
I have none of these, by the way. I have none of those hobbies.
What is your hobby?
Listening
to Peyton do radio on the weekend with CA?
It's good radio.
Spending my time doing that. Honestly, I don't know that I have like a hobby.
You don't have a hobby?
I don't think so.
Like, what's the point of going to work? The whole point of going to work is to pay for your hobby.
Well, I mean, the whole point of going to work is to pay for the lavish apartment I live in.
There you go.
Job.
What's your main hobby?
I mean, I golf here and there, but like my friends are into golfing a lot, but they spend such a crap ton of money on it, so I can't keep up with that. I mean, gambling is starting to be a hobby of mine, WinStar.
Yeah.
I mean, I still play Call of Duty video games, so that could be a hobby, I think.
Okay.
That's definitely a hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would like to know from the female Tolos what the most annoying habits are from your guy between video games, golfing, and what's a third you think on the list?
Is gym a hobby? Is that considered a hobby?
No, I don't think anyone should or could complain about that unless you're having like 3-hour gym sessions. Then he's probably having an affair. But video game, golfing, and what would be a third? Is watching sport, hunting / fishing.
Yeah, because it's like, I'm gone for the whole weekend.
My buddy Ivan, he'll be like, "Hey man, you wanna go fishing?" And I'm like, "Okay, where?" And he's like, "I'm going to Houston."
Head over to Lake Fork and go.
I'm like, "Bro, you got 3 kids. I can't." If I had told my wife I was going fishing for a day or a weekend in Houston, there's no way she'd be cool with that. Now, I like to justify this by being like, my personality and my availability is just so pleasurable that she can't live without me.
Yeah.
Everything in life that she does is more fun with me in it. That's the way I'm justifying it in my mind. But Ivan will hit me up for this stuff. I'm like, bro, man, you got 3 children and they're all about the same age as mine. What the heck are you doing? How you getting away with going fishing?
Wow.
And hours away?
I mean, there's got to be a give and take. Shortcut.com text line. My wife's hobby is figuring out ways to keep me from mine.
Yeah.
My wife needs more hobbies.
Yes.
Let's see. Men's beer league softball. That is definitely a hobby. Women will find something to complain about, and everything could be perfect. They'll make up reasons just to complain. Let's say like there's
like I'll watch cooking videos. That's my hobby.
Yeah.
I like watching videos of cooking, and I even feel like she's like judging me, and I'm like, wait, it could be much worse. I'm just sitting here watching cooking videos.
I think inherently most women
grilling techniques. Matt Pittman. I'm watching Matt Pittman on my phone. Would you rather it be Michelle? I'll think of a P name in a second.
I think most women,
Michelle Pfeiffer.
It feels like most women naturally, like they just, at least the relationships that I've been familiar with, they just don't like any hobby. They don't want anything that will take time away from you guys spending time together.
Yeah,
any hobby is going to annoy them.
I think like most, like I know Sarah's got like a group of girlfriends. They'll do like a girls' night every couple of months, where they'll just go to a friend's house. They'll watch scary movies. They'll be out all night. Sometimes they spend the night. Sometimes they don't. Go ahead, and then but you got to have
me time.
Yeah, you got to have that. So let her do that. You get to go play golf, and nobody complains about either one. Like that's how it should be.
Would Kristen prefer for you to have hobbies or out of the house more?
No. Because, I mean, even with me being in the house, like, I'm on my phone.
Mexican too.
I'm on my phone looking up stuff or whatever else, and that annoys her. She gets annoyed with how much I'm on my phone. Like, just, like, you need to be present. Like, she gets that whole thing.
877-881-1053. Oh, man, my phone has lit up. Oh, Jimmy, my guy Jimmy, he's got a car. That's a hobby. Cars, top 5 hobby. This man puts so much money into his car. This is the car that he sat me in. They gave me all the street cred where it's bumping up and down, and it's got the I felt like a character on Friday. Oh man, this one is going to get him divorced one day. I mean, he's doing secret paint jobs, like the car shows up in a different color and the wife's jaw hits the ground. Oh yeah. Oh, I got a lot of text messages from friends in terms of their own personal stories. Can you guess how many Rangers are available for first half season awards? Next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to
Ben Frankel. And Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Into the windup, first pitch to Young is hammered to right center field. Marisnick racing after it. He turns, he looks out of here. Josh Young sends the first pitch of the inning from Wentz into the Rangers bullpen. A solo home run for the Jungle Cat, and the Rangers lead 5-0.
Dominant offensive performance. This thing was over early, especially with the great Dane Dunning on the mound.
Holy smokes!
10-2. Rangers get the W right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you, and Jared Sandler just cranking out all of the impressive notes after this one. And we'll start with Josh Young. Multi-hit game, 16th homer of the season, leads all AL rookies in home runs and runs batted in. 16 bombs, 47 RBI. Adolis Garcia is once again the Major League RBI leader with 66. Also hit home run number 20. And Zeke Duran has 2 or more hits in 4 straight games. He's got 2 or more hits in 6 of his last 7 and 8 of his last 10. So Adolis Garcia is on fire, making that last-second push for the All-Star game with the voting that's ending today.
Yeah, it ends today, and we did this the other day. The players that should make the All-Star games, the one that should make it, based off of the AX ratings. Bobby, is that what they were called? The AX ratings, which is like it's basically like it kind of does WAR and win probability related metrics. It kind of combines them all to get that, and they mentioned that in this Midseason awards, MVP, Rookie of the Year, Top Team, Top Player kind of article. This is from ESPN, from Bradford Doolittle, who we like. So, basically they're going to have, as we said, midseason. They are at the midway point for most of these teams, almost all of them. Who's been the best player in Major League Baseball throughout the first half of the season? This should be an easy answer.
Shohei
Ohtani. So
where's my buzzer ring?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out why the commercial did the buzzing thing. It screwed up. The commercial screwed up.
Oh, the commercial.
I got to report it now.
How many people were startled right there during the commercial break like we were? That's what Peyton was looking at. All right, that's good enough excuse.
Through Sunday's games, so to start this week, Shohei led the AL in home runs, RBIs, 5th in hitting. He was batting .304 for the past few weeks. So he probably won't win the Triple Crown, but he's going to be in striking distance because it looks like the American League home run average leader is going to be below 320. He's not going to win the Triple Crown in pitching, but he's easily been the best overall player. The best pitcher this year. Just pitcher.
Nathan Eovaldi.
No.
Damn it.
No. Close. Same state. Framber Valdez down in Houston, who's got an AX rating of 130, which basically just use the baseline of 100. He's been 30% better than any other pitcher. The top relief.
He's 4th in ERA.
Yeah. And they use other metrics. I like ERA. A lot of the advanced numbers say it's a good stat, but it's not all encompassing. They like FIP better. They like other stats. Strikeout to walk ratio a little bit better. Strikeouts per 9. The top relief pitcher, guy you've probably never heard of, but he is pitching for one of the hottest teams in the league, and that is Alexis Diaz of Cincinnati. Top rookie.
Well, I imagine it's in the National League since Sandler keeps talking about Josh Young's numbers in the American League.
Yeah, it's Corbin Carroll. In the AL, 2 rookies have won MVP awards, Ichiro in 01, Fred Lynn in 75. No one's ever done it in the NL, but Corbin Carroll's really got a stranglehold on the NL Rookie of the Year race. And it's really, Ronald Acuna is going to wind up being, right now, would be the MVP. But he's only behind Acuna in WAR on both Fangraphs and Baseball Reference.
So Carroll has 24 stolen bases.
Yeah.
24 stolen bases.
Yeah, we're going to have several. We'll probably have maybe 24 guys with more than 41. That was the leader last year. You know, we haven't had an 80 stolen base guy since Ricky Henderson in 88. And we're going to have that this year.
His WAR's a 3.9.
Corbin Carroll?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on pace for 34 homers, 47 steals, and 122 runs scored as a rookie. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Most surprising player.
Give us a division.
AL West.
Adolis Garcia?
Close. Same team.
Dane Dunning.
Close. Same team.
Yeah, I would figure since you said Garcia.
Oh,
was on the
Jonah
same team.
Heim.
Jonah Heim. There we go. Here's the write-up.
Is it a is a double-edged sword that you could guess 3 surprising players? At least Adolis, Jonah. Who else could we throw? Dane Dunning. Lowe. I mean,
Lowe had a good season last year, right? Yeah, he was a good player last year.
So it's like, it's good.
I mean, Young is a surprise.
Young?
Josh Young.
Josh Young.
Oh, Josh Young. Yeah. I always think of a Y instead of a J.
I know.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, if you have 3 or 4 people giving you these really surprising seasons, it's like you're waiting for when is the bottom going to fall out? When is something going to happen? It's great. It means you're having a fantastic year because your studs are performing on top of it. So you're having an amazing season, but it's like, all right, if 3 or 4 people are having career seasons, how we always ask how sustainable.
Right, and that's where, I think a lot of times fans can't see that with their own team.
People get mad at us for that.
Yeah, and they don't want to see that, and I get it. Like you want to live, you want to enjoy the ride.
Sure.
So I understand that, but here's the write-up on that. If we told you before the season the Rangers would have 4 of the 12 most valuable position players in the AL over the first half, you'd say, okay, it sounds like Simeon, Seager, and Adolis are all doing what they hope Texas hope to do, but who else is there? And, if you look at in this AX rating, Simeon and Seager are the top 2, and Garcia's excellent, ranking 12th. But right behind Seager and Mike Trout is Jonah Heim. Right there. Nobody saw this coming. It's his age 28 season, so he's already midway through his prime. Prime in baseball is usually 26 to 31. Before 2023, he had 776 plate appearances, a .214 batting average, and his OPS plus was only 81. OPS plus, baseline is 100, which means he's been 19% below league average. His defensive metrics were good, and that's why they gave him a lot of plate appearances last year, but his defense has gotten even better, and his OPS plus this year is a 121. So significantly better than it has been. So he's the most surprising player. The most exciting player. Did you have something about it?
No, go ahead.
Most exciting player. This also is another easy one. It's Ellie De La Cruz, who is like,
Yesterday we asked John Morosi. You asked him 1 ticket to buy. You go watch Shohei or Ellie, and he said Shohei pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I saw Shohei the other night.
Wow.
And now I went because he was pitching too. Like when he's going to pitch and hit, that's the one thing, you want to buy a ticket to go see LeBron James. You're going to see LeBron James for 40 minutes. You go buy a ticket to go see Mike Trout. You get 4 plate appearances, 1 every 45 minutes. It's like, okay, what are you watching? You're watching him trot out there to center field and hope that he robs a home run.
Yes.
Like it's very difficult to promote the star. And this is the crazy little stat. They call it the fish out of water award. It's Luis Ariz of the Marlins, and then the most surprising team. He said the Rangers are a close second.
Okay, we have Arizona.
He didn't put Arizona. He put the Marlins, and the Reds are creeping up on both of them. It's fair to suggest the Marlins holding an NL playoff spot is precarious. They were roughly a 500 team, projection-wise entering the season. They've been totally over their skis a little bit. The run differential is more akin to that of a 79-win team over a full year, not the 93 they're on pace for. The Rangers' run differential is clearly a team that's going to win 95 games, so they're not doing anything fluky. The Marlins have a 19-5 record in one-run games. We've seen this before with the Rangers in 2016. The Mariners did that last year. 34 one-run victories, most disappointing team. That's easy. That's the Mets. They've lost 17 of 23. And they find themselves absolutely nowhere near the division lead with the Mets. They are 17 behind the Braves.
Oh, wow.
17 back of the Atlanta Braves at 36 and 44.
I'll tell you what's surprising about Texas, and it goes maybe to the sustainability part, like you were talking about a second ago, Sean. If you look right now, just today, the AL leaders in WAR, and you take the top 20, how many do you think the Rangers have out of the top 20?
3.
7. Simeon's 5th, Garcia 6th, Seager 10th, Lowe 15th, Tavares 17, Heim 18, Young 19.
Wow.
The next closest team in terms of players in the top 20, Tampa Bay has 3, Toronto has 3 in the AL. But 7, basically their entire starting lineup. Ezekiel Duran's like 28, and he's been a part-time player for most of this year. Their entire lineup essentially is in the top 20 in wins above replacement.
Holy smokes!
He's right, Jared.
Smokes.
All right, there it is. Some Diamond Cavs to get you caught up with Rangers baseball on your home of your favorite squad. And today they're going to have a 12:30 pregame, first pitch at 1 o'clock against Detroit. And who's it looking like that's on the mound, Peyton? You texted earlier?
Cody Bradford called him up, so he's back on the bump.
All right, Cody Bradford looks to be back for now. Which Cowboys are in line for an increase in snaps this season? That's next in Below the Belt right here on The Fan. belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Why Travis Kelsey believes spits and suds is a greater accomplishment than his entire football career. More on that in just a second.
Spits and suds.
John Machota recently over at The Athletic wrote an article about the 12 Cowboys who could have bigger roles this season, just with the way the roster's constructed and, certain openings that have popped up, guys who are on the verge of breakouts. And it's an interesting list because I kind of wonder if some of these guys are even going to be on the team. And so we're going to be able to talk about some of these.
And Machota went national yesterday for talking about CeeDee Lamb's deal.
Which is funny because that was something he put in his article like a week ago.
It was also, and I'm not insulting John here, it just shows the desperation of the news cycle. It was like, CeeDee Lamb's going to get paid between $25 to $30 million. And I'm like, duh. That's like a pretty large range.
I don't know why you would give somebody not even in the top 15, according to Orlovsky.
Don't start between us again.
Which if you
messed up my vacation vibes in the expressway.
If you read the if you read the article, John says in there, like, it's more just he's listing like, hey, they're gonna have to budget somewhere in between here because this is what it's gonna cost. Like, he was just saying it in reference to bookkeeping. It wasn't like a, hey, I'm being told this is what it is. It was more just like, understand this is what you're probably going to have to pay. And he's right. When he says between 25 and 30, the number I keep coming back to is I think he's going to get 27.5. That's the, and so it's like right in between there. But either way, I think that was Dove Kleiman, another one of those slaps that sent it out into the stratosphere and caused everything to go nuts. But he has this list of 12 players that could be in line for larger roles compared to last season. First one on the list, Josh Ball. And Ball is a guy that I think absolutely could get cut. Now, if he makes this roster, it's because he's impressed them, something's clicked, they found a certain position that he's working well at, they've tried to kick him inside at guard, they've tried to do some different things with him. They've given him some opportunities to take some first-team snaps during the offseason programs, but I think that Ball is a guy that it's kind of put up or shut up time. And, going into what is year 3 for him, this is the time that it's got to click for a 4th-round pick like that. Next one, Deron Bland. I've seen some people chatter around that if Jordan Lewis is healthy, they just assume Jordan Lewis is starting in the nickel. I don't think so. I think your corners next year are Bland, Diggs, and Gilmore, and that's not really a controversial opinion. I mean, Wouldn't you guys all at this point say Bland completely earned an opportunity to be in the rotation full-time?
Yes, so like we've done this pretty quickly with some Cowboy corners over the years. Like Anthony Brown had a fast rise, and then it felt like a fall amongst the fan base. Jordan Lewis, fast rise, same thing. And right now, Deron Bland, he's on that rise. He's my new favorite. I think he's everybody's new favorite. And then hopefully we don't have a drop-off, a big drop-off.
Yeah, this will be, you just don't want to see the sophomore slump. If he continues to build on it, then yeah, you're talking about, okay, this is something special. But he's absolutely earned the opportunity, I think, to hold that starting nickel job over Jordan Lewis. Damone Clark, and he didn't play, obviously, the first 7 games last year. I've mentioned it before. It's a miracle what the training staff did getting him out there ready to play. There wasn't any anticipation that he was going to be ready to go, and if he was, it was thought maybe he'd be ready at the end of the season and it'd be just very spotty play. Instead, he ended up starting a couple games, had to play a lot. He is somebody who absolutely, I think, is going to be leaned on a lot. If Micah Parsons is going to be rushing the passer more and being a pseudo, defensive end, then I think your most common linebacker grouping is going to be Van Der Esch and Clark. So that one makes sense. Malik Davis. Now, somebody has got to step up and take the number 2 role behind Tony Pollard. And they've got Ronald Jones, Malik Davis, Deuce Vaughn, Rico Dowdle. I think they like Dowdle the most of all those guys, to be honest. But Dowdle's not been able to stay healthy the 3 years that he's been here. He's always getting hurt. He's a guy that he would have been drafted. He went undrafted. He would have been drafted if not for some questions about him coming out of South Carolina that I think the Cowboys have realized they feel comfortable with. They were right in their projection. He's been completely good since he's been at the NFL, but Davis, I think, is just code for any of the running backs potentially behind him.
Cowboys haven't had good luck with Ricos. Dowdle gathers.
Yeah, Dowdle is somebody who they've had high, praise for and somebody they've anticipated to contribute on kickoffs and other things. It's just he's never been able to stay healthy. Next one here, Simi Fehoko. And I really like Simi. He's a friend of the station. He came sat with the nosebleeds, sang
cool.
for them.
Yeah.
He was really, really cool. New dad. Really good guy. And he's a tremendous athlete, somebody who has all the tools. They just need to see the consistency from him. Their biggest thing is you've got to show the consistency. And again, we're talking about year 3. When you enter year 3, it's like, okay, these tools have to start looking like a consistent, complete package, especially if you're somebody who doesn't contribute a ton on special teams, which a lot of these receivers they have on the team right now don't contribute on special teams very much. Next one here, Jake Ferguson.
Fergie.
You know who's a little, I don't want to say down on Ferguson, but I guess much higher on Schoonmaker and Hendershot is Broadus. Broadus keeps getting, darts thrown at him by people on Twitter and everything else who think he's underrating Ferguson. But he thinks that by season's end, we might be talking about Hendershot as a guy who's more in the rotation along with Schoonmaker than Ferguson. I've said it before. I think they took Ferguson because they were concerned they were going to get wiped out on tight ends before their next pick in 2022. And I don't think it was a thing where it's like, we really value him here in the 4th round. So I do think they think higher of Schoonmaker initially as a prospect coming out, and I think Ferguson and Hendershot are pretty close to them. Next one here, Chauncey Golston. This is a guy that, you remember last year, Broadus was trying to say Anthony Brown was going to have like the greatest season, and he wore the egg on his
Him
face.
and Choppy.
I'm not trying to throw it back at him, but he owned that and said, yeah, I was totally off on that. So he's cautiously saying Chauncey Golston is my guy this year, like that.
Okay.
And they have thought really highly of Golston since they picked him in 2021. They thought that Golston was a guy who was playing out of position at Iowa, was asked to do things that didn't really accentuate his skill set. And so they thought they had a guy who could be a maybe DeMarcus Lawrence starter kit or a poor man's DeMarcus Lawrence, and somebody who can also have the flexibility to kick inside, play some D tackle. I think he's going to play end and 3 technique a lot, but there might be more of a focus for him on 3 technique. We'll have to see what kind of size he comes, and shape he comes into in training camp. Israel Mukwamu, a guy we talked about during the roster inventory, who is playing more cornerback these days, but has the safety flexibility. The fact that he does both makes him a really valuable asset in their defensive backfield.
Had a couple flashes last year.
He did. So one of the things that Broadus always talks about is when you watch tape, if you're watching a corner and trying to figure out a corner's ability, watch them take a receiver from one hash to the other. Do they stay in their hip pocket? And that's something that should make you sit up and go, okay, I need to study this guy more. Mukwamu did that on 2 plays, like 2 different reps in the span of about 5 snaps last year on Lamb. CD, he stuck with him and knocked the ball away on 2 separate reps in Oxnard last year that it was like, oh, maybe this guy has a little bit of more of a corner ability. Even though they're playing him at safety, I know Mukwamu the whole time has wanted to be a corner. That's where he's felt most comfortable. That's where he thinks his skill set is best. Last couple names really quickly here. Jalen Tolbert, that's somebody who has to step up. If he doesn't, he may not be long for this roster. Like, this is something where
you move on a 3rd round pick in 2 years.
Yeah, after Fajoko's still here.
If he had, well, it's because what are the issues you're looking at? Fajoko, they're waiting for him to put certain traits together. If the struggles for Tolbert are similar to last year, where it's not clicking the simple assignment stuff and what he's supposed to do, that to them they go, okay, we can't teach him then, and that's where I think hopefully you'll see some growth there, and it sounds like they have.
But didn't you say last week that he didn't start playing football till like
sophomore or junior year of high school?
So like how much instruction in middle school and below did he lose that were just the basics, the football 101 that he, because that by the time he started playing, that stuff was already taught. They're not wasting time on that.
Yeah, I mean, there's some things that in college, and remember, he played at South Alabama. It's not like he played in an SEC school. I'm sure there's some things that he lost along the way or didn't pick up along the way. But I think last year, when you get issues like lining up in the wrong spot in Green Bay, that's an issue of, I think he got so in his head, he just started making really basic mistakes. Kavontae Turpin. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm waiting for one big name that's been totally forgotten.
No. Let's see here. Kavontae Turpin. I think, again, Turpin is somebody who could be expendable if they decide Deuce Vaughn.
I like Turpin.
If Deuce Vaughn is somebody they think can return kicks, they're going to have a hard time keeping Turpin, I think. Matt Waletzko, who had a shoulder issue much of last year, offensive tackle. That's a guy they're really excited about. They think he's a good athlete. I know internally they think he has the potential to be a starting offensive lineman. And so that's somebody who is going to work in here. And then the final name here.
It's got to be mine.
Let's hope. Sam Williams. Defensive end. And that's because even though he had 4 sacks last year, 10 tackles for loss, and Dorrance Armstrong put up 8.5, he was a better player than Dorrance Armstrong even last year.
So this is a list of who is expected to get more playing time, right?
Yep.
Okay, so this guy wouldn't be on there, but a make or break name. Have we talked or said anything about Nashawn Wright lately? He's been totally forgotten. Do you remember what round he was picked in, RJ?
Fourth?
No.
Third.
The third.
Yeah.
Third round.
Yep.
Nothing whatsoever.
And you know why it's probably why he gets lost in the shuffle a little bit is because
Which is hard to do at 6'4".
Yeah, a round earlier they took Kelvin Joseph, and that's same position, and that's considered a bigger miss, higher capital. Nashawn Wright does contribute on special teams just like Joseph does. He's been injured more frequently, so I think that the Cowboys are having a little bit more patience with that because they feel like he's been set back by being banged up. All right, Travis Kelsey, why does he think that Spits and Suds is a harder job than what he's done or a greater accomplishment than his Super Bowl trophies? He was doing an interview with Pardon My Take from Barstool Sports, and they were asking him about doing this New Heights podcast, which he does, I want to reiterate this, once a week.
Yep.
It is a once-a-week podcast for 1 hour.
With his brother.
Yep, 1 hour of content a week that he needs to come up with his brother, who generally leads the whole thing.
And his brother crushed a beer the other day. I think it was 3-point-something seconds. I hate that he's so likable.
Travis Kelsey tells them it's the hardest job in the effing world to keep coming out with content that people want to hear. I jumped into the podcast game not knowing what the it was even really about or how things were going to transpire, but obviously with the Super Bowl and everything, it's just taken off. So he thinks the hardest job in the world is coming up with 52 hours of content a year, which I think... Don't we, like, all as a station, doesn't each one of our shows, even with G-Bag doing 2-hour shows with Rangers baseball, don't they all hit, like, 52 hours of content within a month? Like, roughly?
Well,
So, I mean...
20. We do, that's 2.5 weeks. It's 2 weeks.
Yeah. So, I mean, thank you, Travis Kelsey, for the compliment that we are more impressive than you or anything that you've done.
That's right. Below the belt every single day here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Do you think any of your significant others appreciates the content that has to be created for 4.5 hours every day? I don't have it.
No.
I don't have it in my world.
I try to be done by the time she gets home. So it's, we hang out. So no, I don't think she really has an issue with it.
Yeah.
No, zero appreciation.
Zero.
In fact, just annoyance, and probably thinks you spend too much time, I think,
Yes.
on it. You could have done this in shorter time.
Yeah. She goes, you can do that show with your eyes closed. I was like, well, no.
Come co-host with us for a day.
So there you go. Thank you. Thank you to Travis Kelsey. Okay. Woj has commented on Kyrie's future, and we're going to have a very, very close interaction with your brand new Dallas Maverick rookie. That's next. Final hour, Thursday edition on The Fan.
Let's get
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, Thursday edition. Peyton's going hard in there.
Oh, man, he's not short stroking anymore.
He going both hands up. Must have another table at WinStar to get to.
Yeah, we do. Friday night, baby.
Are you going?
I think we're close. We're close. I'm trying to convince the friends. They've been gone for a few weeks, so I'm saying, come on, let's go back.
Wow.
I'm feeling it.
There's Pay getting it done. Bobby with his creepy slow motion truck driver on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. It's weird. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you here on 105. Ryan, get the camera off him. It's creeping me out. Just take the camera off of him. All right, so tomorrow is the start of NBA free agency. Kevin Gray and Reggie have the NBA guest list tonight with Tim McMahon and Tim Cato on the Get Right. But yesterday, Woj has spoken on the future free agency of Kyrie Irving.
The market for Kyrie Irving, legitimate places that he would leave Dallas for that makes sense, that are available to him, it's extremely limited, perhaps almost nil. I think the full expectation is that he returns in Dallas. The question will be, what kind of a deal does he go back on? How many years on a contract? I don't think the money will be as much of an issue as how many fully guaranteed years are there for Kyrie Irving. I think that's where the negotiation is going to be between he and the Mavericks. But if he wants to maximize his money on this deal, the place to do that is in Dallas.
So it's like I said from the beginning. You're going to end up with the girl, but you have to live with knowing you are not her first choice. You are the second option. I personally would have a very hard time with that in a relationship. When it comes to a basketball team and you're desperate to keep Luka Doncic, you probably don't care at all. But you got to keep it in the back of your mind. You are not they're not marrying you because they absolutely love you. They're marrying you because the other person said, "Nah, you're not for me." And that's the way this is going to end up with Kyrie Irving, because the other teams are not making offers, at least not right now. And the teams that do have money are in a rebuilding stage. The LA Lakers, maybe the object of his affection, they're trying to re-sign their own. And other teams like your Indiana Pacers, your Houston Rockets, they shouldn't be spending on a player like Kyrie because they're trying to rebuild. Now, maybe the Rockets are the only ones that screwed this up for you because there was a Kyrie rumor out there, and James Harden, according to Windhorse, is probably going back to Philly. So if you were really desperate for Kyrie to be a Maverick, you wanted Harden to go to Houston. You wiped them out. You already eliminated the Suns, but now Houston, maybe they still try to make a splash that would make zero sense for them, but it looks like we're going to end up with Kyrie. The issue here is going to be what the contract is. He's eligible for 5 for $276. That's $55 a year. The Mavericks, if they spend that, they lose their mid-level exception. That's what blew up the JaVale McGee deal for Ayton. The Mavericks, if they paid him $47 a year, asking him to take 8 less a season, can still use the mid-level exception for a $12 million player. And that's what this is going to come down to, because the decision, even though Ramona Shelbourne says, he's going to go and take his free agent meetings starting tomorrow, the decision looks to be all but done.
It seems that way. I'm totally cool with Kyrie coming back. I don't care on what terms. Whether they give him the full max or they get to keep their cute little mid-level exception, whatever. Just this team doesn't get stars anyway. They don't get people to sign here.
Yeah.
By any means necessary. That's it. By any means necessary. If your dream is to have a 2-superstar team, this is what you got to do. You got to get Kyrie Irving.
And then the clock starts. The Kyrie clock starts. You got 2 clocks. You got a Luka clock and you got a Kyrie clock.
Well, they may coincide.
Yes.
They really might.
Yeah, it's like Bobby Marks said, do not give Kyrie more than 3 years, because that's when Luka's deal is up.
Yeah, and interesting that Woj right there just said he thinks the money's not going to be a problem, that he thinks the Mavericks and Kyrie are going to be fine on that. He said the place where they might have some debate is going to be the years. Kyrie probably wants 5, and the Mavericks may look at it and say, well, let's go 3.
Yeah.
And so if that's going to be the sticking point, that'll be the interesting part to watch there.
Because the NBA player always wants more years because, as has been proven, you can get out whenever you want. And you can go to wherever you want. But there's a lot of people who still think Dame will end up on the Miami Heat because that's where Dame wants to go. Just like Bradley Beal got the no trade, and he ended up in Phoenix. That's where he wanted to be. They can not only control getting out, they can point the finger towards the direction to send them. That's the way it is with NBA stars. Okay, Roberto, give us a really intimate introduction to the Mavs' first-round pick.
Yeah, look, I think that there were some people who loved the Derek Lively pick last week. There were some people who didn't like it at all.
Was there anyone in the building or in crosstalk who loved it? Did Hagelin like it because he's a Blue Devil?
No, not really. I mean, a lot of people felt they had a great draft overall, but I mean, there were people who like Lively. Reggie's a fan of Lively. People who like it, people who don't like it. The one thing I think everybody's going to be able to agree on, especially once you hear this audio, is how easy it's going to be to root for him as a person and him as a player. I think everybody's going to want his success, not just for the Mavericks, but just for him personally. So back in March, Duke's basketball video production team released an 11-minute feature showcasing this backstory of Derek Lively, which is really, really incredible. The feature was called Derek Lively II, No Excuses, and it shows just how impressive he really is and probably some of the aspects that made the Mavericks believe in him. This is cut 1 here. This is Derek Lively talking about the driving motivation in his life. And Peyton, I should be clear, cut 4, but Lively cut 1. Derek Lively talking about the driving motivation in his life, his mom.
The reason I say I play basketball for my mother is really because she was the one who got me into this. She's the reason I fell in love with the game. She introduced me to it. She kind of was my first coach. You know, I also play basketball just to make sure I can give her an easy life, you know. Just trying to make sure my mom can just live a peaceful, happy, and as easy of a life that she could possibly live.
The relationship that Derek and I have is a unique one. I think I'm going to start crying. His father passed away about, I'm going to say 5 weeks or so before he turned 8. And so it was just him and I. And we went through everything together. Taught him good, taught him bad. I mean, he figured it out. We did it together. He's had to grow up much quicker than most kids have to. It's impressive to see what he's done. And I think both of us just knew it was just the two of us. And we're going to stick together through thick and thin and just get through it. And we have.
You know, I'm a mama's boy, of course, but being able to just have my mom in my corner is something that I don't think I could live without.
Wow.
So clearly a very tight bond there, and coming from the fact that his father passes away, it's just him and his mom, single mom. That's tough enough. But a year after his death, after his dad's death, Derek Lively's mother was actually diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, which forced him to really grow up fast as a 9-year-old.
Ever since around 2013, that's when she was diagnosed. I found myself having to step up, you know, being able to be the man of the house since my father's gone. No matter if that's running to go get her some food, running to CVS to get her medicine, walking home from school, taking care of the dogs. I just found myself doing more at a young age.
He's also the reason that I keep fighting every day, you know, going through my cancer and fighting that. You know, he says I'm his reason, well, he's mine. You know, my son already became a statistic once by being raised by a single mother. I wasn't going to have him be another statistic. I'll fight tooth and nail, day and night, beginning to end. That's all we know.
Oh, it was rough, man. You know, being able to see my mother at points where doesn't have enough energy to get out of bed. I have to make food sometimes. I have to go get fast food so that she could eat, so that I could eat. That's some things you never expect to do at 9 years old. Instead of just going off and being a kid, going off to go have fun with your friends, you got to make sure you're staying home and just making sure my mom's staying comfortable.
How he's helped me battle, it's every day. And the maturity that he chose to have when we fought this together, because it wasn't just me that fought it, we fought it together.
We're not the type of family to sit there and be like, why me, why us, why are we going through this? We're a family to just kind of accept what's happening and just deal with it and to move on. She's been in remission since August 8th of 2022. We've been going through this for 10 years now. So being able to see my mom finally start to get back to the way she was, it's just been a huge sigh of relief.
This is what you dropped on Choppy last week?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Part of it. There's still more. There's still more of how great he is.
It's okay. He's a good kid. He's an easy kid to like.
Well, and I mean,
it's like, I'm not gonna throw cold water.
Just in general, though, you think about that. Like, I mean, the fact that his dad passed away. So he goes from his dad passing away to his mother getting diagnosed with cancer, basically kind of taking care of her as a kid. He's taking care of his mom. And that's all the way up through August 22, which is when he got to Duke. So we're talking about this is basically his entire upbringing up to Duke. He was taking care of his mom, basically on his own. But even though he was still young when his dad passed away, Derek Lively has kept the memory of his dad, Derek Lively Sr., with him the entire way to the NBA.
Derek's father, although he was in his life for a short period of time, the relationship that the two of them had was pretty cool. I mean, he loved his father, and he still does. He misses him every day.
No matter where you go in my family, someone in my family is going to say I either act, sound, or look like my father. I know a little bit about my dad. I was able to be with him for 7 years of my life before he passed away. Well, this is my first ever tattoo. It says his name, his birth, and his death. Whenever my dad first passed away, my entire family didn't have enough money to even get my father a gravestone. So I felt like when I was 16, the first thing I could do to remember him is to put his name attached to me, because I'm the second, I'm the next Derek that's going through life. So I feel like I should just bring him along with me. With the NIL, I was fortunate enough to start putting a little bit of money in my pocket. Whenever I started to realize I was in a position to make money, I went on my notes app and I wrote down 3 things. And those are the 3 things that I was gonna buy first. I was gonna get my dad a tombstone. The second thing was I'm gonna do everything in my power to make sure my mom is comfortable and get what she needs. As soon as I got, my first check coming in, I was able to buy my father a tombstone for his grave. And, I feel like that was a big step, but a big statement in my family to finally be able to mark where he's buried. So in that, I spoiled my mom. That's the truth. I've been fortunate enough to get my mom a house, and I made sure I got my priorities done first, make sure I took care of the people who was taking care of me for these 18 years before I even did anything for myself.
My word.
He's
the delivery.
incredible.
Yeah. The openness, the delivery. Spittle told me he was awesome on G-Bag. I didn't hear the whole interview, but man, just getting everything off his chest like this, I mean, impossible not to root for as a person.
Yeah, and I think that's why when you hear stuff like this, that's part of the evaluation process. Like when you look at somebody's talents and what they're able to do, I think you have to look at what kind of character, work ethic, whatever else do they have. And so those things, while it's not the most important thing to drafting the player, I think things like this leave clues that show you this is somebody who is obviously
tough,
incredibly tough, mentally tough, and somebody who has his priorities right. Like I said, he gets the NIL money. First thought in his head is, I need to get a gravestone for my dad.
Yeah.
Next thought, I need to make sure my mom, who's had cancer for a decade, I need to make sure she's taken care of. There was one more cut. It's a little longer. I'll just kind of explain that one really quickly. He gets to Duke right after his mother's cancer goes into remission, had great summer practices. He suffers a leg injury. That sets him back. They already had a bunch of other big recruits there. But the coaches there at Duke said there was nobody who grew more from the beginning of the year to the end than Derek Lively, and that his work ethic is unmatched on the team and guys that they've had come through that program. So when you're talking about can Derek Lively hit that ceiling, this kind of stuff, when you hear that, I think says he's got a better shot than your average guy to follow through with it.
Excellent. Bobby Bell doing the homework, going through the audio with the profile of Derek Lively here on DFW Sports Station. We'll crosstalk with KMC at 9:40, but you want to be organized like the greatest of all time? A friend of the show says, try me in college football, and RJ has more evidence that the Longhorns are finally back.
They're back.
College football kegger is next.
Let's get you over to
Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
It's been a couple years since someone's homered, and a longer at bat as that one is ripped down the left field line, hooking towards the pole. It is a fair ball, and that's out of here! Just sneaking over the wall down the left field line. A solo home run that gets out with a speed of 115 miles an hour. Holy smokes!
Holy smokes!
Hardest hit ball by a Ranger this year, according to Jared Sandler, who was on the call here on your home for Rangers baseball. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, and Dane Dunning in his last 3 starts. 2.49 ERA in 21 innings. Opponent's batting average, 203. 15 strikeouts in those 21 and 2/3. 3 walks, 3 quality starts.
Nice.
And he has a 2.69 ERA, 8th best in Major League Baseball. So those are the highlights from last night. And today, KMC, they're going to join us from the Globe, Crosstalk at 9:40. They'll be doing the show out there until the pregame at 12:30. First pitch at 1.
Short show today. They don't have the big clock today. They got the short clock.
All right, RJ Choppy has been gearing up, starting to itch. We talk a lot of NFL, home of the Cowboys, but the number 2 sport to many in the Metroplex and in this country is in college.
College football! Oh, man. 63 days and 13 hours until college football is back.
How did you get that?
I just went, how many days till collegefootball.com?
Is that a website?
Yeah, I just Googled it. Yeah, it's so 63 days until college football resumes.
I thought it was on your new Apple Watch.
No, this is an old, it's a hand-me-down watch. This is, I've got the small size. I guess this is like the smaller one. I need to get the bigger one.
What do you like better between, why do you need to get a bigger one?
It's more masculine.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that douchebag answer.
Well, I mean, my whole existence, I support toxic masculinity, and I'm going to bring it back into style.
All right, so rank your 3 Apple products now.
Computer's number 1.
Computer's 1.
I mean, then the phone, then the watch.
Then the watch.
It's a good phone. The phone's fine. There's 2 things I don't like about it. Like, I have 2 major complaints with the phone. Other than that, the phone's fantastic. I hate the keyboard, and I've even tried to change the keyboard. It still is not the same one as I used to have, and it's just very, very difficult to type. And the other one is, so anybody who's filmed like their kid playing baseball, like the camera, it kind of tries to autofocus, and it screws it up so it gets blurry.
Yes.
And I hate it.
Yes.
I hate that. My Samsung didn't do that. It was too advanced. But it's a great phone. Like, it's a fun phone. I find the iPhone to be a very fun phone.
Fun phone.
Like, it's better. Like, if you have no friends, the Samsung's better.
Why?
Because there's no group chat. And it's like a more advanced phone. But like, if you have friends,
RJ is
group chats,
liking and hearting the hell out of our group messages.
I'm gonna do that. I'm doing it really for Bobby.
RJ laughs at. RJ emphasizes. RJ likes.
I'm doing it for Bobby. That's all I'm doing for Bobby. So that's just kind of how
You're
it
just
is.
a traitor.
Again, I said there's 2 major complaints, and those are big complaints. But that's a fine phone. Where was I?
College
football.
College football.
remember back in the day?
Hang on a sec. The MFFL Mavs account, which puts out a lot of information, says per Mark Stein, the Mavs are expected to come to terms early in free agency with Andre Drummond. So there's a big man.
We're just going to have 20 centers. That's what we're going to do. We're going to have Derek Lively, Rashawn Holmes, Andre Drummond, Dwight Powell, Maxi Kleba. Let's just a 6'10 and above team. Let's go trade for DeAndre Ayton.
Man, Drummond's only 29. He had, if I remember correctly, an amazing year in Detroit. Then I thought he went to the Lakers and wasn't that impressive. Last year he averaged 6 and 6. That's not great. But man, Andre Drummond, he's been in the league for a while. Woo! In Detroit, his best years, I mean, he was like 16 and 14, 16 and 15.
Oh, I mean, you give me that, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but he's really tailed off since 2020 in LA. There you go. He had 12 and 10. And then steady decline. He's basically been 6 and 6 for the past 4 seasons.
LeBron ruined him. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is according, I don't see Stein on it, but he's been all over news. Andre Drummond to the Mavs probably early on.
It's behind a paywall, but it's in Stein's article.
Yeah. Well, maybe he'll text you back and confirm it.
I mean, he hasn't texted me back.
He'll probably text KG back.
Yeah. Kevin Gray gets all the NBA guests that reject us.
Yeah. So, remember back in the day, Jim Tressel was forced to resign because some of the Ohio State players got improper benefits from a tattoo parlor. Well, those days are long gone. And, thanks to the NIL, times have changed so much. Quinn Ewers just posted this on social media yesterday. The football season's around the corner. Check out my exclusive performance merch today. Ultra soft short sleeve tees, UPF 50-plus performance long sleeve, short sleeves and hoodies, trademark Quinn Ewers logo. He is capitalizing on his brand awareness. He is capitalizing on his number. And he has got this apparel line out now. He's got his logo on it. It's pretty cool. And then, I love those shirts.
What is the logo? I judge people off logo.
Okay, so it almost looks like he's spiking the football. Right? It almost looks like that, but I'm guessing it's a jump throw.
Right?
Because his arm is down. His left arm is down. So he would never throw.
It's not him down on the ground against Bama?
Yeah, no. It almost looks like the Jumpman logo, but his arm is in a throwing motion. Because his other arm, his left arm, when you're throwing, it will be up.
Now, is it of the short hair or the long hair?
It's short hair. There's no mullet here.
Down means business.
Yeah, he definitely means business. But so that's the Ewers logo, and he is capitalizing on this one.
Another follow-up here from Stein. I'm sorry. We're going back and forth. JaVale McGee is out of Dallas's plans per Stein. So, I don't know what that means, but it's not in their plans.
Very disappointing. Very disappointing.
Yeah, just
what a
Magoo
horrible signing that turned out to be.
Are we sure that's not mullet right there? Is that supposed to be chin strap?
I was
or
thinking
mullet?
it's chin strap.
Okay.
I was thinking it's chin strap. I don't know.
It looks like a receiver catching a pass off platform.
It
more
really
than somebody
does.
throwing.
It looks like a receiver making a one-handed catch. So he is capitalizing on this. That's very, very good. He's got to stay ahead of Arch Manning, who's getting all this NIL money. Now, speaking of Texas, they're back. Brett McMurphy on Twitter. Texas sells out of its season ticket allotment. More than 68,000 tickets. Season tickets have been sold, the most in school history. Now, their season ticket sales do not include student tickets, which are expected to surpass 20,000. I was surprised because there's more than 100,000 seats at their stadium, and only 68,000 season tickets. Now, I forgot about the students. There's 88. Still, that's another 12 to 15,000 seats that are just general seats they're going to sell, not season tickets. I think it'd be a complete sellout with season tickets, but there you go. They're going to get 68,000 most in school history in the season ticket sales.
Yeah, and they're already cleaning up the 2024 recruiting class. Tashard Choice, former Cowboys back.
Yeah.
Finished up those 2 recruit running backs in the last week. We got Christian Clark, Jarrett Gibson, 2 4-star running backs. We are back. We're ready to just run this whole thing.
Okay. Before we get into A coach finally ready to name names. We're never going to get this dang video game, Sean. According to Front Office Sports, the Brander Group, a brand management agency that handles NIL agreements for over 50 schools, is asking for a temporary restraining order against Electronic Arts, that's EA Sports, that would stop the video game company from offering deals to schools and student athletes for this college football game. The players are boycotting the game because they're only going to get $500-$600 per player to be in this game when they want a lot more. Now, granted, there's thousands of players in college football that could be in this game. I mean, you could have one double FBS, FCS in this game, but they're seeking to restrain student athletes' ability to contract freely. That's this Brander company is. And EA is like, no, we want to be able to go right to the school and right to the student athletes. We're never going to get this stupid game. That's all I want is this game. We're never going to get it.
Would you buy it and get it?
I would. Yeah, I would. I would absolutely.
You'd play this over Madden.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, finally, this. We have asked because people poach left and right.
Yeah.
And you can't stop it. And we have been asking this. And, the UT San Antonio coaches mentioned this. Jeff Traylor, we've asked people to say this. And finally they're saying it. Trent Dilfer is ready to name names if you poach one of his players.
By the way, come try to get my guys.
Right.
Like, I dare you, Power Fives. I got a pretty big platform that I can step on.
Yeah.
And if I find you in my kids' DMs, and if I find you talking to high school coaches about my kids, if you're in my roster, I'm going to call your ass out. I'm going to say it by name to the biggest voices in television today, and it's going to make Game Day, and it's going to make Sports Center. It's going to make, because by the way, those guys running Sports Center are still my friends.
That's right. I still got their
So
sale.
go ahead. I dare you to jump into my roster. And I told the American coach the same thing. I said, why don't you guys have the you-know-whats to stand up and say, get out of my roster?
Right.
I said, here's why, because you want their job.
Oh.
You
said it.
I want this job.
That's right.
I don't want no power. I want this job. I want to live in Birmingham. I want to live downtown. I want to go see my grandson in Nashville. I don't want that other job. So I don't care if you blackball me.
Right.
I want this job. I want the city of Birmingham to say, no, that's our city. That's our coach. Right. And so go ahead. I'm not scared of whoever, the grand poopah of poopahs, to blackball me. Right? Like, get out of my roster. These are my guys. I love these guys. Stay the hell out of it.
Wow. Finally.
What a message.
Finally someone said it. Now, he could not have said that with a straight face. Well, I love Birmingham. I'll live in Birmingham the rest of my life.
Couple things. Number one.
He's at UAB.
You better make sure that you really don't want to move up past UAB, Trent. Number two, you better be clean and stay clean, because if you move up past UAB, you don't stay clean. Number three, everyone has, all they got to do is go on Twitter and say, put someone on blast. So your Sports Center connections, texting Jay Harris doesn't mean much. But
what a shot at Jay Harris.
Sorry.
Poor guy.
I didn't mean to take a shot at Jay Harris. Who's someone who left Sports Center? There was an anchor that is leaving.
Is it Neil Everett?
Oh, Neil Everett. All right, so text Neil Everett. There you go. He's on his way out. But that's what I thought. I'm like, okay, this better be a lifer deal for you.
Would it really get him blackballed, though? Like, what would they be blackballing him for?
Blackballed by who? Colleges? It'd have to be the dean, the AD that blackballs you?
Yeah, but like, why?
Because Dilfer does have this type of more clean image and morals. So UAB better be it.
If Bama comes looking for...
I respect it, but...
If Bama comes looking for UAB football players, and UAB, which, by the way, is just, recently in the last couple of years, even back playing football, didn't their program go away for a few years? Like, who do you think the powers and the money in college football is going to get behind if UAB is throwing around accusations against Saban? They want to see Alabama prosper. They don't give a damn about Trent Dilfer and UAB.
No, they don't. But like the poaching aspect, like if there's proof of poaching, like that's going to get them in trouble.
If there's proof of poaching though, and you start screwing up a meal ticket, you start having to get the NCAA's attention to punish a big power program. They're not going to be happy with you.
Look, college football kegger on a Thursday here on Sean and RJ. Let's crosstalk with KMC out at the park in Arlington on your home of the Rangers next.
Coming up in the next.
I like this song. Get it, Chop.
Fantasy by Mariah Carey. That's not what it is. I know.
That's what it is.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece out at the ballpark with a 12:30 pregame, 1 o'clock first pitch. Corey Majors is on the mic, obviously. What's up?
Yeah. I was just telling Mike it's a little bit Mariah Carey.
That is Mariah Carey.
No, that's actually is that a Doja right now or is that Coi Leray?
Bobby,
what?
It's Lotto.
What was being asked?
What's the song?
Lotto, right?
I didn't know who was asking me. It's the BDE or whatever.
Lotto.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the whatever energy. So yeah, that's
So
it.
they stole the whole beat.
It's called a sample. But
Sampling,
they did.
Sampled it. So
Are you thinking that's Dream? Is that Dream Lover Mariah Carey?
No,
Mike is thinking of?
that's sampling fantasy. That is fantasy.
Fantasy, yeah.
By Mariah Carey.
Oh.
Yeah.
So sampling is just a different way for saying stealing?
Basically took and remixed the
means-
music
yeah,
a little bit.
They bought it.
I believe you can't take more than like 2 bars. I think that's that's all you can take, and then you can.
Yeah,
loop
you'll
that
pass out if
throughout
you
the
do
song.
that.
Yeah, what did Vanilla Ice got sued a lot of money and lost because.
But it was just
Thank you.
different, Mike. It was
Xanax.
like dun 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 dun. You know, remember?
Yep, you stole that. You have to pay for that.
So yeah, man, we're out here today, Sean. We're out at Globe Life Field getting ready to rock this thing today. And at 11, I'm going to go ahead and do this for you. At 11 o'clock, Brandon Hurtado is going to stop by and explain why he put steaks on a barbecue menu. So I know that conversation was going on yesterday on y'all's show.
Yes.
And then we'll have Matt Hicks roll through around 11:40 today, and we'll talk with him about, man, that game last night was spectacular. So we'll talk with him about today's game as well.
Is Brandon really coming by?
Yeah.
Are you putting him on air?
Yeah, I texted him this morning, and I said, hey, man, you want to come by and say hi? Because last time we were here, he was like, man, I just missed you guys. I want to come say hi. So I said, yeah, come on over, man.
Man, I think he stopped by the fan suite as my boy Scott had Riverbend pools out there, so he was hosting all them. But, man, Mike, what's your favorite Hurtado's item?
Gosh, that's a good question. Here, I love the nachos, but they don't serve that at their restaurant.
They only do it for you, right?
That's a in the ballpark situation, not at their restaurant situation.
Yeah.
I mean, their tacos here are amazing because they dip the tacos in the sauce. I don't know, the
broth.
Juice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like Bria style.
And then they fry it up or whatever,
Yeah.
and it is great.
I think Corey, it's those tacos and the Texas Twinkies.
Oh, man, the
I haven't
Texas
had those.
Twinkies. Describe
Oh.
it, Sean, for Mike.
So, Mike, you know a stuffed jalapeno, basically?
Yes.
You like those? Are they too spicy, or you like it?
I like those. I'm from Texas.
Oh, well done. Okay.
Welcome to Texas.
So basically, stuffing it with brisket, cream cheese, another cheese, wrapping it in bacon, smoking it, and getting it crisp, just stuffed inside with brisket and cheese. They're
Sounds like a
amazing.
plan.
They might be the best things on the menu. What I haven't tried is quail. Quail's the most underrated meat, I believe.
I haven't tried quail at Hurtado's, but quail is good.
Yes.
Yeah, I've had it. It's awesome.
Awesome, right?
Yes.
It's just like a smaller,
Awesome.
juicier chicken.
Way juicy.
But this guy's killing it. He's making his own smoke box that he's selling and pushing out there.
He taught a class in the stadium this weekend. He
Yeah.
had a class, and he had his
On
name up on
Sunday.
the big board and everything.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so,
we were having a debate over, Derek Lively was saying, "Oh, my favorite thing in a barbecue to G-bag was steak," and I was like, "No, that's not Texas." And then freaking Corey has to hit me up and text me, "Hurtado's is selling steaks, Father's Day ribeye specials." So I was like, "Oh, okay."
I was just,
In your face.
I'm listening. No, I was just wanting to be part of the conversation while I'm driving around on the road.
Where's Hagelin?
He
Driving
quit.
around the road.
I think he's sick. Is what he told us yesterday.
Well, yesterday he said sick of his family.
Yeah, no. Yesterday it was like he was just kind of with his family from Chicago, and he was like, I just kind of need a break. And I guess he got a bug with baby Noah, so both of them are laying at home trying to hydrate right now.
Oh wow, what is that fill-in? Is that Skip Bayless naked?
Yeah, that's Skip without a shirt on. Yeah.
Okay.
He's the one where he's wearing the pants.
I just try to make people uncomfortable as possible, and I hope that does it.
Michael?
Yeah, can you believe Kyrie's going to meet with all the teams that want him now?
No, I was going to ask you about the new big man edition.
So, what's interesting is talking to people that are close to the Mavs, I will say. For 7 years, no, the people that actually have contracts with him, is I would bring up Andre Drummond's name a lot, right? The dude's averaging 15, 16 rebounds a game. He's 20. He's in his early 20s. And I'm like, hey, doesn't this seem like a guy the Mavericks could use? They're like, oh, he's horrible. Fake stats, doesn't play defense, just hangs around the rim to get his fake rebounds. And I'm like, yeah, but we have a guy who tries really hard and doesn't get any rebounds no matter where he's at on the court. And I'm just like, so it's always really confusing to me. I'm glad it's looking like they're going to sign Andre Drummond. But for literally 7 years, I was told by multiple people close to the Dallas Mavericks, you don't want Andre Drummond. Yeah. You don't want Andre Drummond. And then for the next year, you don't want Andre Drummond. And for about 6 years, he's only 29. I think he's about to turn 30. I'm not sure if he'll be good or not because I've been told for 6 or 7 years from the Dallas Mavericks people that Andre Drummond's not a good basketball player. Yeah, now he's going to be a great basketball player.
They'll get Julius Randle next. Right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Go ahead and get him.
It's weird. It's weird to me. And I get it. Now, Nico wasn't around. When I asked about Andre Drummond, Nico wasn't around. When I asked about Andre Drummond, Jason Kidd wasn't around. But there's other people that were around that are still around that would say how horrible Andre Drummond is.
Well, look, they have – sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. There's this y'all seen the J.J. Redick audio where he talks about, look, with Luka, you need the modern five. And he talks about rim protecting and rebounding and potential for lob. And that's about it. And we haven't even been able to use that lately. You know, like Dwight Powell is a potential for a lob, but that's about it when it comes to that. And JaVale McGee couldn't stay on the court. Yeah. So this is the name that kind of fits that model, and I think that's what we all believe that works best with those guys.
Well, look, they have certainly addressed, rebounding and size, which they obviously needed to. They were dead last in the NBA. So they have addressed that. I'm just still a little bit disappointed that the mid-level exception was chosen over DeAndre Ayton, but maybe they have something else in mind because they're like, okay, we have Drummond. It's like the Cowboys are going to tell us. The combination of Dorrance Armstrong and Dante Fowler are better than Randy Gregory, just as good. That's what Jerry always said.
Position flex.
I do think it will be scary just for this. I do understand this. Andre Drummond can't really play the last 5 minutes of NBA basketball games. Why is that? Well, he can't guard on pick and roll switches at all, right? He's just not, his feet are not fast enough. Everybody will bring him up in a pick and roll situation, and it's very tough to defend that way when you have to help that much for a guy. The other thing, he is useless on offense because it's easy to take away. We talked to the former Phoenix Suns general manager when the Mavericks made their run in the playoffs, and they're like, the easiest play to take away is the lob dunk to Dwight Powell. It's the easiest play when you're preparing for a team in the playoffs. You can make that a really easy adjustment, and you'll never get that play pretty much all of the playoffs, and that's why Dwight Powell doesn't do anything in the playoffs that he can do in the regular season. So Andre Drummond, I'm happy with it, but it does not address the last 5 minutes of baseball.
Did you see his free throw percentage? That's another reason why. He's a 47.5% career free throw shooter.
Let's go. Somebody worse than Luka.
He's been in the 50s over the past, Man, what did he shoot early on to get the average that low?
38, 35, 38, 41, 37 was his first 5-6 years. Because he's been above like 55%, 50% the rest of his career.
Bruce Bowen numbers.
I just don't understand how he went from 17 and 15 to a drink of 7 and 7 basically. And he's 30. Like he's not 33. But a lot of that was in Detroit. Mike, who are some of the candidates for the mid-level here, you think?
That's a good question. I think Grant Williams, because I think he might be around that number. Bruce Brown is not going to be at $12.4 million. I think he's going to get 15 to upwards of $20 million a year.
Which I think I'm okay with.
Right. I mean, I think that he'd be perfect here. I really do. He'd be your starting small forward. He would play 40 minutes a night. And you would desperately need him. But there's at least 5 other teams with cap space that want him. There's other teams with the mid-level exception that want him. So then you would be, hey, we can offer you the same thing. Why are we better than that team? So that's the reason Denver traded for those draft picks during the NBA Finals is they knew Bruce Brown was going to be out of their range. They're like, look, he's going to probably get close to $20 million, and we can't do that with our salary structure that we have with 3 max-out players already on our team. So they had known that he's going to get over the mid-level exception, but he would be great for it. I've looked at the other day. I did look at all of the free agents, and the one that scared me was center, because I was like, we need to get somebody with Lively that can take a lot of pressure off of him to be good at 19, 20 years old, because that's just rare for that to happen in the NBA. But the center market is horrible, and we are signing Andre Drummond, but I think he's a 12 to 15 minute a night guy, and then I think Lively's 12 to 15 minutes. Holmes is 12. Like, it's going to be interesting how Jason Kidd, he's going to have to work his ass off every night to figure out what is the best matchup. How do I get the most out of these kind of 3 or 4 guys? And I'm still, my opinion, Dwight Powell will still be a Dallas Maverick, and Dwight Powell will still get 20 minutes a night at the center position.
Little center by committee. All right. Enjoy the game today. Enjoy the barbecue or the barbecue talk, Corey.
Yeah, that's the plan, man.
Bring me back a Twinkie, maybe. Bobby, would you eat a stuffed jalapeno?
Yeah, sure.
Are you not a jalapeno?
Have you not had it before? No, it's fine. I don't think I've eaten it, but yeah, sure.
The spice?
I don't mind spicy.
Okay.
A stuffed jalapeno, if you don't have the seeds, it's not really spicy at all.
Yeah.
They're fine.
But
I
like
love them.
cream cheese?
Yeah, cream cheese is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good.
see.
Got something.
We got something.
We got something we can force them to eat.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC Masterpiece live from the stadium. Stop by and say what's up to the fellows right here on The Fan.
Fan. It's Corey Majors and Mike Bassick out here today at Globe Life Field. And we got Alec Medford back in the studio. So you can say anything about his hats, Mike? Do you have any thoughts?
Oh, man, those hats are amazing.
All right, there we go.
I mean, whoever can spell something upside down and backwards deserves $1 billion for making that idea.
Glad we have Alec back in there taking care of us.
Look, we have an hour to do this.
Yes.
We have an hour to vote. If you're watching on YouTube, you're watching on Twitch, it ends at 11. Let's make sure that we finish this off strong and get all of our Texas Rangers as a starter in the All-Star game. Not just in the All-Star game, as a starter in the All-Star game.
Almost the entire infield would be like the coolest thing to see is that all Rangers are there. Right now we have Vote Young, Vote Marcus up on the wall right behind us. Carter is working on putting a vote for Heim on there. I think Heim's the key here. Because Marcus Semien is ahead of everybody. All right, like he's ahead of everybody by a mile. But I think Heim and Adley Rushman.
Yep, there you go.
I think those two are like within 4% of each
it's
other.
Close.
So we'll see where that lands at about 11 o'clock. Have you voted already today, Mike?
I did vote this morning. When I woke up, I literally got on my phone and voted for all the Rangers.
That's the first thing I did, too. It was one of those things that was just on my mind because I do want to see these guys in the All-Star game. They deserve it for the work they've put in. And there goes vote for Jonah Heim right there on our wall. So we'll have those up all day long, but you have 1 hour left to rock that. We're here until about 12:30. Then we'll turn things over to Jared Sandler and Matt Hicks for the Rangers broadcast against the Detroit Tigers. But last night, Mike, man, I think that this was one of those moments where I wanted to ask you, is Detroit bad or did we get a fully realized Dane Dunning last night? Because this might have been his best outing.
Well, it's a good question. Detroit is a team that, in a weird way, because they have Javi Baez, who when you throw the ball, he's swinging. He doesn't work the count at all. He's just taking a rip at you. Release the ball, and he's swinging the bat. But besides that, I remember when the Rangers went to Detroit earlier in the year, and they said, man, this team has not had a pitcher go past 6 innings in a whole bunch of starts because they would kind of almost wear down the pitch count of a starting pitcher. And so I remember going into this series that, man, it's really tough against Detroit to go deep into the ballgame as a starting pitcher. But as you look at this series, the Rangers starting pitching has done pretty good. Obviously, the first game, not very good for Heaney, but the next 2 games, really good for Perez and Dunning last night. I don't want to say they're bad. They're below average. They got off to a bad start, and they've been playing about average. Detroit's dealing with a lot of injuries right now. Riley Green is their Evan Carter, and really even bigger than Evan Carter, 3rd overall pick, was having a good year this year for them in the outfield, and he's hurt and he's out, and they have a lot of guys hurt. That Monday game, when they got their starting pitcher hurt, Boyd, I believe it was, to start the game, and he's out for this year and next year with TJ. Then I want to say Vest came in after that. He got hurt. And so in the second inning, they're going to their 3rd pitcher, 2nd reliever. Now you see what happened to the Rangers in the Angels series. When you have stuff like that happen, when you have a starter that's not able to make the start and you don't have a AAA replacement, and then you have to start maneuvering pieces around the rest of a series, especially in a 4-game series, you get to see you either can reap the benefits like the Rangers are, or you have to live with the results the way that the Rangers lost 3 of 4 to the Angels earlier in the month. So all it takes is one starting pitcher and maybe one other injury to cause total chaos for about a 5-day stretch with a team. And I think the Rangers right now, they're better than Detroit, but they also are taking advantage of the Monday injury situation and the overall injury situation of the Tigers.
With Dunning, we've talked you've been looking at his past few games, and you're like, man, that's good. It's good stuff that he's putting out there. This was one of those that just spikes a little bit different with the 10 strikeouts and everything.
Sure.
And so you always wonder, is that like we're talking about? I'll ask you about Duran in a minute.
Yeah.
But you always wonder, is that him? Can he get to that, or is he more what he's been over the last 4 outings?
Well, I think. First of all, no, he's not a 8-inning guy that's going to strike out 10 guys. He's proven that he is more of an inning. He can eat innings, but not 8, and he's not going to strike out a lot of guys. When you look at his baseball savant page, you're not going to see a lot of spin rate. You're not going to see a lot of velocity. You're not going to see a lot of swing and miss when they start getting further into stats
but
than just your basic
location.
stats. Right, he has good locations. He has a good ground ball rate. He's a competitor. There's a lot of things to like about Dane Dunning. I believe he's a guy that can be kind of a really good 3 or 4 in your rotation starting pitcher. But when you start talking about, hey, can you strike out 10 guys and pitch kind of 7+ innings, that's reserved for the best pitchers in the game. And he's not that. He went through a little bit of a rough stretch, but when you give up that much contact, you're going to have sometimes stretches where they're really hitting the ball hard off of you, and he needs weak contact.
Yeah.
There's going to be a guy like Evaldi who can get swings and misses in big situations. Where Dunning, if you get a runner on second and third and 1 out, if you're expecting a strikeout, like, hey, we need a strikeout here, he doesn't really have strikeout stuff. He's going to have to live with hopefully a ground ball or a sac fly, get 2 outs, get the next guy out, and only 1 run scored in that situation.
He's like a model Mike Maddox pitcher, where we work on these specific things, and it's going to get you 6 innings.
I think he also fits in really well in this rotation. If you look at Evaldi, and I know his velocity's come down a little bit, but Evaldi is a mid-90s guy. You look at John Gray, he's a mid to at times high 90s guy when he's feeling good. And then you got 2 lefties in your rotation. So if you had another Dane Dunning in your rotation, and in the series you got Dane Dunning and Dane Dunning, then it becomes a little bit easier for a team to hit.
Yeah, I figured this guy out. Yeah.
The saying is in baseball, same guy, different number. So if you have it sounds great. I want everybody to throw 96-mile-an-hour sinkers with a slider and a split. Well, that is good. But if you have 3 out of your 5 starting pitchers doing that all the same, and they're not all Roger Clemens, you could run into issues where the team by the second day and possibly the third day, if they're all back-to-back, are like, yeah, we keep seeing the same arm slot, the same speed, the same movement, the same repertoire, and that's why I've always felt like, yeah, I want stud pitchers, but I also want variance in my starting rotation.
Yeah, I mean, take it back to the Tim Hudson, Mark Mulder, Barry Zito, 3 different guys.
100%.
I'm trying to think of like some other groups that have kind of been like that. I mean, you go back to that Braves era. Where Smoltz and Avery and Maddox were all different guys.
Yeah.
They all had different ways to go attack you, so that's really nice.
Obviously different size to throw from, and then if you have, let's say, 4 righties in your rotation, maybe 2 of them are like John Gray and Evaldi, but then your other guy is a high 80s, low 90s sinker, slider, cutter type of guy, and so I really like what Dunning brings to this rotation. I know this is probably for another conversation because we kicked butt last night, but if the Rangers are trying to get another starting pitcher, I think Dane Dunning stays in the rotation. I don't think he's the one that goes back to the bullpen. I think they would maybe lean towards Heaney going to the bullpen if and only if they're completely healthy, the 5 guys they have are healthy, and you trade for a starting pitcher who you believe is, a top 3 guy in a rotation.
I feel like Heaney's lost a little steam. I don't know if it's arm fatigue or what, but he just he started really fast, and then the innings have been shorter for him over his last few outings.
And you can limit his innings if you put him in the pen.
How bad do you think last night he had 100 pitches, which I'm told would have been a Maddox?
Okay.
I never heard this before, but
right.
C.J. Nitkowski, who you're going to be working with next week.
Yeah, in Washington.
Yeah, he said that it would have been a Maddox. It would have been a complete game shutout with 100 or under pitches.
Wow.
And he almost had that last night.
Which is very tough with 10 strikeouts.
Yes. So he almost had that last night. How bad do you think he wanted the CGS to go on his resume?
Very bad.
Yeah.
Probably not as bad as this one. Do you remember, and there's obviously a perfect game last night in Oakland, do you remember when Colby Lewis, I don't know, approximately 10 years ago, had a no-hitter? It might have been a perfect game, but I think a no-hitter against Oakland.
Yes.
And he gave up a hit in the 8th inning with either 1 or 2 outs. I think there was 1 out. I don't know if he got to the last out. And John Radigan is in the dugout, and after the game was over, he interviews him, and Colby Lewis is like, I think he threw a CG but didn't get the no-hitter, and he goes, it sucks. Because you're that close. Now, I know that it's different, right? A no-hitter or a perfect game is very different from a complete game shutout, but you also want those complete games, and you want complete game shutouts too. So he's probably very happy with his outing, is feeling good today about getting in his work and getting ready for his next start. At the same time, you're like, dang it, I was 1 pitch, 1 out away from having a complete game.
And it's less about out like you and Derek yesterday, and y'all's feud back and forth was a lot of fun to watch. But it's less about being able to one-up somebody, but more about being able to say, I did it. I accomplished that. Your team is like, you know what? He can do it if we need him to. Like, maybe he can go out there and do it.
And it was huge for the Rangers that are playing in a stretch of 17 games without a day off, that he did give them 8 2/3. Yeah, you had to use Rodriguez for a final out. But the bullpen today, especially on what you call short rest, just because you're not playing at 7 o'clock tonight, you're playing at 1 o'clock, is that everybody in your pen is able to pitch today if needed. And hopefully they're not all needed. But it's always big when you're in a stretch of without days off that you give a starting pitcher gives the bullpen a day off. And that's what Dane did yesterday.
And we'll get into today's game in just a minute. I did want to – Duran goes 2 for 4 last night. The dude, I think, like the last 6 games, he has 2 hits. He's playing at a level, or he's hitting at a level.
Like you're saying,
now.
every game.
Yeah,
not 6 games. He only has 2 hits. Every game he's playing, he's pretty much having 2 or more hits.
Yeah, that's 19 hits in the last like 10 games or something like that that I looked at yesterday, and I just continue to be impressed by this guy, Mike. And we're asking the question yesterday: is this what he is?
Yeah.
And there is always going to be, like you talk about this all the time. There's going to be highs, there will be lows, but if you can limit how low the low is and how long the low is, then you get back to what you are.
And I think this is a real question the Rangers are asking themselves this is awesome for Duran. Is this what he's going to be the next 5 to 6 years? Because if he is, you don't trade him.
Yeah.
I understand that. And I'm not saying the Rangers are trying to trade him or not trying to trade him right now. I think they're going to probably keep him. He's not going to be moved. But when you're building your team and you're building your franchise, I think you can look at Josh Young and go, look, he was the 8th overall pick. He's a premium prospect. Is he doing things faster than we thought? Yeah, he's producing faster than we thought. But Ezekiel Duran, good player, got from the Yankees, if you don't know where he came from, in the Joey Gallo trade. And you have to look at him and go, he's a little bit positionless on the Texas Rangers, but we'll live with him. He's working his butt off in left field. But we'll live with, at times, a few mistakes in left field. If the dude's going to bat 300 and possibly pop 25 home runs with 80-plus RBIs, it's amazing. And I keep telling myself, is this Ezekiel Duran? Like, next year, are we going to see a guy batting at around 300 and doing this? Like, because if he is, that's, because we asked that about Leody Taveras a couple weeks ago, and it's just like, is Leody Taveras and Ezekiel Duran this? Because if those are those guys, and if Josh Young is this, and we already know Seager, he's having a career year, but we know Seager's an all-star. We know Simeon's an all-star. They're perennial all-stars. If you have all this going in your lineup, Nate Lowe won the Silver Slugger last year. He's gotten off to, in a weird way, as great as the offense have been, Nate Lowe's the only player performing under his somewhat career stats,
but better defensively.
Yeah,
he's kind of like balanced.
And he'll probably come up. And Lowe's starting to get a little bit hotter. I think Lowe's in for a pretty good second half of the season. So, man, with Ezekiel Duran, he's one of those unsung heroes, because where would the Rangers have been? And you remember this is the crazy thing. Just thinking about this, they went with Josh Smith. They didn't even go with Ezekiel Duran.
Yeah.
When Seager got hurt, Josh Smith was their shortstop. They're like, all right, Josh Smith is going to kind of take over as our everyday guy as Duran fills in at shortstop a little bit more now, at third base and left field.
First base.
And then I don't know how long it was, maybe 10 days into the process, where then Ezekiel Duran started taking over as the guy at short.
Yeah.
And if that wouldn't have happened, if Ezekiel Duran would have been more of what everybody thought he was going to be around Major League Baseball, then the Rangers aren't scoring as many runs with Seager out. They're not winning as many games with Seager out. So for Ezekiel Duran, you could argue that he's been the most valuable player on this team for what he was able to provide during Seager's exit because of injury. And then when he came back, he's figured out a way how to stay in the lineup and be one of the best producing guys in the lineup.
I know Woodward's no longer with us.
Right.
Here on this team. He's still with us. But that's one of the things that he kept telling us last year is make it to where I have to put you in the lineup. Like I can't do anything but I have no reason not to put you in the lineup. And that's what Duran's done for Bochy. And I think, man, we just keep looking back at the job that Bochy's done here, and understanding all the experience that goes into not just, we talk about the decisions, Cody Bradford pitching again today, how that's come along over time, and how it was, look, we got to find ways to rest some of our starters and give ourselves opportunities.
Yeah, there's so many. It's so fun to be here at the ballpark today. Come by and say hi to us. We're on the second floor. I don't know if this is called the second floor, but We're in center field. Come say hi to us. Say what's up. You can yell at us, Tolo. We'll see how Corey deals with the yelling.
I'm fine with it. Go ahead and yell. I'm all right with that.
One of my favorites, Renee, won't be here to say, what are you doing, Corey?
What are you doing? Well, we got Carter. He could yell at you.
And make sure you have 45 minutes left
45.
to vote for the Texas Rangers to make sure they're in the All-Star game.
All right, and coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, there is new information about the Dallas Mavericks that we got to get into, and I think Mike is happier about it. Next on The Fan.
Where you going?
105.3 The Fan. We are live from Globe Life Field, where behind me you can see the posters that we have put up of Josh Young, Adolis Garcia, Jonah Heim, all right behind us right now. They might rotate in and out throughout the show, so keep your eyes on that. You have 40 minutes to vote, actually 39 minutes to vote. To get your vote in for the day. Mike woke up in this morning. First thing he did, voted. I woke up this morning still in bed, voted. So make sure you get yours done so that we can have a Rangers infield today, or for the All-Star game.
That will be amazing if you tune in Tuesday night in Seattle to the All-Star game, and the second baseman, shortstop, third baseman, and catcher are all Rangers.
That would be so
I mean, how
cool.
amazing will that be if we can pull this off, Ranger fans? Now, I know Adolis, too. Adolis is losing by a lot, so it's going to take a lot to get him into third place. I hope he can, but there's a strong possibility that only the first baseman is a non-Ranger, and the pitcher. Most likely.
Man, if DeGrom was healthy and playing at the pace he was, that would be wild because that could possibly be the situation. I'm still very curious, Mike, and we'll get to Kyrie in just a second.
Yeah,
I'm still very curious about the relationship with Jonah Heim. I know Bobby Wilson's a big factor with him too.
Right.
But his relationship with Bochy, his relationship with Bobby Wilson, as he's come along, and how much pride the both of them probably take in seeing that this dude is this close to being an all-star.
A lot. If you remember, there's multiple things here. Oakland gave up on him.
Yeah.
You got him for Elvis Andrus, and they were making the choice between, if I'm right here, Sean Murphy and Jonah Heim.
I believe so.
And they decided, we're going to go with Murph. It's a no for them.
And
that was a
good.
no-brainer.
Yeah.
And then the Rangers had a choice last spring training: Jose Trevino, because they signed Mitch Garver, or Jonah Heim, and they decided to choose Jonah Heim. Well, right around this time last year, Jonah was having a solid year for the Rangers, but Trevino makes the All-Star team for the New York Yankees, and you're like, oh man! And Trevino, unbelievable guy.
Yeah, great
love
personality,
him to death.
Texas
And
native.
you're just like, it's not that Jonah is a mistake, but at the same time, you're kind of like, hey, did we make the right decision here? And now Jonah has learned the league more. He's learned himself more. He's a switch hitter, which probably takes a little bit more time to become a hitter in the major leagues than just a right-handed or just a left-handed hitter. So all the credit to Jonah. And, he's young enough, too, that this might not be his only time to be an all-star.
Yeah.
Now, Adley Rutschman's going to be really tough for a long time because he is a number one overall pick, and he has to beat him out today to win the starting job. But I can see Jonah making multiple all-star teams in his career.
Who drew these? Like, these are fantastic.
They're awesome.
Whoever put these
they
together,
are freaking
this is
awesome.
great work. All right,
I'm glad I said freaking.
All right, so let's move ahead to Kyrie last night. Now, here's the weird thing, Mike. I think it's Woj was like, hey, look, there's no market available. Stein is like, look, the Mavericks are the only market that he has. Ramona Shelbourne yesterday, right after our show, is like, hey, by the way, Kyrie, he's taking meetings right now. He's going to be taking meetings for free agency.
Right.
And I was like, all right. And my first question, this is very similar to Odell Beckham Jr. Is he trying to create his own market, you think? Or are teams really interested in this guy?
He's, I guess, trying to create a little bit of a money market in Dallas.
Okay.
I think Dallas is willing to give him $40 million starting off. How much over 40? I'm going to guess at like 42.5 will be the max they want to go on the first year of the contract. But maybe he's looking at it going, gosh, I could be getting 55 a year. Like if we maxed him out, it would be, I think, at like 55 a year.
I just need one, maybe two teams to step
and so
in.
I guess he's just hoping Houston, who has shown no interest at all in Kyrie Irving, or Sacramento doesn't have enough money to get like well over the 40 million mark, and Sacramento has De'Aaron Fox. You know, they struggle with defense and stuff like that, so Kyrie makes no sense there. So you start looking at the teams. He either has to go to a totally rebuilding team, and those teams don't want him.
Mm-hmm.
As much as, like, I hope Kyrie's a great person here, and Kyrie got along fine here, and Kyrie did a lot of good things here. But Kyrie, do I want Kyrie Irving, if I have a bunch of 19 to 22-year-old guys who have had zero success in the NBA, do I want Kyrie teaching them how the NBA works? Probably not. Kyrie, if you ever read that book, I'm sorry, I read it. It's a long time ago. Learned a lot about Spencer Dinwiddie in that book. But it was when Kyrie had, in the Olympics.
Can't stop the hustle?
I don't
Something
know
like
if that's.
that.
But it was with Kevin Durant and DeAndre Jordan and Kyrie at the Olympics pretty much was like, hey, I want us to play together. And KD was very interested. He had just signed with Golden State, and he pretty much had signed with Golden State because Andre Iguodala had told him, look, if you don't sign here, we understand. But we have the money to have a premium free agent come here. If it's not you, it's going to be somebody else. Almost like telling Kevin Durant, if you don't sign here with Golden State, good luck going back to Oklahoma City or signing with another team in the Western Conference, because we're about to get another superstar to go with this 72, 73-win team. And so it was kind of like a little bit of KD going, you know what? This is my opportunity to be on a great team, to win championships. So they're going to, if they don't get me, they're going to get somebody else close to as good as me on this thing, so it might as well be me. But he wasn't really pleased with that situation. He wasn't like super excited about Golden State. Well, here's Kyrie that same summer on the Olympics going, hey, guess what? I'm not really excited about Cleveland. I don't think he'd gone to Boston yet. And he's like, guess who my favorite team is? People think it's the Knicks. It's the Nets. It's always been the Nets. I'm a huge Jason Kidd fan. I grew up rooting for those New Jersey Nets versus the San Antonio Spurs. I was up in the upper deck with my dad going to these games. I want to create a super team for the Brooklyn Nets, not the New York Knicks. People have it wrong, and KD's interested. DeAndre Jordan is somewhat in his prime still there with LA, and he's like, I'm interested too. And they all get together, and they're like, we're gonna make this work. In our future, we're gonna make this work. And the thing is, when you start reading as they get to the Brooklyn Nets, they control the whole situation. They control when the plane leaves. They control practice time. They control the hotel. They control, like, they're paying bills at hotels. They're like, what are these guys doing? And they're like, do you want us on the team or not?
Oh, wow.
And so
That's
the thing that Kyrie, I think, also wants to behind the scenes here with Dallas is he wants to have a lot of control of this team. I don't know if he wants to be the guy on the team. That's Luka. I think he understands that if he comes back to Dallas, it's Luka. But he's right there with them. He needs to make sure that Mark Cuban and Nico and Jason Kidd understand, I want to be here. But if I'm going to be here, not only do I want a lot of money, but I also want control.
Yeah, and not have to take the brunt of the criticism whenever that comes my way either. That's an interesting thing. And I listen, I was listening to Dawson yesterday, and I agree with this idea.
Okay.
When you turn 30, you do kind of like look at things a little bit different. Sometimes you're like, man, what am I going to be whenever I'm done? What is my legacy going to be behind? I'm hopeful that he looks at that and goes, you know what? I want to make this place, whatever team he sticks with, that's where I am for the rest of my career. And I don't want to just leave it as like, it was blasé whenever I left. I want to leave it with something that they're like, man, we remember that guy for. That's what I'm hopeful for.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened so far in his career. Maybe Cleveland remembers him because of what he did.
Right.
But for what they have here, that's what we really need. Him and Luka pairing up and saying we are going to build something that is unique basketball to us, and people are going to have to go, hey, you know what? If it's a copycat league, they're going to have to start chasing our trend and what we're doing. Now, the Andre Drummond thing is interesting because that is a very big body to put in the middle, so that helps spread things around while Luka does some things. Now, can he play the pick and roll, though? Can he play that two-man game?
He can set a pick,
Luka?
but he's only a dunker.
Yeah.
The game changed in his career, too. He was a post-up guy, and as Golden State changed the game, nobody post up anymore, and that's he can't shoot to save his life.
Okay.
He can't shoot free. Think about it. That's a 15-foot shot. He cannot shoot from 15 feet. He is a 6-foot and in type of guy. He's a rebound, put it back, lob, and put it in. Not much of an offensive threat. He is kind of slow-footed.
The Mavericks didn't have what he does, though, right? Like, they didn't have a rebound, put it back guy. That was true. That could grab that as many opportunities as
he is very limited. Why is he available for $2 million or $3 million?
Because he's
very limited as a player in today's game. So I get when people were telling me, I won't name people, but when people were telling me 7 years ago, 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, when I'd bring up Andre Drummond's name and kind of how available he seemed to be, they would say, he's not a good NBA basketball player. He doesn't fit what the Mavs want to do. He's slow-footed. He won't go out and guard the perimeter. He hangs around the basket just to get his rebounds. He's not really much of a block shot threat. Now, I'm like, man, I watch him, though, and he does grab 15 rebounds, and he does put back balls to get about 10 points. This seems valuable to me. And it was like, you don't know basketball. Like,
Yeah.
I know basketball. That's why I'm getting paid to do the basketball thing. And I'm like, all right, hey, I won't trust you, but I hear you, and I'll shut my mouth on Andre Drummond, right? And it's going to be interesting to see what certain people that I know are going to say now. If the Mavericks tomorrow sign Andre Drummond, I'm going to be interested to see what they start saying about Andre Drummond now, because for 7 years they have told me what a bad basketball player he is. I do think, though, he's limited to 12 to max 20 minutes a night on the court because, Corey, he can only guard kind of one guy on the court.
Mm-hmm.
And you start pulling those guys away from the basket and make them have to make perimeter decisions with their lack of footwork and their lack of speed. And so I think you can do it for a little bit in a game, but can you do it a lot in the game? That's why Derek Lively, they're hoping, because his feet are quicker, that when he gets out on the perimeter, he's going to be able to make the game a little bit uncomfortable for that guard. Andre Drummond can't make the game uncomfortable for the guard that he gets switched to. In fact, you're going to have to probably double at that point and then start working really quick on recovery defense from there because Andre
Okay.
Drummond is – I understand you're optimistic. You're an optimistic guy. You want to be optimistic. Andre Drummond's going to solve our problems. He's going to get 15 rebounds a game.
I'm actually with you more than.
But I
than
think
you
a lot of people are like, "Oh my God, look at these stats."
Yeah.
I know. I was, "Oh my God, look at these stats" 7 years ago. And when I talk to people with the Mavs, they're like, "Those are fake stats. Those aren't real stats. Don't believe in those stats." Now they're going to believe in those stats.
Yeah, and hope that he can be, an anchor in the middle for them and get something that they lacked very much, which was rebounding on both ends of the court. I think the one thing that I'm kind of curious about here now, and I know we only have a couple more minutes, is
the tough thing. They will double off of him a lot. They won't even guard him. And we've seen how that can be very tough in the playoffs. That's why a guy like, I know he's better than Dwight Powell. Dwight Powell is a non-respectable NBA basketball player in the playoffs, so you just don't guard him. And they won't guard Andre Drummond either.
The conversations did die with DeAndre Ayton with the Phoenix Suns when it came to what they were trying to give. I do wonder if how desperate the Suns are to move him, and if this is one of those, hey, you know what? If y'all aren't going to work that deal with us, we'll go somewhere else. If it's more, because this is Lion season, if this is more of an idea of, hey, we're trying to create a little leverage but also have a backup plan in place, much like Chris Young put a backup plan in place just in case Jacob deGrom went injured. Now,
yeah, I like what you're saying. In fact, I kind of know from talking to people, the Rangers had a backup plan for Josh Young if it wasn't going to work out. Now, they ended up not signing a kind of a veteran backup infielder.
Yeah.
But they were in the market for that just in case.
Yeah.
Like, Josh Young hasn't played a lot of games. He hasn't played a lot of major league games. And we think he's going to be our third baseman. But if he isn't, we need this guy who has kind of 10 years of service that we know can plug in for a month or two if we have to send Josh Young to AAA to give him a little bit more experience. So to your point, I'm hoping this Andre Drummond signing is, hey, if a DeAndre Ayton, a Clint Capella, a Jarrett Allen, who we're not hearing his name anymore in rumors, but if a bigger fish, if a bigger type of player at center that we think can play 30 minutes a night isn't there, we feel like we're covered for another 12 to 15 minutes at that position.
Yeah, and we'll see how that works out. Everything starts tomorrow. We'll start hearing a lot of things tonight.
Right around 6 p.m., I believe, is when players can sign. And, I mean, by the time we get back on Monday, the majority of free agents will be signed. I don't think Kyrie will be. I think Kyrie's going to play this game where he wants to get more control and feel more in control of the situation, where he's going to me, take fake meetings. They're not going to be real meetings. I'm like, oh, yeah, we talked to the Miami Heat. All I have to do is have my agent go, hey, Pat Riley, how's it going, man? You know, Kyrie's agent here. What's going on with you guys?
We talked.
How's it going? Yeah, I mean, Kyrie, obviously, you know, he's out there on the market. We know you don't have any money.
Mike's using a fake phone right now in radio world.
But you know, I mean, would you guys be interested in possibly working out a sign and trade? We're looking at about $45 a year starting salary. We'd like it to be a 4-year deal. We think that's doable for you. In fact, I've worked out some numbers, and Pat Riley says, hey, thanks for the call. You know, I think Kyrie's a great player, but we are going to move forward. Call up Ramona Shelburne.
We did it.
Hey, Ramona, we just got off the phone with the Miami Heat. We worked on some possible sign and trade situations. just giving you a number, $45 million was brought up in the first year. Right now, all of a sudden, Ramona wasn't.
That's
So
a lot
now
of
Ramona's like,
manipulation.
well, this is great. I'm going to report that. Now, can the Miami Heat deny that they can deny that they had a conversation, but they'd be like, well, I guess we did have a conversation because we talked to the agent and we said no.
Yeah.
We can
So
call
those-
Ramona back up and say, hey, we said no, or we just let it hang out there.
Yeah.
We don't care. We're not gonna call up everybody who has a report that is at best a half truth.
That is part of the game right now. All right, coming up next, it is time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Should Seattle be a seller next?
Coming up in the next.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and if you're looking on the Twitch or the YouTube right now, I got a huge fat head picture of Josh Young right now, and so these are loved by everybody in the Texas Rangers facility. They love these things right now. You can come over by the table and take some pictures with them if you want to. Pick them up, take some pictures with us. We'll be right here whenever the doors open for Rangers and Tigers today, so that's going to be rocking right after the show today. Mike, I also saw this on Twitter. You had a rant yesterday.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know this, but if you come out to the stadium and you look up in the outfield, I think it is the right field's upper level, you have 105.3 The Fan's banner hanging right there. Right next to it, Whataburger. And Whataburger heard you, Mike. It looks like the jalapeno cheddar biscuit is back for a limited time. They're saying the Chicago people were like, man, that guy Mike ripped us a little bit. We got to get this thing back on the menu.
Yeah. Ever since Chicago's taken over, I feel like Whataburger has struggled because, like, this wouldn't work in Chicago, right? I'm sure Chicagoans have never heard of a jalapeno cheddar biscuit. Jalapenos are
spicy.
Not like just regional, but I think that when you start thinking of jalapeno cheddar stuff, I don't think you think of the Midwest or the Northeast. So they've struggled to figure out what works here and what doesn't work here. One of the things that I think a lot of people that I've heard really like, the A1 Thick and Hearty.
Okay, yes.
That's been taken off the menu for years now at Whataburger. Why? Because I think that in Chicago, the people that are Chicagoans now running Whataburger are like, A1 Thick and Hearty, who gives a poop about that? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you know what? It works down here, man. And so I think that they have struggled over the years after kind of taking over Whataburger. And I think eventually, and it looks like this is great, they're bringing back the jalapeno cheddar biscuit. It is back. The Cowboys ate a whole bunch of them. I bet they did hear me. And I bet they did go, here's a great way to get out that we brought this back, that the Chicagoans finally, took their head out of their rear ends and figured out that this is a great product and we should probably keep serving it where Whataburger is popular.
That is great analysis from one Mike Bassick. Now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with that man, too.
All right. So I know we're talking a lot about the Texas Rangers so far today. Get in your vote now. You have less than 15 minutes to make your final votes for the Texas Rangers today to make sure that they get as many votes possible so that we can see an all-star team where 4 of the 5 guys in the infield will be Texas Rangers, and the other one will either be a Tampa Bay guy or a Toronto guy at first base. So that would be amazing to see if you had second base, shortstop, third base, and catcher all starting for the Texas Rangers. And, you'd hope Adolis Garcia, but he is down by a lot. It would take a little bit of a miracle vote by Texas Ranger fans to get Adolis into the top 3, but don't give up. Try your best for Adolis, but make sure at least we get in 4 of the 5.
Absolutely.
All right, let's go down on the farm. Evan Carter was dealing with an injury. If you remember, we talked about how his May had gone downhill from his April. His April was amazing, arguably the best outfield prospect in all of baseball in the month of April was Evan Carter. Now we get to May, and he really struggles in May. His OPS, I believe, was under 700, where it was over 1 in the month of May. So they put him on the injured list, and they send him back to Arizona to work on his injury and then to get him back into a few games, and he's down there, and he plays in 3 games. How about this? He's been back for the Texas Rangers AA team, Frisco. In his 6 games, he has 11 hits. In those 6 games, he has, let's see here, a double, a triple, 2 homers. He has 7 RBIs in those 6 games. He has 4 walks in those 6 games. So he has just risen. His numbers have gone back. He's a 299 hitter again. He was starting to drop like below 800 for OPS for the year. He was dropping into, I believe, like 279, I think was his batting average when he got sent, not down because he got hurt, but when they took him off the roster and wanted to give him kind of 3 weeks, I think, to rehab a wrist and then to get him back into a groove. He has come back to Frisco and is tearing it up. So Evan Carter is doing everything we saw in the month of April now here late in the month of June.
And not just like what he's doing at the plate. The dude's also an elite outfielder.
Right,
You know,
he's a center fielder,
Yeah.
but he'll probably
Because of Leote.
Yeah, now I wonder this. I don't know this.
This is interesting.
Let's just say, and I hope this doesn't happen, but in the month of August or September, if there's an injury to one of your outfielders, I wonder. Jankowski's a good backup guy. Robbie Grossman's a good backup guy. But I'm just wondering if he is kind of OPS, let's say around 900, batting average around 300, showing all the ability to draw walks. He does strike out quite a bit, but he does draw quite a bit of walks. I'm just wondering, in August and September, will we see him? He's not on the 40-man roster. You have to make a 40-man spot for him. He will be on the 40-man roster next year in spring training. I believe he has to be protected in the offseason if he's not called up to the major leagues. But Evan Carter, back to what he was doing. That is great.
So Card's back up now then?
I don't know. I think I do
that?
think they dipped a little bit. Honestly, in
Okay.
the month of June here, his Cards have dipped a little bit. Now, I go to the Seattle Mariners because they're hosting the All-Star game. I was looking at their team last night because they're 3 games under 500, and I believe the Rangers are 18 games over 500. When you just start looking at it mathematically, and I know that it becomes, well, if they keep playing this way and they keep playing that way, no chance. They're 10.5 back of the Rangers. They're 4.5 back of the Angels and the Astros, and they're under 500 halfway through the season. They've already lost 41 games, so they will not be above 500 when they get to the halfway mark here. So I look at the Mariners and I go, I wonder what they're thinking right now, because last year, great year, make the playoffs, get swept in the playoffs. The year before, they win 90 games and don't make the playoffs, and here they are this year looking like they're going to be a 500 or worse team. A lot of time left. I want to make sure I keep saying that. But if they don't go on in the month of July, if they don't win 15 to 20 games, what do?
Yeah.
They have to look at it realistically and go, we're not going to
meddling.
make the playoffs this year. Like the Rangers are way better than we thought. The Astros are always good. The Angels are better than we thought. They got to overcome at least one of those teams, if not 2 of those teams, to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because when you look at the American League East, 3 of those teams are probably going to make the playoffs. Tampa's definitely going to make the playoffs. Baltimore looks like they're a strong playoff team, and probably the Yankees. And I still wouldn't count out Toronto. But when you start looking at this, you look at the Rangers and you're like, man, it's tough when you're 18 games over halfway through a season. It's tough to start saying, well, they're going to lose 20 of their next 30 games.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
they're probably not.
Right. They'll probably win one.
If they play 500 the rest of the way, the Mariners have to play 20 games over 500 the rest of the way to have a chance to catch the Rangers. Probably not likely. These are things that general managers, especially at the break, have conversations about. They just start playing the odds.
Yeah.
What are the odds of us buying? What are the odds of us selling? Because if I sell now, am I cutting this team short that they will win 15 out of the next 20 games? If I buy, am I giving this team way too much credit that they're actually going to go on some sort of 750 winning percentage where they're going to win 15 of the next 20 games and put ourselves back into wild card contention? So just looking at the Mariners, they're not going to do anything before the All-Star break. The last thing you'd want to do, can you imagine if the Rangers made the playoffs this year, they were struggling next year, and I don't think, what's the year we host the All-Star game?
24.
So next year?
Yeah, I believe it's
Is it
24.
next year that we host the All-Star game? Okay, so next year. So let's say the Rangers right now are 3 games under 500 next year, 10.5 games back. How would you – the All-Star game's here. There's no way you start selling players before the All-Star game, right? You don't want your base, your fan base, going into the All-Star game. They're disappointed in Seattle. They're probably like, I can't believe we were looking so good, and Julio Rodriguez and all these things. So you're not going to sell at the All-Star break. The last thing you want is, as everybody's in your town, for you to sell. But after the All-Star break, I just wonder what Seattle's thinking with some of their relief pitchers. They were a great relief team last year. They're not as good this year. But I just wonder, will there be relievers to get? What's their thinking on Luis Castillo? He just signed a 5-year, over $100 million contract. How long do they want to keep him? Are they going to say, hey, Robbie Ray's probably out next year because of Tommy John surgery, just like Jacob deGrom? So I just wonder, Seattle in your division, as those still look like tough games to me when Seattle's on the schedule, I'm like, hey, they're not a bad team. They're pretty good. They're playing under what they should be playing. But I just wonder if Seattle goes, hey, we gotta punt on this season and try to prepare for next year.
Yeah, it is a very difficult place to be in, of making the decision of if we just stay, are we doing ourselves a disservice by not moving on from some of these guys? Really good conversation from Mike Bassick. As he said, you got about 5 more minutes to vote for the All-Star game, and that's for the one in Seattle. The one next year, we'll try and get the entire infield in there. We'll add Nathaniel Lowe to the mix, too. Coming up next, Brandon Hurtado is going to join us. He's a local kid, man, right from this area, who's doing some big stuff right here in this stadium by himself, or not by himself, with an entire group. We'll talk with him about that and watching this Rangers team and their success, in addition to the Stars just got a new player. Next on The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors and Mike Bassett getting set to have a conversation with our good friend Brandon Hurtado, who has his own barbecue place in here in the stadium. He's got one also right around the corner. Been to that one. It's fantastic. And we'll have a conversation with him about Mike. What I think is great is like he's a local product. You know, a guy that was born and raised here, played football in Irving, and he said, you know what, I'm going to build this whole thing right here. So we'll talk with him about his amazing barbecue.
I love when he talks about barbecue. One, he's amazing at it. Two, it is different from the rest because there's a lot of great barbecue places in our Metroplex, right? I mean, there's a lot of competition, and somebody'd say, well, what makes Hurtado's different than, you know, you name it, right? You know, a lot of different barbecue
Zavala,
places.
There's all sorts of different places.
Whole bunch of good places.
You can say Rudy's.
And I think Hurtado's was really smart in there. Like, we're going to kind of really have a menu that's going to have kind of, in a weird way, Tex-Mex barbecue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Texacu is what he calls it.
Yeah, and so that's what makes Hurtado's unique and different from the rest. There's a lot of great barbecue places I go to, Hurtado's being one of them. But Hurtado's is different where they kind of have part of their menu like concentrated on, what did you just call it? Because I call it Tex-Mex
Texacu is what I think. It says Tex Barbecue. By the way, Tolo right there. I saw him on the way back over here just a minute ago.
Don't mess with him.
He stopped me a second. He goes, FYI, I'm a Tolo. And I was like, that's what I'm talking about. So I told him to swing by and say hi. The Stars are in the middle of the draft right now, the NHL draft. The Wild is second round in the middle of the day. It's so weird to me, Mike, that they do it that way. But they pick up Tristan Bertucci, a defenseman, and he's 6'2", 172 pounds.
The draft happened last night, or it's happening
This
now?
is round 2 that they're rocking with right now. Last night was the first round. Stars didn't have a pick.
What?
Yeah, I know. And so I think this is the 61st overall pick. The Dallas Stars take Bertucci. And so, there he is. There's Brandon Hurtado right over there. He needs to be helped into the door. So we're going to get him over here in just a second. But, yeah, man, so the Stars get that. We'll have to get the Hockey Hawk tomorrow to give us a breakdown of the entire Stars draft because we'll want to know more about him and how he fits into the future later down the road for the Dallas Stars.
I am going to try very hard. Right now I'm saying that. Late June, I'm going to try very hard in October, November to watch some Dallas Stars games.
Okay.
I can't commit to watching all the Dallas Stars games, but I'm going to commit to trying to watch about a third of them where I really have a better idea on the Dallas Stars, their team, the competition, what they could possibly do in the playoffs, their strengths and weaknesses, because I ended up having a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun following the Stars this playoff run, and it sounds like this wasn't a one-and-done situation. This sounds like something they're building on.
Yeah, and real quickly, I am seeing, Mike, the voting is shut down on MLB.com. It is over, so we'll see how those all shake out. I don't know exactly what time they're going to roll that out.
Yeah, I don't know if
but
it's
we'll
tonight
find
or
out
tomorrow.
very shortly who all the All-Stars will be for your Texas Rangers. Let's turn our attention to right here in the middle of Arlington. It is Brandon Hurtado from Hurtado BBQ. Brandon, how's it going today, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Dude, this is fantastic. We are very excited. You told me you had a surprise coming our direction.
Yeah, you were talking about these Father's Day steaks that you missed out on, so we made you guys one.
Oh, my gosh. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Let's get some camera action on the steaks over here. So this is something I was listening to Sean and RJ yesterday morning, and Derek Lively, the new Mavs pick. By the way, you're a local product. You're a local boy. You are a big fan of all the teams here in DFW. Derek Lively gets drafted, and they said, G-Bag asked him, what's your favorite barbecue? Mm-hmm. And he said, I got to love a good steak. And Sean was like, steak's not barbecue, that's grilling. And I texted him, and I was like, hey, man, don't forget, he's throwing out those Father's Day steaks right now.
That's right.
Can steak be barbecue?
No,
Okay.
steak is not barbecue. Steaks are grilled. But I will say this, we reverse sear ours. So we smoke them first on the smokers so they get some smoke flavor, and then we sear them off. So I guess, it could be a little blend, but these are New York strip steaks from the 4-6's ranch over in Guthrie, Texas. If
Yes,
you've ever
sir.
watched Yellowstone,
Yep.
This is the ranch that's on Yellowstone. And
Where the real Cowboys
Where
are.
the real Cowboys
Yeah.
are. And I brought these because my buddy Sid, who's here with me, he's been with us for a while, is a huge 105.3 The fan. He was like, hey, we got to bring some steaks. We brought you guys quail, some Texas Twinkies, Fix
Do
you
you
up.
ever get tired of this smell? Because it's just such a beautiful smell. I think it's your favorite smell.
Yeah, dude, I love it.
Is this your
Yes.
favorite smell? For me, it's like chocolate chip cookies in the oven is my favorite smell. We talked about this months
Yeah.
ago. But this smell is an unbelievable smell.
Yeah, I think my wife gets more so tired of doing the laundry.
Well, and like my thing is, I wake up on a Saturday morning, like this Saturday, my birthday's Saturday. I'll wake up and fire the egg up.
Yeah.
I guess I'm going to have to get a smoke box now, one of the Hurtado smoke boxes.
Man, I'm telling you, it is the ultimate backyard barbecue pit. I've cooked everything that you can imagine on it, and it is insane.
The whole neighborhood starts to smell great, and I start getting neighbors poking their head over the fence, like, "Hey, what's going on?" And I tell them, I'm like, "Hey, listen, I went to Hurtado's for a class. I got all the recipes. You got
I'm a pro now.
You got to go out there though." So, but let's talk a little bit about this meteoric rise that you've had here, man. Like the place started in this one little truck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is just now you're like slinging every single day with the Rangers out here.
Yeah, we're really blessed to be surrounded by good people like Sid. You know, we have an amazing staff that's there to support us every day. The pit guys are in the pit room. Everyone's complaining about how hot it is outside. They're cooking with fire while it's hot outside. It's like 125 degrees in our pit room right now.
Wow.
So those guys are the ones that deserve the kudos.
Salute
They're
to
the
them.
ones that make all this possible.
So Brandon of Hurtado's, also your last name, Hurtado. I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah.
As I was walking over
Has
here,
he known you how long now?
Yeah, I was like, I know it's Brandon, but I'm like, oh, his last name really is Hurtado? I was like,
Yeah.
oh, man, what an ego to call it, his last name. But,
Not very creative.
When it comes to this ballpark, last year we would see you on weekends every once in a while, and they moved you to, obviously, in left field. Hurtado's, it always has a nice line, but it is the best ballpark food I think you can find at any ballpark in the major leagues. How has it been having this every day? Because I see you here quite a bit now, where last year, I don't know, you're here for 10 games, 12 games, and now you're here for all 81?
Yeah, the Rangers had us in AAA last year. They had us at a little stand called Arlington Eats, and that's kind of like an incubator for small restaurants here in the Arlington area. And then they were like, hey, you ready to go up to the majors? We're ready. We want you guys to come up and cook every single game. And we're like, all right, let's do it.
What was
You
the
got called up
challenge?
from AAA. That's
what
awesome.
what was the challenge of that? To go, okay, we bring our food over from our restaurant. I'm pretty sure. And now, do you do the same thing, or do you cook a little bit downstairs? Like
we cook everything here. So the Rangers have 2 massive smokers downstairs in their pit room. They have a whole smoke room dedicated just to barbecue.
Wow.
So that's really helped bridge the gap for us because it wouldn't be feasible to bring it all from the restaurant.
Okay.
Man, I'm just looking at all the food that we have here. There's no way we're gonna have to take some of this home, Mike.
Now,
we got some guys here that'll help us.
We'll take care of it. Don't you worry. Now, you grew up a big Rangers fan.
Oh yeah.
This year, how fun is it being at the park most of these nights and days, where we're getting to watch a really good team? Because for a while now, it hasn't been the case.
It's exciting. I think that being in the air conditioning is also exciting. I love Globe Life. I mean, I grew up at the old ballpark going there, but it's hot.
There'd only be 5,000 people at today's game.
Yeah.
If it was a getaway game, we're right across the street here. There might be 12,000 or 15,000 tickets sold because of season tickets. You'd only see 5,000 people at the game today over there, where today I think you're probably going to get 20,000 people or maybe a little bit more at this getaway day, Thursday game. Monday when we were here, over 20,000 people, and I was sitting there with Mark McLemore, and I was like, Mac, if this was at the other stadium, we wouldn't see 10,000 people in the stands. There's just no way that some people would be in indoor places in the stadium going, hey, I'm here, I bought a ticket, I might as well show up, but I'm not sitting outside.
Yeah, I agree. And I think just the organization as a whole has been really accommodating for us as a small business, and they've reached out and given us other opportunities like, hey, you want to come cook on top of the dugout and have a cooking class?
Yeah.
And we got to do that last Sunday, which was great. It was really cool.
You've bragged about that class, right?
Yes. Yeah, I got a chance to come out and hang out. I only hung out for a little bit because I actually was there just kind of hanging out. But I did get some recipes, and it was phenomenal. I've taken those recipes back home, and I think it was the black pepper. Like, I never knew there was a difference between black pepper number 6 and other things, and I was like, hold on, what? Changed everything. Like, it changed the entire level of my brisket.
I know there's white pepper and there's black pepper.
And there's 58 different black peppers.
There's different meshes of black peppers.
Yeah.
Different coarseness of them.
from like around the world, or?
Yeah, I mean, most black pepper is sourced in India, and
Okay.
they just, how they break it down and process it, at the plants here, you can get whole peppercorns, you can get number 30, number 32, restaurant style. I mean, it's all different.
And salt, I think salt, you got all these different coarsenesses of salt. that you
Pink
can
salt.
do.
They find pink salt somewhere.
Yeah, you got flat, you got all sorts
In the
of different-
Himalayas?
Yeah, exactly, Mike. That's
Yeah.
what we're talking about there, man.
Yeah.
Now my friend Kyle runs a place called 190, and he just like connected with Central Market, and he's like taking his stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen Zavala's. I know you guys talk with them too.
Yep.
He's taking his stuff to like HEB.
Yep.
This is your baby. Like
Yeah.
this has become, and I'm kind of curious, is this one of those things that you see like 20, 30 years down the road? You're still right here as a big part of the Rangers.
Yeah, I
group?
sure hope so. And I think it's really cool that all of these guys that have started out locally, that have kind of come up, the same way that we have, are leaving that thumbprint on the industry. They're in Walmart, they're in HEB, Goldie's. Those are my buddies.
They're a bunch of young guys.
We're all young guys, and we're all kind of in our own lanes doing our own thing. And I would love to be a part of the Rangers organization 20, 30 years from now. I think that'd be huge.
When did you decide, like, I got good enough barbecue that I'm going to serve it to people? Like, were you with your buddies? Like, how would that go?
The defining moment for me was the very first pop-up that we did at a brewery in Division Brewing here in Arlington, and we packed that place. I mean, it was insane. There was probably 75, 80 people inside this tiny little brewery, and I looked up and I was like, all right, I think we can do this. And our food was so different than it is right now.
Yeah.
So we've come a long way.
What's your favorite thing to cook? And is it different? What's your favorite thing to eat?
My favorite thing to cook and my favorite thing to eat are steaks. I love grilling steaks. I love doing the whole reverse sear thing. I could eat steak for every meal. That's my thing. Barbecue, I love barbecue, but I love to grill.
And Mike and I were kind of discussing this a little bit. The Texaque is kind of what we throw out there.
Yeah.
That comes from your background. That comes from growing up. You were like, I had these different flavors that I was throwing into, that I was tasting. I wanted to add this. How did your unique style of barbecue?
Yeah. We call it Mexique at our
that's
restaurant, and it's just a blend of Central Texas style barbecue. We cook on offset smokers with post oak wood like you would find in Lockhart or Austin, but we just have a little bit of that Mexican flair, a Tex-Mex twist, if you will, where we're putting different spices and stuff in our rubs. We've got different sides that are a little bit of a kick to them. We've got a elote on the menu. I mean, we just are doing what other people have done really well in the San Antonio area, in the South Austin area. It's this Chicano barbecue that's coming from, eastern Mexico into really the Gulf Coast and up. So we're not the first ones to do it.
He wouldn't give me the jalapeno mac and cheese recipe. He was like, that's a family. Like, I'm keeping that one close to the vest. But it's fantastic, too, if you get a chance to dig in.
I'll tell you what. I know one thing. You have to add jalapenos to it.
Yeah, there you go, Mike. That's a good call. I like that. I like that a lot. Well, so today you'll be out here today. Y'all are going to be rocking this for the game. And you got steaks that you had for Father's Day. You got any other things on the menu that we're looking forward to here in the future?
Yeah, so we're going to start running steak nights.
Nice.
So it won't just be for Father's Day or for, holidays.
Yeah.
We'll have steak nights probably once a week, and it'll all be 4-6's beef, which is really cool. Some of the best beef in the world.
Man, this is phenomenal. Brandon Hurtado, thank you so much for coming by, dropping this off. Obviously, our guys are salivating right now. The smell is just taking over everything right now for me.
Appreciate you guys.
And we're really happy. Like I said, hold on. Favorite Ranger right now, all time?
Oh, man, come on.
We got a whole list of all-stars. Did you vote today?
I did.
All right,
yeah.
good job.
Right now, my favorite Ranger is Marcus Semien.
Nice.
He's a huge barbecue guy. I've talked to him a little bit. We got to feed the team the other day, and he's just really big into barbecue. All-time, Nolan.
You said also feeding the team. It's a lot better feeding the team after they win a game than lose a game.
Yeah, we fed him after they played the Angels, and he got kicked out of the game that night. So that wasn't the most fun dinner. It was a little awkward.
Yeah. Simeon's a great dude. Brandon Hurtado is also a great dude. Thanks for stopping by, man. We will see you around.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
guys. Y'all enjoy.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, we cannot let our significant others take our hobbies from us, Mike.
All right. Let's talk about Southwest Chrysler.
Field is getting prepped for the game today. A couple guys out there already getting all warmed up for this afternoon's event against the Detroit Tigers. And I'm not sure how much of Mike will have here in this segment. And it looks like Carter, it will disappear for a little while too.
You know,
all the fellows are eating some Hurtado barbecue.
It is great. And I'm getting into that brisket taco right now and just had some of the jalapeno macaroni and cheese. Amazing.
That's good.
Now, I want to talk real quick about Josh Young for a second here.
All right.
I thought it was amazing. The other day he goes 0 for 4. It was either with 3 Ks or 4 Ks, right? And he knew he had the next day off. Bochy talked about it in the post-game press conference. And so he went out on the field. After they had worked on the field, they'd fixed the mound, they'd fixed home plate area where the guys dig into the batter's box and the catcher. And he took a tee out there and a bucket of balls. I don't know if you saw this picture or not. And he worked on his swing. And he's going to have the next day off. He ended up pinch hitting and getting a big base hit to knock in a run. And then yesterday he has a home run, has a really good game yesterday. And I just thought, that work immediately paid off. And that's awesome. But a lot of times you put in that work and it doesn't immediately pay off. But I think it goes to show how much Josh Young wants it, how hard of a worker he is, how hard of a studier of the game. I had heard through my father. Kid, I'll even give the name. It doesn't matter. Micah Dallas.
Okay.
He's a pitcher for Texas Tech. He transferred to Texas A&M. He was a 7th-round pick last year of the Oakland Athletics. He's in the athletic system. And when he was a freshman, he was at Tech, and he said, man, this Josh Young guy, he's like writing down notes all the time. He's writing down notes during the game. He's writing down notes after practice. Like, he studies the game really, really hard. So from that point on, I was like, wow, this Josh Young guy, he's a guy to follow. And then the Rangers ended up drafting him. And I was like, I don't think you're ever going to have to question his work ethic.
I agree, yeah.
Whether it's studying game tape, whether it's looking at his mechanics. We interviewed him, such a great interview. We had to interview him late because he's working too much on the field. He came late. And then he talked about the VR stuff. He works on the VR stuff. He doesn't really swing off the VR, but he's studying
how pitches come in.
Just working his eyes and everything, and stuff like that. So I think Josh Young is just a great example for kids on how hard work will pay off. But sometimes hey, just because you work hard today doesn't mean it's going to pay off tomorrow. But for him, it did.
Yeah, and that's great news to hear about a guy like that too. That a lot of kids are rooting for. A lot of people are pulling for that guy to be something. Especially he's doing it his first year. Like that's the fun part, to see him do that and all that work ethic pay off. We got the doors opening right now out here at the Globe Life Field. Rangers fans starting to come in, swing by and say hi.
They're going to start screaming at you.
They're going to start trying to take your food is what is going to happen here, Mike.
We do have a lot of food, though.
The other thing, too, I do see that Corey Seager has the day off today. It is a rest day for him.
Well, that's it. I'm leaving.
No, there's no – Josh Smith will be out there. So there's still people to root for, Mike.
I wonder – I thought we talked about it yesterday and how big of a day it was for Josh Young and Leody Taveras to come into a game late.
Yeah.
Even though they had the day off. And so even though Seager has the day off, I wonder how much it is you have the day off unless – sometimes managers no, you have the day off. Unless we go 15 or 20 innings and I need you in that. And now you don't really have that too much now with the ghost runner on second base where games will last a long, long time. But he deserves a day off. This will give him that stretch where we know Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday – huge series versus the Houston Astros.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you can take 3 out of 4 in that series and gain a little bit of more ground before going into the All-Star break where you go on a little bit of a road trip. But I like that Seager's getting a day off today. And the Rangers have showed without Seager they can still put up a lot of runs.
Yeah, absolutely they can. Lots of guys can hit in this lineup. And you saw a first pitch double from Marcus Semien last night. It was his only hit out of his 5 at-bats. But even still, it was nice to see that right out of the gate. Now, Mike, today after the show, because we're gonna wrap up here around 12:30 and turn things over to Jared Sandler and Matt Hicks for the broadcast. We'll have Matt Hicks in about 15 minutes. After the show, though, you are suggesting that you're going to go out into the 100-degree heat. I have some audio I want you to hear.
Right.
But you're saying you're going to go play golf today?
I think so. I think after the show, I have a little bit of free time. My son plays a basketball game tonight at PSA.
Yeah.
But that's not till 8 o'clock. So I'm thinking this is my chance to go out and play golf. Nobody will be out there. It's way too hot to play golf. All sane human beings won't. But in their saneness, my insanity can get 18 holes in under 3 hours.
And because less people out on the course gives you an ability to just play how you want to. It's always great when there are few people on the course. All right, so here is Sarah Walsh. She's on NFL Network. She was on Good Morning Football. And I've seen TikTok. This is floating around right now on TikTok where women are telling guys that they can't enjoy the 5 hours of golf. All right, now this is insane coming to me because I'm like, hey, look, I give you all these opportunities to go be great. Don't tell my wife this. Here is Sarah Walsh. Let's go cut 15, your round of golf.
It's the grumbling about seeking permission from the significant other and being given a hard time because you just want to play a simple round of golf with your buddies. But I just want to put this in perspective, the other side of that equation, the one in which you come to us with utterly unrealistic promises that can never be fulfilled, starting with this real unplayable lie. You are not going golfing, and it's just going to take 3.5 hours. You know how I know that? Because not once in your history of golfing has a round ever taken 3.5 hours. Not once. And it's not because the group in front of you plays slow, and it's not because they had a dude in jean shorts with the 20 handicap. First of all, it is because your round of golf starts an hour earlier than your tee time so that you can get on the range, so that you can find your swing, because somewhere in the recess of your brain, you think that you have a shot to get on tour.
Wow.
It's because after your 4.5 hour round, if you're lucky, it's not your fault, but your boy Chad, who got you on the course, forces you to go grab food with him at the club grill after. And I get it. You're starving. You know why you're starving? You've been there all day.
So she's saying you can't do that. You can't go 3.5 hours and just tell me, hey, I'm just going to be out there for 3.5 hours. That does feel like, to me, I feel guilty sometimes when I'm trying to tell my wife I'm going to go play golf. And I'm like, look, it's going to be about 5 hours.
Right.
I'm like, let's be honest. I want you to know it's taken me a while to do things. And she's dead on. I got to go take a couple of shots beforehand, and then I got to probably have a drink with the guys afterwards. That's going to happen. It's an all-day event for me.
It is. It is when you hear Mrs. Walsh or Miss Walsh. I'm assuming she's married.
She is married,
She
yes.
is talking. She's right. She's honestly right about everything she said. Yet, a lot of us men still love golf. And
there's more. By the way, there's more.
It doesn't make sense. But I will say physically, I'm not physically capable of playing basketball anymore. A game of pickup basketball and multiple games of pickup basketball at most would be 2 hours. And that's probably putting more of an hour on it than it should be. But I'm not physically capable of doing that.
Yeah.
I'm not physically capable of doing a lot of things now. I am physically capable of swinging a golf club and still being okay at it.
Yeah.
So it's really the only thing, once you get to be 45 years old, somewhat you're physically capable of competing at something.
Let's go to cut 16, where she suggests you shouldn't miss a phone call from me.
Also, don't complain about having to take a call from your wife when you're on the course. You know why? Because I'm not interrupting. I know someone's laughing on this desk, and this is where I got it from.
Not allowed on the course.
I wasn't going to call Mike G out for this, but now I am. You know what, Mike? Your wife is not interrupting your 60-minute massage and your only hour of peace in the day. You're gone all day. Stuff comes up. I can't find the TV remote. I don't know what you
What's
do
the
with kids
Hulu
on their
login?
chairs. Exactly.
Got that one.
We need answers, Mike G.
Where's the car?
When you do come
Where's
home.
the car? Got that one too.
When you come home 7 hours later and I say, hey, how did it go? I never hear, man, I'm getting better. I only hear you're working on some things and you're close. And the only thing that's close to happening is me hiding those clubs where they're never going to be found again.
So that's now, Mike, I don't know how you feel about that, but if Sue hid your golf clubs from you, would you, like, I know she's already hiding most of your food from you, or most of your shoes and stuff and iron. But if she hid your golf clubs, how would that sit with you?
I think they were stolen.
Okay.
And then she's like, you think everybody steals all your stuff? Well, after somebody steals a whole bunch of my baseball cards, I kind of, that stinks. Like, I'm still in litigation for that.
Do you miss a call on the course?
I usually put my phone in the cart and I don't pay attention to it much, but I do use an app that Derek showed me, Holland, where I keep my score on my phone, so it gives me a handicap. So my scores are logged and registered.
Okay.
So when somebody says, what's your handicap? I've always said, I don't know, I'm a bogey golfer.
Okay.
We play 18 holes, I'm probably going to be 18 over. I don't know. Is that an 18 handicap? It's actually not an 18 handicap.
Okay.
It gets a little bit confusing. So, like, it's tracking somewhat my handicap. So if somebody asked me now, I'd say it's around a 12.
Okay.
So now I have a little bit better idea on what my handicap is based off of logging my scores in that app.
So you do have the log for it, and you can see if
So
if
on
you got
my
a missed call.
phone,
Gotcha,
if
okay.
I could see something of a missed call.
But that doesn't mean you have to respond as
No,
quickly.
not at all.
And then the last thing here, Mike, I don't know about you. I just have a set of golf clubs, and I wear whatever shorts I can find, and maybe probably this polo.
Right.
She says we have too much golf gear.
All right.
How much golf gear do you guys need? Because I'm not talking about the shirts and the pants or the golf shoes. I'm talking about the random Amazon packages that show up that I know I didn't order. They're the ones that measure your launch stats.
Yeah.
Because just because you are buying gadgets to train speed doesn't mean you're about to be Roy McIlroy.
Gotta
And
have 'em.
stop telling me that the addition that the house really needs is a golf simulator.
Yes.
Because if I thought that simulator was going to pay for itself by putting you on the PGA Tour, I would buy you the simulator myself. Get a less time-consuming hobby, like watching The Real Housewives. You know why? Episodes are only an hour. I can fast forward through the commercials. You can't speed past the group in front of you or those shots on the rough. You know what takes less time than a round of golf? Practically any other sport. You can watch a basketball game, a soccer game, a hockey game, most Sundays a football game. You can run a marathon in less time than it takes for you and your boys to play around. It takes the International Space Station. Let me just bring this all back. It takes the International Space Station 90 minutes to orbit around the Earth. It takes you 90 minutes to shoot 6 over through the first 6 holes.
She doesn't love her husband's golf game. Evidently,
No,
is what I'm hearing
I
here.
understand all of her points. I will say, in general, not super specific, but in general, women who watch those housewife shows, you can become a worse wife by watching those shows. You think that that is normal, or you think that that is somewhat how relationships are happening. And that is also, I think, really bad for men that women watch those shows and then think that is somewhat normal behavior from women.
Yeah, no, I if my wife wanted to golf, I'd say, hey, go golf. Instead, she wants to get her nails done. I'm like, hey, you go get your nails done.
I get
that was
it.
about a 3.5-4 minute rant from Sarah Walsh about that, which was hilarious.
It's a good rant,
It was
and I will
good.
say this. Afterwards, I'm thinking about playing golf. We're going to go down to the team shop real quick. I think you're looking to get something, a hat or something. And I'm hoping to get to the course at 1:30. I'm hoping to be done by 4 o'clock. Now, it won't, if the other day I was playing, I usually go to Golf Club of Dallas or Stevens. Stevens is the one real close to me, and Golf Club of Dallas isn't far from me. The other day I only played 9 holes because it was taking too long. There were more people on the course than I thought there would be when it was hot, and so I played 9 holes in about 2 hours.
Okay.
And I was like, I'm done. I'm not going to sit on the tee box. I'm not going to wait. So I can't stand, if golf takes 5 hours, I hate golf.
That's too long for you. Yeah.
It has to be, a round of golf should be 4 hours to me. If the course is moving that slow, I hate playing on Saturdays. I hate playing on Sundays. When people invite me, I usually don't go because I know that weekend golf is going to be a 5.5 hour round, and I hate golf when it lasts that long.
I remember her tweeting, I think I might be right about this, that her husband is one of the guys that caught Aaron Judge's ball in New York. Not the one that tied the record.
Okay.
And then obviously his the one that broke it was here. But
they're rich, by the way. If they like, hey, what we need in our house is a golf simulator.
Yeah, golf simulators aren't
I
cheap,
think those
man.
are $10K or $20K, I think. And I could be wrong about that, but I think those are $10,000 to $25,000.
All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time to talk with Matt Hicks, who'll be on the call today. We also got to get into Ken Rosenthal's all-star team. Who did he leave off? Next on The Fan.
field, base hit for Tavares. Young scores. Duran is held at third as Carpenter's throw comes right in to Haas, but it's an RBI single the other way for Leody Taveras and a 4-0 Texas lead.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick hanging out here at Globe Life Field where the Rangers are getting prepared to take on the Detroit Tigers. And Mike always has friends.
I had to say hello to Atolo there. That's Pat Burns. He was a 5th-round draft pick in 1996 of the New York Mets out of Denton Ryan High School. So we played together growing up. He was on a team called the Dallas Bombers, and then later in his life he played on the Dallas Mustangs. We played together. We played against each other. So it was really cool just getting to see him. Like, I can't remember the last time I call him Patty, but the last time I saw Pat Burns. But I know he made it up to Double-A with the Mets. I don't know if he made it higher than that, but yeah. So there you go. Former 5th-round pick of the New York Mets there.
Mike, I regret that I didn't tell you this before.
Okay.
You have a piece of pepper right in the middle of your teeth. And I'm your friend.
That's
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, thank you.
I should have told you earlier, but now I know I'm a better friend than Pat because he didn't say anything. He didn't say a word to you about that. 877-881-1053.
Dang it!
Do you tell your friend that they have a piece of pepper stuck in their teeth whenever they do? By the way, roof closeout here, Mike, until September, I believe. Perfect. You did great on it. Now, you nailed it on the first try. Roof is going to be closed until September. So nice AC all summer long, even in this 101, 115-degree heat, whatever we're rocking with on a daily basis out here. Come by, say hi to Mike Bassick. You can say hi to me, too. I am a little busier than usual today, Mike, because Kevin is out, and I have to be serious. Usually I'm goofing off with you and we're having fun. But I am trying to be more serious today. Matt Hicks is on his way over here to have a chat about last night's game and what to expect today. But I did see this from Ken Rosenthal last night. He released his votes for the All-Star game for this year. And I went through the entire list, and it's really interesting. For first base, he went with Yandy Diaz over Vlad Guerrero. And he said Guerrero, Lowe, and Noda are all in the same group for him. Ryan Noda from the A's, but he said he's going with Yandy Diaz. Then he goes with Marcus Semien, and he's like, "Look, man, easy. Altuve did not make his season debut. Hey, he's not been the Altuve of old. But which AL second baseman would you take over him?" And he was like, "It's easily Semien. There's no other omissions that he has on this." By the way, Nathaniel Lowe was a notable omission at first base for him. At shortstop, this is where I kind of struggle a little bit. At shortstop, he says Bo Bichette, and here's the reasoning. He says Seager has the best offensive numbers, but was out more than 5 weeks with a strained left calf hamstring, while Bichette has missed only 1 game all season. And then he said it's striking that Carlos Correa, Baez, and Tim Anderson aren't even performing up to a level where they would be considered.
Anderson doesn't even play much anymore. It's Elvis who plays shortstop because Anderson has an injury. I can't remember, it's elbow, shoulder, or whatever.
But I think that what's interesting there is his argument is Seager has better numbers in less games. But he played less games. And I'm like, come on, dude, he has better numbers in less games? I mean, is he more efficient? He's better.
I'm trying to find Bo Bichette stats versus Corey Seager's stats. And I don't think right now, so Corey Seager's not on here because he doesn't qualify on ESPN. So 323, I'm going to assume 110 hits. He probably has way more hits than Corey Seager. But runs and RBIs, in fact, I think Corey Seager has more RBIs than Bo Bichette, which is super impressive for the lack of games that he's played. And then his OPS is better. Batting average is better. On base percentage is better. Corey Seager over Bo Bichette. So Bo Bichette probably has him by quite a few hits. But that might be the only accumulative stat that he has him by.
All right, well, we will get back to this Ken Rosenthal list in just a moment. This is obviously him sitting high atop the perch of the rest of the league rather than us homers sitting here.
And I do think Bo Bichette is going to make the All-Star team. I think he's going to back up Corey Seager.
There you go. Let's turn our attention to play-by-play broadcaster for the Texas Rangers and our friend Matt Hicks. Matt, how's it going today, man?
It's going well, Corey. Mike, how are you?
Very good. That was an easy, fun one last night.
Yeah, it was. And we've had quite a few of those this year where the guys score runs in bunches, not necessarily early in the game. That's sort of been a little bit different to get 4 first-inning runs. But Doesn't matter where you get them, as long as you're hanging up those crooked numbers, it's all good.
Corey asked me earlier in the show about the Detroit Tigers, and I said, look, they're a below-average team, but they're not bad. It's not Oakland, Kansas City. You hope to take care of business against them, but they can make a starting pitcher work. So kind of these last couple games with Martin Perez and Dane Dunning, I've been impressed with a team that seems to knock out starting pitchers because of high pitch counts, that they've been able to go deeper in games against a team.
Yeah, and you when you mentioned that with Detroit, and then you just kind of threw Oakland under the bus, remember, even Oakland this year, won back-to-back games against Tampa Bay, and went on that. There was a stretch there, and this was just a few weeks ago, where Oakland had the longest active winning streak in the major leagues. I mean, these are all major. You pitched in the major leagues. Yeah. All of these guys are very, very good at what they do. And, the Tigers have some guys that can grind out some at-bats and make you work, which makes Dane Dunning's performance yesterday all the more impressive.
Yeah, that was one of the things that really stood out, obviously, was the 10 strikeouts, the length of the game for him. How badly do you think he wanted, or did you hear how badly he wanted to close that one out?
Oh, I'm sure he wanted it. Given where he was going into the ninth inning, he was at 88 pitches. To be that efficient like that and to get the first two guys out.
Yeah.
The one thing that you think about it, and I mentioned this when it happened, Andy Ibanez, former Ranger, you're down by 10. There's 2 outs. The chances of you winning this game are pretty much 0. You hit a ground ball to the shortstop, and you bust your tail down the line, and in a bang-bang call, you're safe. That's the way you're supposed to play Major League Baseball. And Andy Ibanez showed that, well, it ain't over until you get me out. But that's how close Dane came, and clearly that's something that, he wanted.
I know this is a tough question here. Who are you more concerned about in the second half, the Astros or the Angels?
It's not a difficult question.
Astros?
The Astros.
Okay.
I think up and down the line, even though they've been dealing with injuries and to some big players, Yordan Alvarez being the biggest, and some pitchers as well, that's a team that I think is more solidly built than the Angels. Yes, Shohei Ohtani is going to do his thing. Mike Trout is going to do his thing. And they also have some other hitters in their lineup who are very dangerous. But Houston is just relentless. And, yes, they've been trailing the Rangers for this entire first half. They're not going anywhere.
Here's what I wonder about the Angels. With Shohei Ohtani becoming a free agent, and I do think if they make the playoffs, I think Shohei will strongly consider re-signing with the Angels and staying there. I wonder if they push all their chips in at the trade deadline and go, screw it. Whatever anybody wants, they're available in our minor leagues. We got to do everything possible to make the playoffs this year, because if Shohei signs back with us, that is pretty much $25 million a year we get in revenue that we will lose if we lose this player.
Yeah, well, it's always interesting to wonder how the Angels are thinking about things.
Yeah.
Because every year they are projected to be a playoff contender. How can they have gone this long with Ohtani and Trout and not be in the postseason making a deep run? And then the season happens and you look up and, they're a 500 ball club. And that's just kind of the way it's been with the Angels. But they could do that. You're very well correct. They could absolutely push all in and go for it and still not make a deep run.
I think what's interesting about Houston and Texas is Texas's farm system is so much better right now than the Astros. So if there's any competition between the Astros and the Rangers, whether it's for a starting pitcher or a relief pitcher, whatever it is, I think the Rangers can always trump what the Astros are offering another organization.
I would agree with you right now on that. There's no question about that. But, for me, Houston is always dangerous until they're not. And they're certainly dangerous right now.
Yeah.
Well, I know, Hicksy, we got to get you back up to the booth to get ready for this game.
You guys
today.
are way out here. I can't even see our booth from here. What's going on?
I can see it. There's no way I can see you there. I've always said this about you. I think you're a gem of a broadcaster since you got here. And I played the audio a while back of you, the passion that was coming out of Matt Hicks whenever it's that stupid rule, Mike, the baseline rule, and he was just you could feel that passion about it. I was listening on the radio, and I was ticked off too. I was like, you know what? Now I'm mad. I can see it too.
Hicksy, I understand that rule. It's a bad rule. Yeah. We found out there is a worse rule. If your pinky toe is touching home plate when the runner is 90 feet away from home, you have blocked the plate. Yeah. When the runner, he has no clue where he's running. When he touches third, if your pinky toe's touching home, that runner has no idea where he's supposed to run at that point.
Corey, thanks for the kind words. Why are we venturing into NFL territory here with what we're doing with some of these rules? Why are we doing that?
It's too easy for this game
common
to be clear.
sense, it feels like, hey, common sense.
Yeah.
But no, let's not have common sense.
Where are you? Come back, rejoin us. We love you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
If you need any Hurtado's barbecue, we have extra.
We'll send you off.
So good.
We will send you off with some food. There you go. Matt Hicks, you'll hear him on the broadcast. Coming up here at 12:30 on pregame, and then 105 first pitch. 107, 105, 107, Mike, is it usually right around there? It's right around
I don't know.
there.
The great thing is the game only is going to last 2 to 3 hours max. That's the great thing about baseball this year. Is you turn it on and you know at 3:30ish, you will be in the 8th or 9th inning, or the game has just ended.
And then you'll get some post-game and some G-Bag. All right, coming up next, let's go around the entire NFL. Let's get some gridiron gravy next in the fan.
All right, before we do that, guys, let's talk about men's.
Grapevine. It's time to get back on the road again with incredible one-time savings. Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more, all priced to sell. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. See it all at ClassicChevrolet.com or go to Classic Chevrolet today and ask for my friend Peter Reese. This is Texas. This is classic. Find new roads.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, live from Globe Life Field, where Tolos have been stopping by to say hi during the break. They also are smelling all the great food here, Mike, that we got going on. My buddy just texted me about how jealous he is. Hey, you don't have to be jealous. Just come out to the stadium.
Yeah, Hurtado's is here.
Enjoy the game and get your some Hurtado while you're out here. You'll enjoy it. It's a lot of fun, man. We're all happy to be out here, and the Rangers and Tigers will get rolling here in just a few minutes. In about 15 minutes, we'll talk with Jared Sandler. Maybe he has a little bit of an idea on how things are going with the All-Star voting. Maybe, he's always tapped in. He always has an idea what's going on. So we'll get him right before the broadcast today. But, Mike, before we do, you were just telling me that there's an update on Kyrie's visits.
Yeah, so Chris Haynes of Bleacher Report just tweeted out about 10 minutes ago that Kyrie Irving will be having meetings in Los Angeles, and the Mavericks will be there to have a meeting, and the Phoenix Suns will be there to have a meeting. Now, Phoenix is way out of money. They are hard capped tremendously. Now, I guess if he really wants to go to Phoenix, which I've heard that he would really like to possibly play with Kevin Durant still, I guess he would possibly take a starting salary of around $35 million there.
Okay.
I'm guessing because there's no way. They don't have any money. It's not like Phoenix is going to sign Kyrie Irving. They don't even have the mid-level exception. Like, if he wanted to sign there, it would pretty much be for $5 million, a 1 year, and then they couldn't offer him a big contract the next year. So it's really weird. I think Phoenix is a destination for him. He'd love to be there with Booker, and I think he'd rather play with Durant and Booker than he would Luka. Nothing against Luka. He doesn't hate Luka, but I think he'd rather be there than with Luka here in Dallas. That being said, if it were to happen, it would probably have to be a Kyrie for DeAndre Ayton trade, where Kyrie says, I don't want to play for you, Dallas Mavericks. I want to play for the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns are willing to trade DeAndre Ayton for me. That's what I want. The tough thing is, if Kyrie says that, you don't have to do it. Do you want Kyrie Irving not being happy on your team? Because we've seen what it's done to the Boston Celtics. We've seen what it's done to the Brooklyn Nets. The last thing you want is to kind of tell Kyrie, too bad we're not doing it. And he's like, all right, fine, then I'll sign the 4-year, $40+ million a year contract with you. But I'm not going to be happy. I'm not going to show up. I'll make excuses on why I'm not there. And eventually you will have to trade me to a destination I want to go to. So if he wants to play for Phoenix, you pretty much have to do what Kyrie says, because Kyrie ain't going to come here, or it's not going to be fun for anybody if he says, I want to be in Phoenix. Phoenix wants me. You just have to trade DeAndre Ayton to make it happen.
Yeah, and Mike, I know this isn't exclusive to Kyrie. We've seen many guys that get these contracts and then force their way out after a year or two, and they're just like, hey, this was kind of my plan all along. I needed somebody to give me the contract that had the money. And so I don't like that practice, but I would be happy with an Ayton. It's just, is that basketball team better at that point? With just Ayton and Luka as your two guys to run with, I think you have a modern five to work with for Luka. But it's just that's another feeling of, man, superstars just really don't want to be. It feels that way about the Dallas area.
I will be honest. If Kyrie signs with Dallas, I'll root for the Mavericks and I'll root for Kyrie Irving. He's not Dwayne Wade to me. I could never root for Dwayne Wade if he was on the Dallas Mavericks. But I don't mind trading Kyrie Irving for DeAndre Ayton. I'm scared to death of Kyrie. I think if he does sign with the Mavericks, I will root for him. I think it's going to end tremendously bad for the Dallas Mavericks. So I hope I'm wrong. I hope Kyrie does great because most likely I think he is signing with the Dallas Mavericks. But I am scared of it. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I would rather sign and trade him right now. I would rather the Miami Heat or the Phoenix Suns or whoever it is really want Kyrie Irving, Kyrie to be there, and you make a deal that is good for you and good for him, and you don't have to have a Kyrie and Luka match, which I don't think will ever match. I don't think it'll ever truly work out. My opinion is I do not think Kyrie and Luka on a team together will ever truly mesh and work out. Their games do not work together.
All right, right now let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip biscuits.
And we start with Micah Parsons. We had a little bit of update on him yesterday, but we have another one today. He said he's at 248, which we discussed a little bit yesterday. But he said Parsons invites the added attention. He's already impressive resume. He's already inviting some more to it. He said if you go to a safari, you see buses pull up on lions, and the lion never flinches. Why? Because they're king. They're not going to flinch. Please come visit. You're more than welcome. I'm okay with feeling uncomfortable. That's how you evolve. Micah's terrifying, dude. Go ahead, give the thumbs up, give the picture. They're Tolos. They're loving this. But yeah, man, Micah Parsons is just his whole approach to the entire thing is terrifying to me because I think he's that much of a force physically, but the way he just mentally is engaged with it and the way he sees it, he is animal instinct, dude. That's the way he approaches everything is, how does a lion act? I'm going to be that. All right, go ahead. Did you have something on that, Mike?
No. I mean, obviously he's different than Lawrence Taylor, but I think you do have to have a little bit of a psycho attitude to be like the guy who's going to go kill the quarterback, kill the running back, kill whoever's in front of you.
Yeah.
And so I do think you have to have a certain mentality is different. Reggie White was a little bit different. Obviously, you think of him and Lawrence Taylor as two of the best ever, but I would just say that, yeah, man, I want him to feel like he's a killer, like he's king of the jungle, he's the lion, he's all of these things.
All right, now let's go to Tyreek Hill. Let's go to what's going on with him. He apparently realized the error of his ways, reportedly tried to promptly rectify this, and this is according to Pro Football Talk and the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. Hill evidently offered the 57-year-old man who he allegedly slapped on June 18th a sum of $200 in the time after the incident. So the information comes from a supplement to the original report. Per the report, the dispute happened when Tyreek Hill and others entered a dock private boat area. The captain of the boat told them to leave. He said, hey, I need you to get out of here. Tyreek Hill allegedly said to the captain, I can buy you and the boat. The captain then said that Hill began to say a bunch of expletives, became enraged, and attempted to enter the boat to cause him bodily harm, but was held back by unknown associates. Hill did not identify himself by name, saying only he is number 10 from the Miami Dolphins, which, God, that's just so... During the dispute, another person walked over to see what was going on, and Hill allegedly slapped him on the back of the neck. Surveillance footage also shows that this happened. So the surveillance footage goes along with all of this.
Yeah.
But then he also said that right afterwards he was offering $200 to say, hey, can we just make this go away immediately? I don't like that at all, man. It's not a cool thing. And Tyreek Hill, who already has a bad mark on him, looks more like a bad guy. And that's just bad for this.
I am with you. Like when I saw this and it said Tyreek Hill, it said to me, I thought that fits.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't. I hope that there's more to the story, but that looks like a Tyreek Hill situation.
Yeah, and Jerry Jeudy says you got to beware of the Denver Broncos wide receiver group. He said we're going to be a hard group to stop this year, and I have faith in Sean Payton. I don't have faith in Russell Wilson. That's where I differ.
Jerry Judy's been a disappointment too.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he has.
I mean, you can blame the quarterback, and maybe that's true, but he has had a disappointing career.
This is also something, Mike, that I was kind of curious from your side. Do you believe this? Because I do. Travis Kelsey estimates that up to 80% of the NFL uses some form of cannabis.
I don't know, but I've heard that same number for NBA players.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And I don't know exactly what the number is for all sports, but I feel like it's kind of in that range somewhere.
I feel like in my time it was I'm going to guess 40%, I would guess, for baseball players.
Okay, yeah. And now
I hate saying that.
As it's kind of gotten more lax, maybe it's up. Who knows?
I'm not that into it. And I don't want to say like, oh, it's a great drug. I don't know.
Yeah, not everybody knows everything on that. All right, coming up next, let's talk with Jared Sandler as we get ready for Rangers-Tigers next on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, the Silver Boot Series begins, plus the official start of free agency. What else do the Mavs?
To attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Mike, who's going to be golfing shortly while he listens to the broadcast, looks like he just hurt his wrist.
It's been hurt for 3 weeks. Last time I played golf, I hurt my wrist.
Oh, okay. All right. It's not going to stop
I've
you,
told
though.
my wife I hurt it, and she's like, no, you didn't. Shut up.
Hey.
And I'm like, all right, fine. I guess I didn't.
I know that Jared used to go out there and dunk on people even while after his shoulder surgery. He was like, I'm out here with my arm up and everything, still just dunking on people. Jared Sandler joining us as he'll be on the broadcast today. Jared, how's it going, buddy?
It's good. Thank you for knowing that, by the way.
It was awesome.
How about young Ruben Portillo just growing up before our eyes?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it is
awesome?
great. Yeah, he's doing everything. He's got his own office back at the studio.
Do you really?
Yeah. None of us even have offices.
Wow.
So that's crazy. That's awesome
We
for him.
barely even have a workspace.
Jared, are we going to find out about the All-Star starters tonight or tomorrow?
Yeah, tonight at 6 o'clock. You know, they're going to make a whole big deal about it.
On MLB Network?
Yeah, I think so. So 6 o'clock is when I think we'll find out.
Do you think Jonah Heim's going to hold on?
Ooh, I asked that question earlier today to Mike Peasley. Yes, I do. I'll say this, regardless of whether he holds on or not, because that's tough. Major League Baseball props up Adley Rutschman. He was Rookie of the Year. He's having a great season. I think Jonah's having a better all-around season, especially when you factor in the defensive side of things. Adley's a tremendous player. Props to Rangers fans for getting 5 to the next level. And then the fact that some of our guys are beating Blue Jays, I mean, that's a whole country that's voted. You know what I mean? That's not easy. So Rangers fans have done a heck of a job. I'm going to say yes, Jonah holds on. I do feel good about the fact he's an all-star no matter what.
Really?
I feel like he's an all-star no matter what.
Last year they only took 2 catchers. They usually only take 2 catchers. Yep. Who's the Kansas City Royals all-star if it's not Salvador Perez?
So that's a good question.
Because if it's Salvador Perez, that eliminates these guys.
Does Witt get in? I mean, from a
no,
for like a future standpoint.
I love Bobby Witt Jr.
Listen, the league does some funky things, right? They want to get their stars out there. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not any of their. Could it be Aroldis Chapman? Probably not. But that's a fair question. Yeah, it's definitely not Zach Greinke.
Oh, okay.
You know, Bassett, to be honest, I didn't even think about that component there. So, all right, maybe he needs to get voted in. I'm going to say yes, he holds on because, like I said, Rangers fans have done a nice job. But we will be.
I don't know if there's a backup DH, but maybe you could sell that Salvador Perez is the backup DH and then have 3 catchers on the team.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or maybe Dusty Baker's like, hey, I want to really wear Jonah Heim out, so I'm going to make him an all-star. And I'm not letting this guy
catching
get a break.
7 innings.
Yeah.
Jared, does it after last night's game? The outing by Dane Dunning was spectacular, man. I know it didn't quite end the way we all would have loved it to, but do you feel like this team is out of that slump that they kind of were in for a little, that funk that they were in for a little bit, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think from the 8th inning on Tuesday, through yesterday's game, they looked more like the lineup that we've seen the first 2 months. I want to say this, though. They definitely hit a rough patch.
Yeah.
Right? 9-11 over a 20-game span, and then 7-11 or 7-12 over a – but they're still going to finish this month over 500, like within the month of June. And you know what stood out to me, and I don't know if you guys noticed this, even when they were losing – they weren't playing sloppy baseball. It wasn't like they were throwing the ball all over the place. They just weren't hitting with runners in scoring position. They weren't scoring runs. But I'm just so impressed with this team's defense and the fundamentals and the execution of some of the little things that, frankly, we haven't seen over the last 6 years, just not on a consistent basis.
To your point, I feel like Corey Seager is playing much better defense this year than last year. And I don't know why I'm feeling that way, but I just feel like Seager, he's covering more ground. He's getting to the balls quicker than I thought he was last year, at least late last year.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. And 2 of his errors are kind of bogus errors. I don't know if you guys remember. One of them was on a double play ball against the Angels. Ohtani ended up at third. He dropped the transfer, and it happened to hit off of Rendon's back and rolled away. Like, that's a bogus. But, yeah, that whole infield's been outstanding this year.
Man, Jared, thank you very much for your time today. That's Jared Sandler. He'll be on the call coming up here in just a few minutes. Got the pregame rolling. He's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Jared, have a fantastic day today, man.
Thanks
a lot.
guys.
There it is, Mike. We're going to turn things over to the Rangers now as we get ready to rock this game. Rangers versus the Detroit Tigers. Let's get another win, man. Let's get another one of those kind of outings from Dane Dunning today.
Let's rock this funky joint.
There we go. Until tomorrow, you have been Masterpieced.